forgot it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I just yeah, I guess so. Sounds good. It's like
Good morning, everyone. I'm George Beatus, and I'm a member of the Montana Citizen Wildlife or Elk Management Coalition, and I've been asked to serve as kind of the MC today. So my co-conspirator here is Barb Beck. Barb comes to us from a lot of professional positions. She worked for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for quite a while. She's been a consultant. She was a regional supervisor for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks out in Region 5. A delightful lady, very confident, and she's going to help manage the seminar today, keep people on track, and so on. But I really appreciate having Barb with me. Why are we here? Why are we here? We like elk, and we maybe like to eat them and shoot them, but we're here because we care. We care about elk. We care about wildlife. And when it comes right down to it, we care about each other. You know, I've been in Montana as a resident for 20 years, and I've seen a lot of fussing and fighting going on. A lot of about wildlife. You know, we've got people that take extremely polar positions, and it's their way or the highway. They put their stake in the ground, and they don't want to mediate. They don't want to negotiate. Well, when the coalition was kind of being discussed, a group of us met with Marcus and the other folks from the Wildlife Federation, and plan was make a choice. If you're a serious bow hunter, hunt with your bow. If you're a muzzleloader hunter, hunt with your muzzleloader. If you're a rifle hunter, hunt with your rifle. And then the bow hunters came up with what they call the hunting opportunity index. The more effective your weapon, the less days you got to hunt. And then the other thing we came up with, in order to increase calf survival and to beef up the bull counts in our elk herds, we went to spike only throughout the whole state. Well, it's 30 years later. We've got a lot of big elk in Washington. The hunters are all working together. It worked. It came out of a group of hunters like us. And so, I'm not saying that we need to go to either or whatever. I'm saying, though, that we have this change, we work together, we can figure it out. I want to thank a few people here today. This symposium would not have been possible without the Montana Wildlife Federation. We have some wonderful staff people now in the Wildlife Federation. They work really hard to get all this together, and I want to say thanks. I'm not going to single them out. I want to say thank you to them. Craig Jordan is here. Where's Craig? Craig and I are members of the Ravalli County Fish and Wildlife Association. You may have never heard of Ravalli County Fish and Wildlife. In Ravalli County, we're kind of like Butte. We've got personalized license plates. We don't drive around hunting with our 13s on our pickup trucks, but we don't have purple T-shirts to wear either. So anyway, but the Ravalli County Fish and Wildlife Association is over 100 years old. And when they first got started, they were responsible for moving elk, transplanting elk from down in the Yellowstone country into the sawmill drainage up behind Stevensville. But it's an old club, and they basically charged Craig and me with getting involved with the Elk Coalition. Craig will be on the panel today. But I want to thank Ravalli County Fish and Wildlife for what they've done, to help us get to this point. Sponsors are really important. Anytime you put on an organism, put on a program, sponsors are important. And Sitka has been a sponsor, and so is Stone Glacier, and they really appreciate that. As I look around the audience, or around the audience here, it's like going to church. All my friends are here. We've got some of my master hunters here. You've got people that I've gotten to know through MOGA. But it's just really neat to have you here, and I want to thank you all for coming. And then, but the moderators and the panelists are some of the best. They're some of the very best wildlife professionals and others that I've ever known. They are, and at the end of the day, you're going to say, wow, these people are really good. So I'll talk a little bit about the agenda. We're going to start with Pat talking a little bit about elk. Then we're going to go into a shared values panel that my friend Randy Newberg's going to chair. We'll do a science panel that Chris Sabine will chair. Andrew McCain is going to talk about lessons. And Andrew, he was former Fish and Wildlife Parks Commissioner. Marcia Brownlee. Marcia is part of our leadership council with the coalition. She's going to do a panel on looking at solutions. And then we'll adjourn at 5. We want you to plan to stay this evening and get to know each other and talk about sharing values and ideas. So I'm going to turn this over to my friend Barb, and she will give you the rest. Thanks, George.
Hey, well, again, welcome. Thanks so much for being here. My part is not as fun, maybe, and that is my facilitator role is to ask a couple things of you. Show respect for the other person. Listen to learn and understand. Try to understand sort of what's the meaning behind the words that you're hearing from someone. Approach the day with an open mind and a curiosity, because all of us can learn today. And the lessons panel is going to be some folks from other states. So we're hopeful that we'll hear something new that'll really be open our minds to some possibilities in Montana. And I'll ask your forgiveness ahead of time. I'm going to be all day long cutting people off so we can get through our agenda just because it's so packed. And we want to make sure we don't short the solutions panel, which is the last one. You'll have the opportunity to ask questions of panelists. The way we're going to do that is we'll have Montana Wildlife staff circulating around. And if you're hearing this, would you raise your hands? MWF staff, they've got t-shirts on, most of them, and they will collect a written question from you, which we'll get up here to the moderators. We also have people online that will be able to ask questions, and we think probably we can only take about 4 questions per panel. So we're going to have to just keep moving it along, and I apologize ahead of time. We're live streaming the symposium. Afterwards, it'll be available online, maybe a slight gap in time to get that up for you. And then also in the next month or 2, we'll be producing a report about the proceedings that you can have that will help continue to tell the story moving forward. So if you need attention to anything, just let us know. We'll see if we can take care of that. And then we have an evaluation form we'd like you to fill out at the end of the day that will help us with what worked for you today and suggestions on next steps or additional resources you might need to be an effective voice in the elk management discussion ahead. So I would and I would ask you to turn off your phones or turn them on mute if you have not done that already. Thank you. And then I'll leave you with just a couple of things to think about from a book called Crucial Conversations. The first principle of dialogue is to start with your own heart. Ask yourself, what do I want for myself? What do I want for others? And what do I want for the relationships? And I think those of us here today are concerned and attentive to the relationships for this conversation going forward, because there's quite a diversity of issues and opinions, and everyone feels pretty strongly. And the last thing is, the first step to achieving the results we really want is to fix the problem of believing that others are the source of all that ails us. So you can control your own behavior and your own contributions. You can't always control that of others. And so if you keep those in mind as you listen and learn today, that would be terrific. So I think with that, if you want to introduce Pat, we'll jump into the program. Thank you all for coming.
This gentleman doesn't really need any introduction if you've paid attention to Montana Fish and Wildlife and the Commission and so on. Pat Byorth we're really pleased to have you here, Pat. Pat has done a lot of work with stream restoration and Trout Unlimited. And the thing I noted out of his vita was he's done a lot of work with community-based initiatives. And if you're going to do that, you have to know how to collaborate, have to know how to communicate and cooperate. But anyway, Pat, I'll turn it over to you, and you can talk a little bit about our elk situation.
Thanks, George. Thanks, Barb. How's the sound back there? You can hear me okay? So the title of my quick panel panel of one is the status of elk management Montana. And some of the leading questions were, where are we at, where are we going, and what can we do, we being the owners of the wildlife, all of us, and how to interact with the commission. So I'll try and do that, but I feel like George did a great job of encouraging us all to look forward. But I'd like to, I think as a commissioner, and I think I can speak for the other commissioners, what we need from you is a couple things. First, perspective, reminding us of perspective. And part of that is looking back to where we were and how we got here. And the second part is remind us about the pillars of conservation that recreated this abundance of wildlife. Because the state of elk management or the state of elk populations in Montana are frankly about as good as they've been for a long time. Now, the management questions are complicated. The next steps are complicated, and I can't wait to read your report. I'm sorry I can't stay for the entire afternoon, but I expect to learn a lot from you, and please engage with not just me, but all the commissioners as you resolve this. But first, perspective. Let's think about, the Garden of Eden, Montana, 1804 or 1806, when we start seeing records of wildlife abundance. think about Lewis and Clark, and not just their journals, but the other members of the Corps of Discovery talking about the abundance of wildlife, bison by the hundreds of thousands, elk, mule deer, Audubon bighorn sheep. They're all in there. And it's pretty interesting how they kind of play in different vignettes. And one of my favorite is August 18th, 1806. Lewis is going up over the hill to look for Camellia. They're down at Horse Prairie Creek, now where Clark Canyon is. And if you read Clark's journal, Clark says, well, the men are tired of eating poor venison. P-O-R-E, venison. And I almost got bit by a rattlesnake today. So that's Clark's entry for the day. But if you read Private Whitehouse's version of the same day, it said, Clark and Sacagawea damn near got bit by a rattlesnake while they were out fishing. And it's interesting, the reason they were fishing because they were tired of eating venison, right? But these vignettes kind of, let's start with that as kind of our Garden of Eden bracket of wildlife populations. Then let's jump forward to 1864, first territorial legislature. Granville Stewart was among the delegates to the first territorial legislature. They passed 14 bills. And remember, this is still in the midst of the Civil War, right? So there's a lot on a lot of people's minds, and a lot of rebels and a lot of unionists packed into that cabinet Bannock that's still there to try and come up with laws. Well, one of 14 laws was a law that said you can only take a trout by rod or pole. So we've been legislating fish and wildlife management since before we were a state. And ironically, by the time we became a state, 1889, that same man, Granville Stewart, writes, all the wildlife are gone. The game are gone. We got to do something about this. Think about that span of time between the Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery's movement through Montana, up the Missouri, and over the hill into Idaho. And think about 1864, which is a few years after Bannock, the gold strike. Within 20 years, Granville Stewart, who was a rancher, was a wildlife advocate, describes the decline. We had taken it from riches to rags in a very short time. And this isn't that many people in the state of Montana. Depends on who does the calculations, but between natives and immigrants, they were well under 100,000 people were able to eradicate wildlife. But then we start the trend back up. And George mentioned the trend started with rod and gun clubs, moving elk from the only two places elk were really still stable, the Bitterroot and the Bob Marshall, moved elk all over the state, up to the Kootenai country, over to the Breaks, down to Stevensville country in the Bitterroot, all over the state, the Bull Hills and their Billings. Those elk were transported and transplanted by hunters, organized along groups. It wasn't, excuse me, it wasn't long before we turned from the hunter-driven conservation to scientific wildlife management, which really was precipitated by a few things. One is the science of game management was starting to get off and running. The science of ecology was starting to get off and running. We had a war, which brought back a bunch of soldiers looking for a way to reground themselves, and you merge education, a willing workforce, and you end up with highly trained science-trained managers, along with a huge funding supply, again, funded by hunters and anglers through the Pittman-Robertson Act and subsequently the Dingell-Johnson Act. So we have this confluence of things that's kicked us off. And let's remember, the state of our elk management, or at least our elk populations, is actually very good. We have a lot of problems, but the state is good. That was rebuilt on basic pillars of management. What are the pillars of management? First, science. Good research, good numbers, driving the assessment of populations and prescribing what should be done to keep those populations healthy. Science has driven this restoration from riches to rags, now back to riches. And science needs to be the pillar going forward. You get to hear from some of the research biologists. When I came up out of grad school here at MSU, we had a research staff, Ken Hamlin, Dave Pack, Terry Launer, Rich DeSimone, all out there doing hard research to inform the managers, the biologists, or many of which are in the audience. That is a pillar that we as commissioners need to be reminded about that science is the key. The other pillar is public trust. You are all here as owners of that wildlife, right? We own the wildlife, it says right in our Constitution. And we have an obligation and a trust to manage that wildlife for sustainability, not just for the benefit of all of us. I mean, we all benefit, we all love to hunt elk, but also to accept the burden of elk, because elk are burdensome to some people. And so we've got great legislation. We have tools that we can use to help relieve the burden of some of the other owners, large landowners. They don't need to absorb the burden on their own. So we have tools that come to bear based on that public trust. We don't just have the ownership and we don't just derive the benefits, but we also have the responsibility. And you heard that from George this morning, and I think you all have great insights into how we continue. The third pillar or part of public trust is public participation. It's vital. And I don't mean to insult you, but I'll include myself. We fell asleep. Things got so good in terms of our hunting opportunity, the abundance of wildlife, that we fell asleep as hunter conservationists. We kind of forgot about that and we took it for granted. And boy, howdy, did it wake up. Did we wake up as conservationists over the last couple of years? When big changes came to bear, you showed up. I thank you. And I just, as a commissioner, I need you to keep showing up. Speak your truth. Do it in a way that's constructive. How do you do it? Well, most of you all do it daily. I get emails and phone calls every day, and then public comment. First, respect the office. You don't have to like me or respect me, but please respect the office of the commission. It's tough work, and it's for you. I serve you in this region. Respect the office. Second is speak your truth based on your knowledge of your science, or the knowledge of the science that you have at your disposal, but also your observations, because every one of you in this room has a hunting story to tell, and I wish I could hang around tonight and drink a beer and hear them. But everybody has insights into how elk affect your life and how you perceive elk. So make sure you speak from your heart and your experience. And finally, set politics or political affiliation aside, because that's the third pillar I want to talk about. Is wildlife management in Montana has historically never been divided on party lines. Because I think if we polled everybody and we took a poll, we'll have Democrats, Republicans, Independents, Libertarians, the whole lot of you all care about elk in some way or another. But it isn't based on your political affiliation. I think that's something you need to remind us as commissioners. And it's critical because in the statutes, the legislature has told us that's how it is. It says right in the law what commissioners are supposed to be appointed upon. And politics and dividing our elk management on a political line is the first way that we fall asleep again and we lose that ability. So I believe we have abundant elk in places that we didn't have elk even 20 years ago, and certainly not in the numbers. A lot has changed. Climate has changed. Our land use has changed. Our grazing practices across public and private land have changed drastically with the science of range management. We don't have killing winters very often anymore. 3 days sub-zero is not a killing winter. It used to be, 6 weeks of sub-zero weather would kill, thousands of deer and elk. So we are in a state of change, and we have to address that. And I'm glad you're here to do that. I want to thank the Barb, George. I want to thank the sponsors and all the speakers, and especially all of you hunters who are out there who are here because you're committed. But please, I have a few more months left in my seat at least. Don't be shy about reminding me where we were, because we could go back there. We're at a crossroads. Are we going to go back to rags again from the riches that we have? Or are we going to come up with new ways to propagate this wealth of wildlife that was created by you, by Montanans, with good science, bipartisan efforts, and and a commitment to doing what's right, accept the burdens with the benefits. And if you remind us as commissioners of that in your letters, in your emails, in your phone calls, we'll hear you. The worst thing you can do is fall asleep again and take it for granted that this riches that we have now have always been this way and always will be. So thanks for being active. Thanks for participating. Please, I can't wait to see what you come up with, because I know amongst all of you, there's a lot of creative solutions. But thanks. Have a great day.
So our first panel is the Shared Elk and Shared Values panel. So would those panel members come up? I'm pretty sure you know who you are. I think we have enough chairs. Randy, my friend Randy Newberg is going to moderate this panel, and he's going to ask each of the panelists to introduce themselves. But I've known Randy since before I think he found his first fresh track, and we've been good friends for a long time. And I keep running into people way out in the back country, and I said, well, my standard comment to somebody I don't know way back off the grid, say, what are you doing poaching in my backyard? And they look at me and they said, well, I'm not poaching. And I said, well, how'd you find this place? Well, I have a friend on the internet who told me about it. I said, oh, really? Well, it's not always Randy. There are a lot of other people out there, but oftentimes his name comes up. But he's been a superstar when it comes to public lands, public access, and he's done a wonderful job with hunter education. He has a new program now for hunter education that he and some friends are putting together. But anyway, Randy, welcome.
Thanks, George. Appreciate that. This panel have four remarkable people. I've been in Montana for 31 years, and I think I'm the rookie of everybody up here. My grandpa used to say that when he referred about a long time ago, I'd say that Scott's family has been here since Moby Dick was a minnow. That gives you a little idea. But this panel, we're going to talk about shared elk and shared values. We're going to touch on some of the things that Commissioner Barr had talked about, because we all love elk. That's why we're here. It's why we live in Montana. It's why these discussions bring so much energy and passion, and sometimes maybe a few inappropriate comments, but it's because we love it. It's because they mean a lot to us. So that's what this panel is going to be about. But rather than me introduce each of these four, I'm going to let you start. No.
Hi, I'm Danley Logie. I live up at St. Regis. I'm the House Representative from District 14. I'm a landowner up there. I lease some Forest Service and state grazing land. Love to hunt elk. And I Fish and Game Committee in the House. I'm on the Fish and Game Committee at the House, and I've been on the PLPW and the Citizens Advisor Committee in Region 2.
Howdy, I'm Dan Vermillion. I grew up down in Billings, and I was on the Fish and Game Commission from about 2007 to 2019. And look forward to hearing, talking with everybody today. What you guys have?
Hi, everyone. I'm Kathy Hadley. I live in the Upper Clark Fork River Valley between Anaconda and Deer Lodge. I'm a hunter conservationist and a retired ranch owner. My husband and I were block management cooperators for many years. I worked off the ranch, as did my husband, full-time for 30 years. I work at the National Center for Appropriate Technology as their executive director. I am retired now and happy. So
I'm Scott Hibbard. I'm here today as a representative of landowners, or I should say one voice among many landowners. Our family has owned and operated Seaven Livestock Company since 1907. My brothers and I are the fourth generation. Our kids are the fifth. We're very pleased that we have competent heirs and that this ranch will continue as a working ranch into the foreseeable future. We have elk have been a big part of what they've had a significant impact on the ranch, which has developed in the course of my lifetime, which we'll talk about during the course of the day. I should mention Seaven Livestock Company is not to be confused with Seaven Ranch. Seaven Ranch is the one that you see at Wolf Creek. That's owned by relatives of ours, the Bacchus family. We're another branch of the family, the Seaven Livestock Company.
Thanks, everybody. From that, you see that these people have been there, done that as it relates to involvement in Montana and these things we love called elk. We're going to go through some questions here. It's going to be more of a conversation where each of these four get to give their perspectives they see with the other Montanans that they interact with. And at the end, hopefully, we have time for some Q&A from the audience. And if you do that, there are cards, I believe, that you are collecting the questions on back there. Yeah, or tablets. And they'll bring them up here, and we'll try to get to as many as we can. But we're going to start with discussing the way that we value elk, because he's asked 10 Montanans how you value elk and expect about 30 different answers. Just the way it is, because you can't say it in one sentence or in one connotation of what elk mean to you. So we're going to start with that. Then we're going to talk about how we hold wildlife in trust. Under the public trust is how we do it, not just in Montana, but pretty much in the United States. It comes with the question of who owns the elk, who owns the habitat, how do those things come into play? And since we all value elk, then we got to talk about, well, for some people, elk are a liability or a cost. And how do we balance that out? Because it's always fun to, enjoy the benefits if the other guy's paying the freight. So we have to talk about that. And we're also in that process probably going to talk about who has the responsibility for management and how do we do that? What does that look like? So we're trying to set the table here for the upcoming panels that you're going to see that follow behind us here. So I don't know how we want to do this. If I got a call on somebody or someone will raise their hand, but the first topic is, and I wrote this down because I have a tendency to go off script. And if I go off script, it's going to take a while. So Montanans value elk, and that value is expressed in many different ways. When we examine these values, we find out how much we have in common and how much progress can be made towards these common values when we work together. So the panel has been asked, I sent them out a little outline beforehand, to give their thoughts and perspectives of the many ways in which elk, or which these panelists and the Montanans they know and they interact with, the different ways that we value elk. And it can take whatever form or whatever you want. Kathy, I think, is kind of the one who submitted this question on the topic. So I'm going to let Kathy start.
Thanks. When I think about values and I think about the situation we're in right now, I sort of thought about it. How do landowners value elk? How does hunters? How do outfitters? What's the common connections we all have? And so that's got me to think about. I think we all share the value of our hunting heritage we have in the state. Many of us have traditions of going to fall hunting camps with families together with our kids, chasing elk, deer, and antelope. You know, some families go to the same hunting places their grandpas went to, and it's passed down from generation to generation. And in Montana, we have such rich wildlife resources. I think that's another value we all share. It doesn't matter if you're in town or you're out of town. All of us love our wildlife resources, and we have a rich amount of wildlife in our state. A third thing, when I was thinking about values and being a hunter and also a landowner, is we value private property rights. You know, as a landowner, I have the right to let people on my land for however long I want them there. I have a right to tell them what they can and cannot do. And as a hunter, I respect that. And I know when I go to private land, I need permission or I need to know the rules. So those of us who hunt, that's a very important thing to remember. And I think people across Montana believe in private property rights. And I think another value is that we all value responsible hunters. We don't like hunters who don't pay attention to the fish and game laws. Landowners don't want hunters who keep open or close their gates inappropriately or drive on the roads when it's muddy and make great big ruts that is only going to present some grief to landowners later on. So those are just some of the thoughts I had about values.
She handed you the mic, Scott, so I guess that's your turn.
What goes around comes around. Well, I would add, what do we value about elk? One is certainly their majesty, they're magnificent animals. And part of that is, as a rancher, just the different dimension that the wildlife, and in good measure, elk in particular, the different dimension they bring to ranching. It makes ranching and working with the land and the landscape and livestock a richer experience. Now, that's not to say it isn't without challenges, it is, but they're a terrific presence on the land. They just make the land bigger, and they bring a soul to it. Obviously, they bring hunting opportunity, which, of course, is a food source. It's recreation. It's also a mode to build community among family, friends, and a lot of communities, hunters come in who we don't know. They're an asset. I am a licensed outfitter. We outfit for 1 week on our ranch, family enterprise. And it's a way for us to capture some revenue from these animals whom we love and also cause some measurable damage. In that sense, they're, as well as an asset, of course, they're a liability. That's no news to anyone in this room. It's the mostly with us that happens to disruption with our grazing systems, which we can talk about, and forage consumption. So we just adapt as best we can. So it's a mixed bag.
Dan, you're holding on.
All right, I guess I'll go next. So the way I kind of, as I mentioned, I grew up in Billings, and you grew up in Billings, and for you, like growing up in the city, elk are something that you look at in the mountains, or you're driving up through the hay fields and you see those elk, and all you see is these beautiful animals that hopefully someday you'll get a chance to hunt. And then, after I got out of college, I went and worked as a fishing guide and a hunting guide down in Yellowstone Park, or just north of Yellowstone. and started to, became an outfitter eventually, not for elk, but for fish. And then once I got on the Fish and Game Commission in 2007, the first issue that we dealt with was elk archery. And that's an issue that still resonates and still reverberates today. And so what's that been? Almost 20 years now. And so when I got on that commission, we started to go through those conversations. It became very apparent to me that there was a whole group of values that I hadn't really considered as just a hunter. And that was the burden that elk can be and the benefit that elk can be on a private landowner. I'd only seen and only really thought about the benefit for a lot of years. And when, especially I live in Livingston, I was a commissioner down in Livingston. And, down there, we had a very interesting situation where you had a district that was under objective, 317 on the east side of the Yellowstone, but also a place where we had the most challenging situation as far as brucellosis management. And so it wasn't a traditional solution that, you could just say we need to shoot the numbers down, we need to get them down to objective. That wasn't the issue. It was problematic concentrations of elk and the burden of those elk falling on one particular landowner. So as a commissioner, we really, I really started to sit down and think about how do we go about creating a table where both the landowners, because, for sportsmen, the idea of privatizing wildlife or monetizing wildlife is a really stark line. Much like for landowners, a line that says we're going to force you to open your gates to hunters, that's a line also that, we don't cross, and we shouldn't. Sometimes our actions have been perceived that we're crossing those, but those are pretty stark lines. And so those are values that are part of that conversation. And, in Yellowstone, or in Paradise Valley or over on the Madison, you really had to sit down and try to figure out how to make the burden of having elk on your property low enough that they were still tolerated. And that's, that tolerance that we talk about with objectives and everything else. And it's really about the value. People want to, ranchers want to be left alone to run their property. Hunters want to have an opportunity to go hunting. And those are values. The elk are the value we share in common. And it's really about how do you get, make it easy to have elk on your property, but also create opportunity. And, there's a lot of different ways to do that. And I think it's one of the great challenges we face. And I'd go back to something that Commissioner Bior said, that the way we solve that is through creating opportunities and not politicizing these issues. Because the second elk management becomes Democrat or Republican, you can look at our political discourse on so many other issues and you realize that what solutions fall away when we argue and scream. And elk deserve a good solution. And the only way we're going to solve this is coming up with finding our common values and then putting those values to work as Montanans to serve both the ranchers, the landowners, whether they're ranchers or not, and the sportsmen. And eventually we'll end up having to talk about the non-consumptive users as well.
Thank you. The elk values vary for everyone. You get the hunter that wants the elk hanging in the shed. That's a lot higher value elk to that person. I used to see the value of elk, just the aesthetics. I like to see them out in the field, but you have 30 acres of alfalfa that's about a week away from cutting and the herd moves in and you don't have any alfalfa to cut anymore because they've taken it out. So the value of the elk to me at that time would go down considerably as a landowner. But now that I'm retired, I don't need that income quite as have to rely on that. So the value of seeing the elk out in the field is a little bit higher than it used to be. But I think what it really boils down to is the expectation of the landowners and the hunters that are out there and how they value. To some, is it the hunting experience? Do they expect to have a great hunting experience? That's the value they put it on, is the hunting experience. To others, it's the success of just getting that elk. They don't care about the experience, but they want to be able to just go out and shoot that elk. So they go on to private land and they expect, okay, they're overabundance of elk. So the expectation is the landowner's just going to show me where those elk are and we just go out and we shoot. So they have an expectation that it's, okay, these landowners need to get rid of the animals. They should help us. And others have the expectation they want to have a great hunt. And so all our values change by our expectations. And I think that's where we have to start looking, is dealing with the expectations of the landowner, the expectation of each different hunter and how they're approaching their hunt. Because that's part of that value that we have to deal with is those expectations of everyone involved. That's basically the bottom line to me.
That's a lot of value statements of many different perspectives and ideas. And when you value something, you want to speak on behalf of it, you want to enhance it, you want to protect it. And the way we do that in Montana, we have this idea called the public trust doctrine that, you know, that the state is the trustee of the wildlife for the citizens of the state who are the beneficiaries. And we have this weird arrangement when that happens in a state that's 2/3 private. We have these amazing private land stewards who are providing a lot of habitat, but they don't, quote unquote, own the elk. And those of us who, quote unquote, think we own the elk, they're held in trust for all of us. We may, some of the things that you've already mentioned here, we may not see some of those other parts of it. So when we start talking about values, it depends on where you stand, where you are as a citizen versus a person who owns the habitat. So it creates a really sticky, sometimes messy, and always a very complicated situation where you have the public's elk on private land or public lands that may not be accessible to the public for elk hunting. So I'd like to have the panelists give their thoughts and ideas of it. When we have this question about who owns these elk, you know, generally when they're in your alfalfa field, you want to say, hey, get the owner over here to get these elk out of my alfalfa. You know, when my neighbor's chickens are pooping in my yard, I'm like, hey, Myron, get over here and get these chickens out of here. Well, it's not that easy when you're dealing with a publicly trusted resource. But in a state that has the remarkable wildlife heritage and just beauty and all the other things, the private land stewards are a big part of that. So I'm interested in each of the four of you talking about how do we balance this and where do these lines blur? Are there any places where it's not blurred as it relates to a publicly trusted asset that we all collectively own, elk, and then the fact that the habitat sometimes is public and sometimes is private. So Scott's nodding his head.
This is interesting comment about if the elk are on my property, call the owner and get them off. So it kind of begs the question of if they're held in public trust and they're owned by everybody, are they really owned by anybody? So there is no key authority you can go to because you've got so many fingers in that pie, which of course gets messy. For us is really who owns a habitat, and then corollary to that, who owns the access. Of course, habitat is state and federal agencies, non-government organizations, and of course private landowners, maybe some others thrown in there. Private, which is our concern, there are some public lease land that we have, but access is private land. So the question for us is how do we manage that access? And it took us really decades to come up with a solution that seemed to work for most parties, which we'll probably get in later in the conversation. Through the season type that we have, Dan, you're certainly familiar with that. But the season structure is divided for our 5-week season for, without going into details, but we've got provision for outfitting, 1 week, provision for the landowners / family / friends / employees. We have access, I would say equal access for quote unquote public hunters, meaning nobody who belongs and who's in the upper, in the former categories. So it's a mix, and we try to distribute opportunity evenly, and actually we've been pretty successful in doing that. So it's a matter of, I would say, not only control access, but preferably fair access. It is a public resource.
landowners does not own the elk. It's a shared resource, and responsibility of managing that, of those elk should reflect that shared ownership.
Okay, I'll go next and kind of follow. When I first got on the commission in 2007, the department had moved to a 5-week season, probably in the previous season setting of 2005. And two of the districts that were in the south central or southwestern part of the state that were part of my commission district were 360 and 362 down on the Madison, and they were significantly over objective there. And I think Craig, I saw him here today. He had put forward, as a biologist, put forward a proposal that was going to take those Madison Flats and put that into a cow-only season. And it was a pretty contentious proposal. And what we did at the commission level was say, hey, this is February of, let's say, 2007. We basically said, we're going to put this regulation into effect for the next year, not this year, and give the landowners and the sportsmen a good 8 or 9 months to come together, create a council, and try to come up with a different solution. And the solution that we eventually came to, I think that I'm not super up to speed on where the numbers are today, but at least at that time, I think we took the elk numbers down from about 6,400 into the 4,000s in a fairly quick way by doing some pretty extensive cow seasons or management seasons in December. And also, but part of that condition to allow those cow seasons in December was reasonable public access during the general season. And the reason that was important to us was that's where you get most of the harvest. And that's what science, at least at that point, had shown us that's where we get the harvest as a commission, as a department. So the landowners and the sportsmen sat down, and the landowners agreed to retain a hunt coordinator that basically would create a permission to a huge swath of private land on a controlled basis. So the idea there was, because you'd hear these landowners say, well, there's guys sitting out in my front yard at 4 a.m. with their diesels purring, waiting, and that nobody wants to live like that. That's crazy. You can't blame any landowner for being upset about that. And so the idea behind these hunt coordinators was trying to make it easier to say yes, get people on the land, and it works. And I think that really, much like, say, if you look at the Blackfoot Challenge, there's certain places, or the Hell's Kitchen up around Chase's country or Scott's country, those are the sort of solutions that work. Those are the sort of things that I think we've tried to replicate over time, but they're really hard to replicate. But they start with conversation. They start with landowners and sportsmen sitting down at the table with the department and talking as equals, as Montanans, and coming up with solutions that make it easier for the landowners to say yes, and also address the sportsmen's concerns about getting opportunity to harvest elk. And the net result was elk populations came down, so the burden on the landowners, at least during the brown grass season, had been reduced, and that was our objective. And the calls go quiet. And as a commissioner, when your phone's not ringing, hopefully that means you're doing a good job, and you come up with a solution that works for both. And so that's what we always shop for.
Living in the West, we don't have the over-objective population so much. Back in the 90s, I had a lot of elk problems around, and I actually did some of the coordinating myself. And the hunters would call it, and with the game warden and I, we would actually do some very intensive work to get the hunters where they needed to be, and it was very successful. Then we had some heavy winters and some wolf moving in. So our elk populations have kind of stabilized. They're coming back up a little bit now. But it took that work. And I think that's there again, it gets back to that expectation. A lot of hunters are expecting that elk to be right in front of them, but some of them do need to be led by the hand. And I think that's where a coordinator, if we can get that coordination going a little bit better, I think then you can help the landowner. Most landowners don't have the time that I had to put, or weren't willing to put the time into it. They've got a lot of other things to do. I was plowing snow much of the time of my off season after the hunting season closed. But I think that's where it is. I think the coordination part of it is so people understand, okay, this time I'm going out for a harvest. I'm not going out for a hunt, but I'm going out for a harvest. But it will take a little of that coordination from either FWP or somebody to help get them, because you can't just turn hunters out on a landscape. You have to respect the private property rights, and the hunters will be their own worst enemy because they'll chase the elk away for other hunters and themselves too if they aren't qualified. So I think the coordinator system is something to really look into even more than we do now.
I think this is the question of the day for all of us. We know that elk is held in trust by the state for all the people, but most of the wildlife habitat in Montana is on private lands. And sometimes I think hunters don't appreciate that very basic fact. And when you think about the homesteaders who came to Montana in the 1800s, what lands they chose to homestead on were the lands with the best water, with the best soils, with the best habitat. So that's where much of our habitat is today. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and the Commission, I think, have worked very hard to develop tools as this elk population issue has changed over the last 20 years. They've developed lots of different programs to try to bring back into balance elk populations, but we're in a funny place right now where some places in Montana have way too much elk, and other places, especially in public lands, we don't have enough. So that's our problem. All of us together who love elk is to try to come up with some new solutions. These local working groups, the Devil's Kitchen and the one in the Madison, sounds like it was put together by the people who live there with the oversight of the commission and the department, of course, but the people who knew the landscape, who knew how the elk herds acted in that area. And maybe that's a key for us to keep thinking about. Maybe we need to explore new ideas, new approaches to try to solve these problems where we have everybody at the table and we try to come up with new ideas. I mean, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, we do have block management. We do have Habitat Montana. We have shoulder seasons. We have game damage hunts, and it goes on. And we just don't have enough tools in our toolbox. So I think all of us, I hope all of you will start thinking about what can we do to solve this problem, because we need to do it together with landowners.
That's a good segue into our next question. And one of the things we don't have here, we hosted this in Bozeman, and any of you who haven't been here for a while, you see that things are changing pretty fast. But that's not just a Bozeman issue. Up here, we have people who've been here for a long time. They have these, what we would normally call traditional values when it comes to landowners and their appreciation for this public asset that sometimes is on their property. We have new landowners coming who, when people come, they bring their land ethos or their access or whatever with them, because that was their life experience. So sometimes that creates complications where, try to put together some of these plans today is a little harder than when you put together Devil's Kitchen, I suspect, Scott, because they're just a much different mix in what our landowners are. And Denley talks about expectations. We have different landowners now with probably a wider variety of expectations than what we had just 10 years ago, certainly more so than 20 years ago. So that gets us to this question or series of questions. Since the habitat that elk occupy is so varied in terms of who owns it, even among those private landowners, that's a very variable item. You have landowners who are as different in their perspectives about elk. There's some people who they want 100 elk in their 30 acres of alfalfa. That's why they bought that place, and they don't want us hunters running them off. And then you've got some who are like, this was supposed to feed my cows this winter. So even among them, you have a wide variety, as we do among the hunting community. So with all that, managing these elk gets really complicated because we're trying to address the expectations of so many different stakeholders. And the trustees, who will be our commissioners, our directors, sometimes our elected officials, we say we want to No offense, Dylan, but we want to keep this out of the legislature. But the legislature, some of our management decisions require your involvement, so they become a trustee. And these trustees have a lot of responsibility. Sometimes, and this is, okay, I'm a CPA in my other life. I do a lot of trust work. One of the first principles of trust law as a trustee, you have to protect the beneficiary from themselves. In other words, hunters are going to hear some things they don't want to hear. But that's one of the jobs. So it gets really, really complicated when we get into this management thing. And so the question that I think this one's going to generate a lot of discussion, and I think we touched on some of it, is who has the responsibility for managing these elk? Is it FWP? What role do the hunters play in that? What role do landowners and their agents, maybe it's outfitters? Because the future of elk is dependent upon a working system that appreciates the values and in some cases the costs and liabilities that are spread not equally among all these parties. So we can point to some examples that have worked. We've already mentioned a couple of them. We can point to some examples that maybe haven't worked. But with this complicated situation, where does the responsibility, and I'm sure everyone's going to have, well, it kind of depends, maybe as some blend of their answer. But where and how do we find better management solutions that benefit the elk and benefit all of us who value elk, and we do so in this really complicated situation? And I think this is kind of an extension of the previous question, probably. But Daniel, you're looking at me like he's got a mouthful.
I haven't got the answer, but I know we've come up with some things like the public access land agreement to try and get back into some public land to hunt and to extend those hunting opportunities. And then one of the things you still have to think about, if you're from a landowner standpoint, and there's private property rights involved, if you have a state section in the midst of your property, but it butts up against a neighbor, if you let hunters in on that state section and then they go into the neighbor, and you've worked for a generation or two to have a good communication with your neighbors, and then those hunters go onto that state land and then start getting onto their property, you can strain the relationship. And I think a lot of hunters don't understand that when they say, well, just open it up. It's public land back in there that's locked up. There's private property rights to get involved because of your neighbors and the relationship you've had with your neighbors. This trust, I do think, it's public animals that are out there, but now we're getting a lot of what we call the non-traditional landowners. They'll block everybody out, and it might be an area we're used to hunt. And that puts another strain on the other neighbors when they all come out of that pasture land and go onto their hayfields after hunting season is over. And somehow we have to open up those doors of communication. But I know this last session, it was a little controversial, the bill that came out toward the end. I think it was House Bill 637 that amended and let people on, gave out some tags and it allowed people on the property. But I think there again, the hunters have to look at this and say, or should look at this and say, these are some of those tags that went out to landowners or their help. It opened up a couple spots there wouldn't be any hunting on that property otherwise, because if they didn't get their tag, they were going to lock it up. Are you selling out to the out-of-staters? Are you selling out? No, I think you're opening it up. And it turned out there were some areas that opened up to a lot of extra cows being shot. I don't think FWP advertised that enough, that it actually created some great public hunting out of those agreements. It maybe got overused a little bit. It needed some refinement, and it is going to get some refining, I think. But you have to think, hunters have to think about the private property rights, and I know Kathy speaks of that, and that's one of those things. You do have the right, but to protect your land and let hunters on or off, but to work out these agreements, you have to think about what goes on in the background. You can't just force something on a landowner and then expect them to be able to get along with his neighbor as well. So all of these come together. So I think it's all about communication. Open up the doors and everybody talk. Get everybody at the table and just start talking about what can we do and what will work for you, and get the neighbors together. And it's not an easy solution, but talking helps.
I think you're right. I was reflecting on this question and thinking back in the late 1980s and early 90s, Montana was in another tense period between landowners, sportsmen, and outfitters. It was a time when hunters were feeling the first real solid squeeze of losing their traditional hunting places. And the legislature experience was not fun because hunters were introducing bills that landowners disliked, and landowners were introducing bills that hunters disliked, and outfitters were introducing bills that nobody liked except for them. It was awful. So what happened was the governor decided that maybe one of the things we should do is get a bunch of Montanans together and see if they can sit around the table and figure out a solution. This is very much like what George talked to us about. And what he did was appoint the very first PLP, Private Land Public Wildlife Committee. Nina Bacchus was the chair, and I was on that committee, but he appointed 3 hunters, 3 legislators, 3 outfitters, and 3 landowners, and sort of locked us up in a room for the next 2 years and said, figure this out. And I'll tell you, we had some hard conversations. We worked on consensus, and we kept that, and that saved us, I think. But ultimately, what we got out of that was what is now known as the statewide block management program. What we did was try to figure out very important issues like liability. Many of the landowners at the time were worried about liability on their place when hunters came on. Many of the landowners felt like they were unfairly having to have the burden of elk that destroyed their fences and ate their crops and forage, and they wanted some type of compensation. Many of the hunters wanted more access. So what we ultimately came up with was what you all know now as block management, where landowners enroll in that. There is an impact fee that they get for every hunter who comes. Hunters now have access to anywhere from 5 to 7 million acres of private land in Montana that we didn't have before. But what was great about this process, it was Montanans talking to Montanans. It was neighbors talking to neighbors. It was people with pretty much similar values. And they reached hard to find solutions that would work for everybody. We ended up messing with the license structure for non-resident licenses because outfitters had some concerns. And anyway, when it was all said and done, we have this block management program that's been relatively successful, I think, over time. And I think now one of our challenges is, can we make it even better? You know, it's worked for us, but maybe we should look at block management. Is there a type 3 and a type 4 that will address some of the emerging landowner concerns? I don't know, but anyway, I just thought I'd offer that.
Yeah, so kind of following up on what Kathy said, I think, answering the question of who has the responsibility to solve the elk challenges that we face as a state, I think it's the hunters, it's the landowners, and the department has to be there to create the foundation or create the atmosphere where we can have these conversations, to work with them to implement regulations that address, to the extent possible, people's concerns as it relates to elk. For hunters, it's understanding and accepting the fact that hunting is a privilege. Accessing private land is a privilege, and that any privilege comes with responsibilities. If you don't live up to those responsibilities, expect those privileges to be revoked. And that's doesn't have to be about hunting. That's just life. With the landowners, it's a little bit different. And the landowners, unless you're a super, super large landowner, you have neighbors that also have production, also have concerns, also are trying to make a living. And I think it's for landowners trying to think about, and to the best extent possible, make sure that your landowner choices or your management choices don't adversely affect your neighbors to the extent that they, and we see it, I don't know so much in your country over in the western part of the state, but you get out in eastern Montana, there are places where during the general season, the elk may all be on one particular place. And then as soon as the general season's over, those elk move out into the landscape and are in places where, you know, the landowner might have wanted to provide access during the general season, but the elk weren't there. And his alfalfa is getting eaten in January and February, and that's really concerning. We all understand that. So that's not a solution necessarily that the department can impose or the hunters can impose. That's for the landowners to figure out how to work together to come up with some sort of solution that allows those elk to be managed in a way that spreads the burden out and also hopefully spreads out the benefit of elk, because I do believe that elk are a benefit. And then the department looking at innovative ways to change the management table, change what we've been doing, change the paradigm in a way that hopefully comes up with a different solution. And one of the solutions that I've seen bandied about recently is choose your weapon. And, you know, that again, immediately people get their hackles up. But one of the things to think about as I was driving over here thinking about choice of weapon or pick your weapon, you know, maybe an intermediate point to start on that would be just to apply the pick of weapon to special permits. So one of the things we always worry about with pick your weapon or getting too many people hunting just archery or just rifle is that during the rifle season in particular, when we can get most of our harvest to really drive numbers down, if you have people that have picked their weapon and can only elk hunt, archery elk hunt in the fall, in early fall, if they can't hunt in October and November, when we really need the harvest, we've lost a lot of very able, capable hunters that can help us reduce populations. So there are ways to address these. I mean, there's all kinds of different management techniques and strategies that have worked in other places and that haven't worked in other places. And, you know, Montana, one thing we've all seen is, you know, for a lot of years, we were growing slowly, just as a nice, easy pace where you kind of knew your neighbors, you knew the new people coming in, and you could have conversations, and things didn't change that quickly. Well, COVID changed that. I mean, I'm sure every one of us goes out in the town they live in now, and they go, who are all these people? You go hunting, you say the same thing. And so I think that's not a situation that's going to change or is going to go away, because Montana has a lot of what the rest of the world wants. So we used to have cheaper land. We don't anymore. So that may slow things down, but still people are coming. And so it's up to us to try to do our job, try to maintain as much of our traditional culture that we've had here for a lot of years and welcome new people at the same time. And that's really challenging, and it's going to fray a lot of people's nerves, but I think it's, you know, really critical.
I think we're all kind of saying the same thing, if not similar things. Who's responsible for the management of these elk? It's really from the ground up. It starts at the local level and migrates up to the policy-making body, which ultimately was with the commission. But it has to start, I'm speaking from our experience, it has to start on the local level, involving all stakeholders in, frankly, time-consuming and painstaking process, as much as you experience with public lands, private wildlife. You have some difficult conversations. And when Devil's Kitchen started, and that's been, good Lord, 30 or 40 years ago, it was a small group. And we started with a facilitator, with the stakeholders involved. And our biggest challenge initially was to build trust. But we did that. But it took time, it took effort. But that was the nucleus for generating a larger group that worked together in a cooperative context to come up with what we now have. I think part of what we all recognized in this is that it's a symbiotic relationship. Landowners need hunters. We have an elk problem, and the best way to harvest those, and certainly in our experiences, is with hunting. You need hunters to do that. You need, hopefully, as many public hunters as you can accommodate in a short period of time and still allow quality hunts so people are successful. Hunters need the hunting opportunity that private land provides. The commissioners and FWP needs input from both of those stakeholders, as do other agency personnel. So it's a cooperative mix. But I think that the beginning of the solutions has to happen within the community. It's going to vary. Of course, you've seen this in your experience with the commission. It's going to vary with local levels, local areas. Some are successful, some aren't. But I think they still have to keep trying to generate constructive solutions from the ground up. Those are the ones that stick. I think your example is a good example of that, Scott. The amount of work you and your neighbors put into that is probably a function of the longevity and the effectiveness of that program. So we're gonna follow up with this last one, and then we'll take questions from the audience. And you know, complex problems seldom get solved by real simplistic, painless, shortcut solutions. And we are dealing with a complex problem. One of the things we realize today is that the longer you delay, the lack of will, the lack of sitting down with neighbors and working together, the more complicated it gets to solve that, and the more expensive it gets to solve that. So when we're thinking about this stuff, one of the topics that came to us that they wanted us to talk about, and I thought that was a great idea, is that very often we don't discuss what a large transient species like elk that needs large landscapes, we don't necessarily talk about what some of these costs and liabilities are to some people. As Dan was saying, he just like a lot of us, it's like, man, look at those elk. Denley's like, damn, look at those elk. And so even though our wildlife is held in trust for all citizens, elk come with this cost, and they are a liability for a lot of people. And I think that what probably gets in, it really makes it difficult for some of our solutions that might be proposed today. But how do we reconcile this disproportionate, I'll say, cost or liability to one party when in a public trust setting, you don't have that shared equally? We say we all share in the benefit of elk equally because we're all trustee or beneficiaries of this public trust. But we absolutely do not share in the cost and liability part of any of our wildlife, but in this case, elk. So this is going to be a chance for anyone to open it up wherever you want to take this to the question of how do we reconcile that disproportionality, knowing that the future of elk is dependent upon working with those for whom elk are more of a cost and more of a liability. A lot of head nod.
If you are having questions as you're listening, would you raise your hand so we can start capturing those questions after this? Thanks.
And if you don't have questions, you're going to have to put up with me telling stories for an extra 15 minutes. So,
Well, I think one of the things we talked when I mentioned before, a coordinator, if there's a coordinator in there, there's going to be a cost to hire maybe some more FTEs, which of course I'll get hit with a burden on that in the legislature probably. But I think that's one of the things that, and the hunters maybe have to realize maybe the price will go up if we can relate some of that to those coordinators. And the discussion always comes up. I was on the PLPW for a while too, and it always came up more boots on the ground, and that always can help the situation if FWP can get more boots on the ground to cover all the problems that are there. Now, when you're dealing with the elk damage, you know, they haven't wanted to start paying for the amount of damage, and then when you have a neighbor that has land that's blocked up and they come out, that puts a real complication on it. But I do think at least the paying for some of the coordinators would help ease some of those problems on the land that is accessible already.
Yeah, I completely agree. Definitely, I think that's one of the pieces of low-lying fruit is a department and as Montanans that we can find for a way to at least somehow mitigate and ameliorate the impact and the loss of opportunity and also reduce the burden on landowners. And that would be, it would be pretty easy, it seems to me, at the legislative level to expand block management to include some sort of a hunt coordinator program on a statewide basis where you have hunt coordinators that are actually empowered. I mean, it's not something you're going to do in 1 year. It's going to take some time, but to develop those relationships. And then, to me, it is an expansion of the block management program. Much, Alan Charles or whoever, when you guys started block management, it didn't just happen all at once. It took time to explain the program to landowners, show the benefits, show the the responsibilities, also the impacts. And so starting slowly and really trying to figure out a way to expand hunt coordinators in a way that, and it really, the good thing about hunt coordinators coming, at least from my perspective, coming from the department, is that it gets the department back on the landscape at a low level where they are helping facilitate access between landowners and sportsmen. And, and that's really, to me, whether those conversations result in access, they are conversations. And having a coordinator that has good relationships, and when the landowner can call up the coordinator in Ennis and say, hey, I have a bunch of elk on my pivot, I'd love to have 4 hunters tomorrow. And they had an office in Ennis, they'd go in, they'd get their permission slips, and then they'd go hunt in the morning. And if there was somebody at the area without that permission slip, it was trespassing. And so it was run pretty hard, and it's expensive. But I really do think that it's a way, if you think about from a landowner's perspective, it's one of the easiest ways to relieve the burden on landowners from my perspective, to allow them to say yes to access. And to make sure that when people access the hunting, they do it in a way that is not detrimental to the relationship between the landowner and the sportsman. And to me, I think I don't know if it's simple, but it seems to be a simple solution that could work and is really worth a try, and hasn't really been tried yet on a statewide basis.
For us, and well, let me back up a bit in terms of some of the liabilities, some of the costs that it'll cause to landowners. We're not the exception in this. We may experience at least some degree more than others because of the type of grazing we do. Let me just say that elk are insensitive to our grazing plans. A lot of what we do, as someone mentioned earlier, Randy, it might have been you, about the advances in range science and how proper grazing with livestock can regenerate a grazing resource. We've done that, we've seen that, and we practice that. In our case, it involves running larger groups of cattle in a smaller area for shorter periods of time, then moving them and allowing that grazed area adequate rest. To do that, we use a lot of portable single-strand electric wire called polywire. Runs charged with a simple 12-volt battery and a solar charger. It's quite effective. Quite effective for cattle once they're trained to it. The problem we have in the area where we are is that those polywire fences are not going to stop elk. So when you get a lot of elk moving, the wires disappear. So when that happens, not only do the cattle get dispersed, so you lose the concentration we're trying to get, but you also get grazing in pastures that need to be rested. So to correct that, you go out and you do it over again. You got to gather the cattle up, you got to put the wire back up, and you hope elk don't come through there anytime soon. That's a real cost. The other is happening right about now, August, typically when it's hot and dry and it's the forage is starting to lignify at higher elevations. Green pivots are a real attraction. You can't blame them. The elk are there for nutrition. Not only is it palatable, but it's nutritious. So they're doing what they're designed to do. But it's I don't like to say they're stealing feed from us, but it's they have an impact. They do consume forage that we depend on.
We've adjusted in part with that. We calve late, so we're now trying to get cows down during cattle cows down on these hay meadows earlier, like late August, early September, to try to hopefully beat the elk to some of this field. And we'll graze them on alfalfa when we put the bulls in to get a nutrition spike in these cows so they cycle better. So we try to beat the elk at their own game. We're still trying to work that out, still developing that. We've used harassment tools, whether it's scare guns, which are minimally effective. The shoulder season's been a help. Starts August 15th. Get some hunters out there to shoot some elk as they come in. Elk adapt to that like they do to scare guns. We'll chase and harass them off fields at night on four-wheelers. They come back. So we just haven't found the right solution as part of what we deal with. So how do you distribute what I've outlined is some of the costs that landowners bear, I guess disproportionately to the number of elk. I don't know if it's disproportionate to the amount of habitat or opportunity that we have, but there are costs. So how do we recover those costs? And ideally, they should come from the sources causing the expense, which is the elk. Well, how do you do that? Well, if you monetize it somehow, that's where outfitting comes in. For us, it was, let me put it this way. We hated to see the outfitter set aside license go, because that gave stability to our enterprise, which is now being jeopardized because we're not assured of a clientele that we have. The idea on occasion keeps coming up about monetizing elk permits somehow for landowners. All of those is, at least given our history, and it's probably not going to change, or politically not viable. So block management is a good tool. Some of the compensation, coordinators, paid coordinator, all that stuff helps. But to really be competitive, the compensation, frankly, is a lot more lucrative if it comes from the private market rather than the public hunter. Just haven't found the right way to do that.
Well, I agree with my fellow panelists about local coordinators. Scott told us all that he thought when you have these elk problems with landowners, the best place to start is locally. And I think that's true. And if we could embrace this idea of coordinators across the state, it would be interesting to see if we can make a dent in the problems in certain areas. Some other tools that might help a little bit is one of the complaints I've heard from landowners related to damage hunts is when you get called for a damage hunt, a lot of the hunters don't show up. And when you think about how all of us can sign up for damage hunt, we don't have to live close or anything. And maybe it's time for hunters to think about, and others to think about, maybe we should do damage hunts different. Maybe damage hunts should have hunters from the local counties or 2 counties, some way to make sure they get there when they're needed. That would help reduce the depredation that's occurring on these agriculture lands. A third idea that may be worthwhile to think about is we have a great program in Montana called Habitat Montana, which is many of you are familiar with, I'm sure. But it's $100 go into a fund, and that fund is used mostly for easements on private lands for great wildlife habitat. And at first, it took a while for the landowner community to embrace it, but now they have embraced it. And it's a way for traditional landowners to stay on the farm and ranch a lot of times. There are waiting lists for people to get into this program. It's been very, it's one program that hunters and landowners agree to. And right now the department is thinking about changing the program and going to short-term leases. And that, I think, is going to hurt the long-term easements, because the easements that have been purchased by Fish, Wildlife, and Parks over the last, 40 years has opened up a lot of private land for all of us to hunt. But I also think we just have to keep looking for new solutions, keep talking to landowners, and find out how we can meet them in the middle.
That's a lot of good stuff with people who have a ton of not just experience, but everybody here has put a lot of sweat into where we are today with elk and the benefits that we all enjoy today. And these four, for each of them, there's 100 more in their groups that have done the same. We're going to get to some of these questions. Hopefully I can read the handwriting. If it was my own handwriting, I'm sure I couldn't read it. But the one thing that I think you're going to see in some of these future panels, we've heard time and again about communicate, local level, starting at the ground level. And I think every person who values elk in a state where 2/3 of our land mass is private, we don't want any more Gallatin Valleys. Nothing against those of us who live in the Gallatin Valley, but it's not very good hunting on the outskirts of Bozeman anymore. They used to duck hunt or wild wing buffalo. What is it? Buffalo wild wing bills? That used to be my duck blind. So I see this every day and it bothers me. But I think one thing, if you value Montana, you want to keep those private lands as working lands and not as, someone's golf course or ski resort or Buffalo Wild Wings. I've never eaten there. They probably think I'm picking on them, and I guess I am. But anyhow, we know that our values are there. That's what this introductory panel has been about, shared elk, shared values. And I would, before we get to the questions, I hope that I can encapsulate or summarize some of these comments that these four panelists feel, is there's also an unforeseen cost. If we all just retreat to our own little corners and we don't go to the coffee shop, we don't reach out to others, we're going to lose this tradition that Montana is so cherished for and so well known for, is the fact that we work as neighbors. If we lose that in Montana, our ability to solve some of these problems is going to go by the wayside. And just being in the echo chamber and being your own little group, this isn't just my problem or your problem or your problem. It's our problem. And we're going to have to communicate. We're going to have to start locally. We're going to have to do a lot of these things that these folks have brought up here. So, all right. This might be I think this person wrote one of the questions here. And any one of you can take it or all of you can take it. What's my cutoff time? It's 11:27. Okay. How do you balance competing interests with shared values? How do we keep traditional values and our heritage relevant and as a priority as the legislature creates laws that aren't focused on this value but impact wildlife? Anybody? Denley? You're in that legislature.
Oh, that's fine. There you go. But I think it still always comes back to the communication. And if, the legislature has committee meetings and we have emails that sometimes get overwhelmed. I know this last session over one weekend, it was about 700 emails on one proposed bill. But I think that's it all gets into this just communication, because we have to come up with a balance. And if people aren't communicating and getting the word, and I think the CACs, the local citizens advisory committees, are a good place to start too, and keep talking there, but also send letters and calls to the legislature too, to try and coordinate all of that. That's the best I can just say is communication.
Could I summarize that by saying if you folks can't solve this, the legislature will?
Or wildlife shouldn't be managed by the legislature. There's a lot more science involved than we get into.
Yeah, I would just kind of anecdotally, like looking at Park County in the last year in 2021, I think 3 of the 4 most prominent ranches in the community sold, and 2 of them were traditional producers that just got out of the business, and nobody even knows who owns them now. But both of these places, or somebody does, but the public doesn't. And it gets harder and harder to have communication with landowners when they're changing all the time. Some of them are here 2 weeks a year. And sportsmen are sort of, it's really, when I grew up in Billings, a lot of the kids I grew up in Billings, their parents had grown up on ranches. They moved to Billings to work after they, got out of high school. And that connection between the ranch or the farm and town was pretty solid. And I think that's really, you can see it nationally, but it is fraying. And as you have new people coming in, buying places without being integrated in the community, makes that even harder to maintain. And I think any opportunity we have as Montanans to talk to somebody we don't agree with, to sit down with a local landowner or be part of these, look at the sportsmen's groups, look at the different groups that you have in our communities, try to unlimited groups like TU in Livingston. There's 500 fishing guides and 3,000 fishermen in that town. You go to a Trout Unlimited meeting, there might be 7 people there. So that's a real problem. I mean, those resources, the government can't do the whole thing. It is up to us to either get people in the legislature that represent our values or get involved with the legislature with those folks that represent our values and ensure that when they are voting or crafting legislations, they're thinking about our perspectives. And hopefully that our perspectives that we bring to the legislature are not just our perspectives alone, but are founded on some of these communications we have with people in our community, understanding that our perspective is not the only perspective, and realizing that the more people we incorporate in our decision-making, the more effective that decision-making is going to be. And I think that it's just about, as Danley said, it's about talking, conversations, and some of them are going to be hard. And I'm sure there's people in here, and I know that as a commissioner, there was times when people that we were in meetings with really thought I was a really bad person. And, maybe I am, but I don't think so. I was there specifically to serve and help. And we don't get paid. And it wasn't political. It was because I grew up in Montana and I loved to hunt and fish. And I grew up with a lot of ranch kids, and they're some of my best friends. So trying to keep that triangle alive is really critical to our ability to solve a lot of these issues going forward. It's going to get harder as new people come in, and they're here, and we need to figure out a way to incorporate them.
Yeah, good points, Dan, and I agree. I think you pointed out something that's crucial here. The hunting heritage that you mentioned, Randy, and the values, we're in danger of losing those. In good measure because of demographics, not only the change in who's buying ranches, specifically ranchers that are endowed with good wildlife habitat, but demographics among hunters as we get more adult onset hunters who've not grown up with a hunting ethic. People are moving here. I was talking to a game warden a couple of years ago in our area. He said the most infractions he had that year were from first-time hunters because they didn't know. So that gets down to education and things like the Master Hunter Program, which One Montana is doing. Prime example, what you have put together and are working on in Ravalli County. Education, with proper education on hunting ethics, the needs of landowners, hunting skills are critical if a lot of these problems that come to the legislature are going to be forestalled. A lot of it can be solved again at the ground level, but it has to do with educating not only hunters who are late to this, but also landowners, to the extent that we get new landowners involved on the community responsibility that they honestly should have. But if we get that more cooperation on the ground level, I don't think we'd see as many bills come to the legislature.
I don't have anything to add. They
All
did a
right.
great job.
Okay, well, we've got 10 more minutes. Is there anyone in the audience who has something we've said that wants to stand up and say, hey, you missed this, or Newberg, you lost your mind? I get told that a lot. So. All right, we've got 2 more questions or comments. I'm going to try phrase them as a question. Oh, we've got all kinds of them. Are these actually phrased as a question? Marcus, do we have anything from the folks who are watching the live stream?
Give him the bar.
Oh, is that what this one is? All right, we're going to share the wealth here. Hopefully I can read this. When is it reasonable to force a non-traditional landowner to allow access, management of elk in areas that are over objective when their lack of access is impacting hunting and neighboring landowners who mean well?
Never.
There you go. Anyone differ with that? Nope.
If we accept that we value private property rights, we have to accept we can never force a landowner to open their gates or allow hunting.
That's why I think this is a valid, very helpful question, because shortcuts don't ever work. And if we hold that value that we've all stated, that respect for private property rights is there, whether this person wants to be part of the solution or isn't, it is never going to be acceptable to force access. I think, anyone have a different thought on that?
So the one thing I would say is just in the land, like the collaborative groups that I was a part of that were actually successful in coming up with solutions, it was really the situations where both the landowners and the sportsmen felt a sincere sense of responsibility to be part of the solution. And I think that when you look, and a lot of times it had to do with traditional landowners that had grown up in the community, they knew everything. There was a strong sense of community in that particular landowner or that group of landowners. And it is more challenging when you have folks that aren't necessarily part of the community to get them to be part of that conversation. And, I would agree. I don't think there is a point at which you can compel a landowner to open his gates or her gates or their gates to go onto a piece of property to hunt elk. But there are responsibilities of owning land, which I think are not so much about providing access, but sort of have more to do with minimizing the financial impact your management decisions have on your neighbors. And that's a very different conversation than allowing access. It's about being a good neighbor. And landowners need to be good neighbors with each other, just like sportsmen need to be good hunters, have good responsibility codes between them. And it's really a collaborative process that is always dragged down by certain people that don't play along, but super important to the solution.
That was easy. Glad we all agree on that one. This one I'm going to try to phrase it as the question. Does a state the size of Montana, with its diversity in habitats, with mostly public in the west, primarily private in the east, and the transition as you move one direction or the other, is it feasible to think we're going to accomplish a lot of these goals related to an asset we value like elk with a one-size-fits-all management approach?
I don't think it is, because I don't think one size does fit all. It's different season types and different hunting districts. It's, a lot of it again is determined by what's peculiar to that given area. And they differ. I mean, landowners, different numbers of people, number of hunters, amount of elk, type of terrain, how much public land there is. It's all different. So I think the solutions, again, it comes back to fashioning the fabric of the solution at the local level from the ground up, and then refinement comes as it works up through the chain.
I think you can have statewide programs that can be used locally, but I agree with what Scott says, that you need a toolbox full of a lot of different types of tools, probably some we haven't developed yet or thought about, but we need to keep working together to keep that toolbox filled with tools that can be used at the local level.
And I guess I would just say that I think it's the way I always looked at it was trying to make, kind of considering have as wide a road as possible, but have side rails on either side. And there were certain values that, landowners have or sportsmen have that are really somewhat intransigent, but trying to make the road in between those two sidelines as wide as possible to give you as many possible solutions to, be able, whether you're going to solve something down in Broadus, it's very different than what you might do in St. Regis. So it's a huge state, as we all know. And so having as many alternatives as possible on the table makes a lot of sense. There may be some that we aren't going to consider on either side. And I think we should, if you know that up front, that gives you a much better latitude and a much more likely conversation that's going to have a positive result.
To save time, I agree.
Danley, I hope you chair a committee up in the legislature. Well, this is our first panel. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for who are here watching online. Give a big round of applause for these 4 people. They did a lot of work here.
Okay, we're going to give you a break for 15 minutes, and the restrooms are straight back here. Please come back on time, and for the next panelists, if you could be up here ready to go at noon. Thanks.
be a school teacher. Well, this is our science panel, and as with our first panel, we're really fortunate to have some really qualified people. And your panel moderator is going to be Dr. Chris Servine, and I've known Chris well for the 20 years I've been in Montana. Worked with him very closely when I was the executive director for the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Foundation, raising money for all of our grizzly bear work, mostly up in the Kalispel country. But he was our grizzly bear coordinator, nationally known, just an expert on big carnivores, and someone that is at the university's an adjunct professor now. But he's an individual I've had a great deal of respect for a long time. And and then I shouldn't point out individuals because we've got some wonderful folks, but I want to also recognize Craig Jordanay, because Craig he's the person on the coalition that got all of these wonderful professionals together for us today. So anyway, I'll let you introduce your panel, Chris.
Well, thank you everybody for being here. I think you'll enjoy this. We're going to talk about science and elk and some other things as well. We'll use the same format that we did before, so that we will give the presentations and then we'll have questions at the end. And there will be circulating people there. You can write down your questions, hand those to me at the end. We have 15 minutes to answer questions. So our first speaker is Craig Jordanay. He's got a Bachelor of Science from Wildlife and a Master's in Wildlife from the University of Montana. He spent 33 years working for Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and he is now the hunt coordinator and big game researcher for the MPG Ranch, which is located south of Missoula, and he'll tell us about what they're doing on the MPG Ranch. Right.
Well, thank you, Chris, and please consider me the warm-up band for the main attraction over here on the right side of the screen. We're going to jump right into it. We've got about a 15-minute conversation here. So MPG Ranch, let's talk about how we handle hunting on the ranch and how it's evolved, and also the fact that the ranch is a major funder for a bunch of research that's occurred in the Upper Bitterroot. All that research was led by, that I was involved with, led by Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and specifically Dr. Kelly Prophet. So I want to be sure that you're aware of that. Whoops. Not used to this, excuse me. MPG, south of Missoula, about 17,000 acres. It's managed as a conservation and research ranch. It was formerly a stock growing operation and wheat operation. It's owned by a family out of Chicago, and they are non-hunters. And so it's unique that we have a situation here where we have free public hunting on lands owned by a non-resident that's a non-hunter. One of the things I would, sorry about that. This is touchy. One of the things I want to kind of go back to, and it's a theme that you've heard already, is that one of the reasons I joined the coalition is because I can remember and think about the cooperation and the collaboration and the spirit in which the work being done to restore big game populations in this state and how they occurred. It transcended political party, it transcended religion, economic status, those kind of things. And I hope that same spirit then can be brought into this effort here. One of the things that MPG Ranch was a direct benefit from, and George referred to it, but in 1912, the Stevensville Rod and Gun Club had a banquet, and they charged folks money to attend that banquet. Could very well have been the precursor to a lot of these fundraising banquets. They didn't earn enough money to have 2 freight cars go down to Gardner and bring back 100 elk, and they were released in the Sapphire Mountains. And today, our hunting program is probably hunting descendants of those elk at this time. And so we have a robust hunting. All of our elk hunting is chaperoned. And we have just a diverse bunch of hunters that do come. We entertain about 60 to 80 elk hunters a year and harvest between, we average about 40 to 45 elk. But one of the things in chaperoning hundreds of hunters now, there's some things that we felt important to bring up. And it's not a knock on the individuals themselves. It's just what we have found with bringing hunters out into the field is that you can read those bullet points, and I'll pick out 3 that we think most important. Is that the average hunter, the average hunter that we've seen on the ranch really lacks some basic skills, and they have no problem with trying to seek improvement on that. Also, firearm proficiency. A lot of the hunters we have not practiced off the bench in hunting type situations, and their shooting tends to fall apart in hunting scenarios. Also, the safety, we've had some really lacking of safety with some of the hunters with their handling of firearms. And also, maybe the most critical is that a lot of the hunters just don't simply understand their personal and their equipment limitations for their effective range. So because of that, we've had to develop kind of our hunting program through time. And so we now have a list of experienced hunters that when elk show up on the ranch, we can effect a harvest. And we're very bold to say these hunts are not recreation. The priority is a harvest. We're trying to manage this population best we can, although all the hunters do get recreation on top of it. But we also don't want the great unwashed hunters to just fall away from us. So the ranch has been very involved in trying to help raise the bar on those hunters that want to raise the bar. And so Ravalli County Fish and Wildlife Association, we're involved with a bidder at Next Level Hunter Camps. The ranch hosts it. And George explained a little bit about that. Also, One Montana with their Master Hunter program. 2 of the staff members on the ranch help teach classes for the Master Hunter program, and we've helped host things with the Master Hunter. I just finished up my Hunter Ed class last week that we teach and host on the ranch. One of the things in regard to hunting is, and I've become very keen on this lately, is reducing wounding loss. And that's been a priority for the ranch as we go. And one of the things that I think, just as a self-reflection thing, is as I go and ask landowners, a lot of these discussions have caused me to sit back and go, man, what do I offer that landowner as a hunter? What skills do I bring, for the gratitude, of being allowed permission to hunt? It's just my personal thing. So we're going to talk about wounding loss quickly, and I think a lot of hunters don't realize how significant wounding loss can be. And I'll be the first to say that in a lot of this research, there's some different 4 examples of that on the screen. It's even between archery and rifle hunting, and I think the common theme is that people want to blame archers, but that's not the case. One in particular, so these are all research projects that had radio collared elk, and they had a way of measuring the wounding loss based on hunting activities. The one in particular that's almost on the carnage level, right, is the North Sapphires, which MPG Ranch is located in. That was out of a sample size of about 20 bulls, so I don't want to mislead you with percentages, but in effect what that's saying is for every 10 bulls that were harvested, radio collared bulls, 5 went unrecovered. And so by wounding loss, I'm defining that as any action, hunting action that led to the death of that animal. So the wounding loss, it's not just, it's animals that literally die from being shot and unrecovered. And an example is this lower photograph here. You can see an arrow sticking out of that bull, lower bull there. We actually darted that bull. Dr. Kelly Prophet doctored him up, put a radio collar on him, removed the arrow, and he was harvested the next archery season. One of the things the ranch does is help sponsor a public opinion survey as part of the research that we do with the state and the University of Montana. And I just want to point out that all of us are engaged in elk hunting, and yet through this public opinion, only 1/3 of the hunters could identify their impact on a bull elk population that had over-the-counter license sales. The question was, how much bull elk mortality is due to hunting versus non-hunting? And only about 1/3 of the hunters could identify the correct answer. Chris. Okay, so some of the, Ken can respond to this way more than I can since he led this gravity range research, but here's an example of 56% of the 2.5-year-old bulls that were marked during his study were harvested within the first 8 days of the general hunting season. And we see a lot of check station data through these general over-the-counter license sales that about 50% of the bull harvest in a lot of these districts occurs within the first 10 days. And so with some of the research we've had on telemetry on radio-colored elk in the North Sapphires, we figure about a bull has about a 5% chance or lower of ever reaching 6 years old in that hunting district. And hunting often accounts for 60 to 80% of the mortality on bull elk in these over-the-counter districts. So we're going to jump to some of the nutrition work that was results of some of the research that we cooperated and funded with the state. Some work with Dr. Cook's, the John and Rachel Cook in the Pacific Northwest, they identified that a cow elk needs to average about 2.75 kilocalories per gram for every bite of forage that they consume on summer range. If they can achieve that, then all the life cycle systems are a go. So lactating and supporting pregnancy and being ready to breed again, get in good condition for breeding. When you begin to fall much below that, first thing to go is reproduction. And after that is reproduction and survival. So in some of our work, we actually went out and measured the forage quality of different plant communities in the North Sapphires. You can see that north-south dotted line, that's the 2.75 kilocalories per gram forage quality. And you can see how they rank out in these different, obviously, irrigated agriculture is on top, and that's no surprise. But if you're a cow elk trying to do all the life cycle things you need to do, as Scott said, you're searching out the highest forage quality you can find, and that's kind of a dance between nutrition and security. And so we built a map then from all that information, and this is the Bitterroot. So this is a forage quality map, and so the dark green is the highest forage quality in relation to elk forage, and the red offers them really nothing in the way of nutrition. And so it's a pretty good way of looking at the landscape as an elk might be choosing to use it. And the dark green, especially irregular shapes, are some of the agriculture in the valley bottom. So one of the things with all these capture operations they've been doing with a portable ultrasound is they're able to measure body fat on these captured cow elk. And from that, we can get percentages of body condition. It's a body condition essentially is how thick the body fat is on these different parts of the elk. And we know that after percent body fat falls below about 6%, the probability of them becoming pregnant drops like a rock. And so we have some inference there. So the west and east fork is the Bitterroot down at the bottom. The Ski Hill is south of Lolo, that elk herd, and the Sapphires in the yellow, and some other elk herds in southwest Montana. So take a look at, and this is about what you'd expect with a wild elk herd, but you're in the 90% pregnancy rate for cows. But when you look at the west fork of the Bitterroot, which had pretty low body condition index, they're almost calving every other year. And so that gives us a real insight as to the ability of that particular elk herd to absorb mortality, not only natural mortality, but as a hunter, you probably are not going to get much of an opportunity to harvest antlerless elk in the west fork of the Bitterroot. Coming into the home stretch, we also know that hunting pressure has an influence on elk distribution. And so this is work that, again, Ken led in the upper Madison, but this is a summation of all the radio collar locations for elk during the archery season between 2005 and 2006. The green is public land, the white is private land of the Madison Valley, and the gray boundary there is Yellowstone National Park. But you can see that 90% of the elk locations are on public land during the archery season. Let's move then to the beginning of a rifle season. And you can see the migration, which is not weather related at all, due to hunting pressure and the activity on public lands, that these elk are incredibly adept at feeling out predation pressure. probably one of the best of all big game animals, and that's what's causing some of these differentials in distribution. And then again, you lose more elk as the big game season continues, and much of the clogged elk concentration on the private land are either highly restricted or commercially outfitted. It's no knock on outfitting at all. It's just the reality of how elk were doing that. And then during the late season, a lot of those outfitted lands then opened up to antlerless hunting. And you can see, of course, the movement now is pretty much weather dependent or weather related, but what you see is a pretty even distribution of elk across the landscape now on the valley bottom because of the increased hunting pressure they had in moving elk around. My last slide is maybe some suggestions and that I alluded to earlier is practice like you play. We have a lot of hunters that had come to the ranch that were great off the bench, shooting off the bench, but you need to, they do not practice hunting type situations. And so we put on hunting or shooting classes on the ranch now for folks. And we intentionally get their heart rate up, get kind of maybe under a time constraint. And you can see how fast they fall apart because they don't practice that. So one of my suggestions is that as hunters, we do more than just shoot off the bench, that we actually get in some real hunting type situation scenarios. Second, the next level hunter camps or master hunter programs, I think, have an incredible niche moving forward. I think this is partly an answer to some of the access issues that we've been dealing with. I also think that more strategic hunting season structure and planning is a big deal. You know, consistent hunting season, that's consistent opening day is an elk's best friend. As you can see in the Madison, they can figure it out pretty quick. They can figure out where the refuges are real quick. And then address the disparity of hunting pressure between the private and public lands. We talk a lot about getting more access to private lands, which is important. But I think we need to probably address some of the intensive access we have on the public lands to try to make this work. Consider elk distribution as a trigger in this new elk plan. If situations warrant, maybe we do begin to talk more about and have in the plan movement toward antlerless elk seasons if those conditions warrant. And this isn't just a private landowner thing. I think we have state-owned wildlife management areas that are, because of the way they're hunted, are causing unnatural elk distributions on private land too. So this would apply to some of that as well. And then support landscape level habitat improvement on public lands. That's easier said than done, but I think that 50, 100, 200 acre kinds of habitat improvements don't even begin to touch kind of the nutritional and the habitat changes we need to affect more effective changes on public land to improve elk habitat. And finally, I agree with the other comments about leaving political ideologies at home. I think a lot of those lead toward contempt for other people and other groups, and I just don't think that has a part in trying to move this whole thing forward. So I thank you very much for your time.
Everybody wait.
Shoot, what the heck?
Oh yeah, that's all that. Lindsay, how's this work? Yep. I think it's one of those paid. It's one of these up here, like that one. Oh, Marcus,
can handle the elk thing, it's the computer stuff.
Oh, wait, go to the first one. Go to the first one and hit that first.
Okay. Well, our next speaker is John Horn. John is a computer specialist, obviously, better than me. Along with Marcus, thank God for Marcus. John got his undergraduate degree in wildlife science from North Carolina State, his master's from Texas A&M at Kingsville, and his PhD from the University of Idaho in Moscow. He's a senior research biologist with Idaho Fish and Game, studying deer and elk population dynamics, and as well as better ways to monitor Idaho's wildlife. And John's going to talk to us about elk and wolves, and he has determined through all of his work that elk do not eat wolves.
I had a whole bunch of slides to back that up. But yeah, the nutrition problem for elk can't be solved with wolves. Okay, thanks for having me. When people ask me what I do, I have to admit, a lot of times I convert complex ecological problems, super mathy probability models, program them in R, and write manuscripts. And it's like they're hearing blah, 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 blah. And that is really what I do a lot of. I developed those skills when I was doing my PhD. But I get outside a lot. I hunt elk, I fish for cutthroat trout. I think about things all the time. And I think that's what's made me somewhat successful as a researcher, is I understand both of those worlds. I really do get what's going on outside. But then I have this kind of, it's a blessing and a curse, ability to translate that stuff and turn it into somewhat decent science. Let's see, this is weird. All right, so just for the talk, I'm actually going to talk a little bit about what is wildlife science. This is our science panel, and I think even us as scientists need to remind ourselves from time to time, like, what are we really doing out there? What is science? So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And then if there's time, I'll talk a little bit about an elk survival study and this work I did on predator pits, which was kind of interesting. Okay, so we're all hearing about science more and more these days, especially with COVID. It was like, trust the science. The science will tell you what to do, right? You heard that all the time. But then you started listening, and even with something as simple as like, take the vaccine. Some people were saying, trust the science, you got to take the vaccine. Other people were saying, trust the science, don't take the vaccine, right? So it's really come under this sort of critical eye science has. And honestly, there's probably the biggest distrust in scientists that there's been in quite a while here recently. So I'm going to just talk a little bit about this. This was a quote I found online. Happened a long time ago, but I think it's really important for us. And that is just to be skeptical, doubt, have some doubt in there, especially if you agree with what you're reading or looking at. Then you really need to start being even more skeptical, more doubtful, okay? Because that's where our biases are. Okay, why should we be cautious? Really three things. One, ecology is messy. I'll get into an example, you'll get it. You probably know it already. Right? We'll talk a little bit about how ecology is messy. Science is tentative. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't give you a hard, fast answer. Almost never does it give you a hard yes or no answer that's there forever. And then lastly, bias does creep into science. And I'll talk a little bit about that. We have to be guarded for potential bias in science. Okay, so ecology is messy. What is ecology? Talking about elk, but elk are part of this ecological system. One of it's habitat. Habitat, we can start with that. Even if we had a simple system of just elk and habitat, nothing else going on. Well, these things change. Elk populations change, things happen to the habitat. Have fires, regrowth, landscape level changes, bad winters, good dry summers, wet summers, all of this stuff goes on. So it's already getting complex if we just look at these two things. If you add a predator in there, well, wolves affect elk and then elk affect their habitat. So you're already starting to see some connections here where it could get complex. We don't just have elk and wolves. We have other ungulates out there. We have moose and deer. Wolves affect those. They affect each other. You're starting to see all of these lines where things can get complicated in a system. You mess with one of these things, it has repercussions on everything else. But we're not done yet. We have more predators. We have mountain lions and bears. You get the point here. And I haven't even put the one thing on here that's probably the biggest influence on the system. That's us. Those people are out there. So you put all of that in there. It's a messy system, and trying to disentangle all of this and figure out what would happen if I did change the habitat in one way, or if I change the predator in one way. It gets tough. So how does science work? Well, this was a pretty good analogy, spitballs and super tankers. So think of a question, a research question as a super tanker. And you can go one way or the other, yes or no. Do I take the vaccine or not? Yes or no? Well, the analogy is each research or each study is like shooting a spitball at that tanker, and you're trying to get it to move. So any one research or any one study is one of these spitballs being spit at this super tanker, trying to get it to decide yes or no. That's sort of an analogy of how it takes a while for science to work. It takes a lot of consensus on multiple studies before we really settle on the answer to a question. You get more spitballs, and then of course we got some spitballs are bigger than others. Some studies are actually more impactful on these questions than others. Okay, just some examples of what we would consider a small spitball, and it's a study that was local here. It's a good study, but what I'm saying is that it's a small study area, and it looked at 3 years. So when you have a really complex system, you have a small study area, and just for 3 years, you're going to describe what happened in that study area during those 3 years, but it's really hard to draw any big conclusions on any great grand ecological question from this small local study. We need lots of these kind of studies to start to understand it. There are other studies that are larger in scope. They may cover the Northwest, the Western US, and go on for decades. These are those bazooka spitballs. These are the studies that really carry quite a bit of weight in themselves. Okay, so science has some issues. Sometimes those people shooting spitballs want that super tanker to go a certain direction. So you'll have a lot more studies that are trying to get it to go a certain way. You have to sort of be careful of those things. But don't abandon science. There's not a really good alternative. It's kind of the best we have for objective information. But do be skeptical. No conclusion should rely on one or a few studies. Don't read one study and then be like, oh, yep, that's the answer. You have to do your homework. It's tough. If you don't have time for it, just find somebody in the business who does it a lot, who can do it for you, who can do the homework, trust it. Be wary of potential biases, and then again, just be patient. Ecology takes time for patterns to emerge, and science is slow to progress. Lastly, we always have to keep this in mind. Science should not tell you what to manage for. That's a question for society. That's a question for groups like this. Science can help with how to achieve those goals. Okay, so I will talk a little bit about an elk survival study that I was part of, looking at sort of what influences mortality rates of elk in Idaho. Our approach here was to go big or go home. We had about over 1,000 cows collared, about 1,000 6-month-old calves. Whole bunch of wolves were collared for this study. We broke the state up into 29 different elk populations. The study took like 12 years. So this is a pretty mid-sized spitball that we were trying to get a hold of this question about the fate of elk in Idaho. And just in general, one of the things that we found were that mountain lions. This was a study prompted by, it was early on in the wolf sort of debate, and it was really prompted by what the heck are wolves doing to our elk. But we did find that mountain lions killed just as many of our 6-month-old calves. We actually looked at preference, like which calves were actually dying, and wolves preferred smaller calves, so they were eating the smaller ones that were on the landscape. Mountain lions could care less. Whatever went in front of them, they ate it. And then for each of these collared calves, we measured things like the local pack size. How big was the wolf pack that was in the area where this thing was living? Mean snow depth and the size of the calf. See what sort of influenced their mortality rate. If you look at snow, as snow depths went from shallow to deep, the mortality rate went from 36% up to 50%. It increased like 14% just based on winter conditions. What about wolf pack size? If there was an average, if pack size averaged about 3 wolves in the area, the mortality rate was 28%. Went up to about 50% as the pack got quite a bit bigger. So it increased by like 20% as you went from an area with small packs to an area with large pack size. Then we look at calf size. If you're a big calf, about 18% chance of dying. If you're a small calf, like 2 out of 3 small calves die. Increase of 50% just based on how big you are going into the winter. That was the biggest driver of what influenced a calf, whether a calf lived or died through the winter. It's how big it was. So you say, okay, small calves die. Well, what's the deal? Calf size can be influenced by birth date. Later calves are smaller going into later birth dates are smaller. Also can be influenced by cow nutrition. There's different mechanisms for that we'll talk about. There's time. How am I doing on time, by the way? If I'm 15 minutes, I'm good. What? How much time? 4 or 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, what's a predator pit? First of all, what exactly is it? Well, don't Google it. You get like, how many you get? 4 million? Yeah, 4 million people have an opinion on what a predator pit is. Okay, so I'll tell you a little bit about, just so we're on the same page, of what we as scientists in the business sort of consider a predator pit. And to get this, we have to talk a little bit about carrying capacity. What's carrying capacity for an elk? Well, on this plot, the growth rate over there on that y-axis, if it's above 0, it means the elk population is growing, getting bigger. If it's on the if the y-axis is below 0, it means the population is declining. So if you don't have very many elk out there, got great habitat, Shangri-La, you've got a positive growth rate, the elk population is going to get bigger. If you go on to the other side, if you get too many elk out there, they sort of eat everybody out of house and home, population decline. So you get this sort of sweet spot that we call the carrying capacity. You get above that, population declines back to it. Get below it, grows up to it. So if we add predation into this plot of how these dynamics work, we get a little bit of a funky curve, and that's due to the mechanisms of predation. And so this is, okay, so wait. This is not a predator pit simply because the population sort of stabilizes at a smaller population due to predation. Just because the population is smaller with predation, that's not what we really consider a predator pit. What we consider a predator pit is when the growth curve does this really funky stuff. I'm going to go quickly through it. This over here on the right is what I just showed you. That's like the carrying capacity where it sort of stabilizes. But we've also got this stuff down here on the left where you can have a population decline and increase to this other stable point. So you have two places where this population can hang out. One at a small population, one at a larger one. If you can get it up there onto that right side, we're done. Then that's where we want to be. You can get it out of the predator. Okay, I will stop there. And now that we know what predator is. Okay.
Let's see if we can get this to run here.
Should we just get Marcus?
Well, yeah. It'll take all of us to get this damn computer to work here, okay? We have lost the arrow on the screen. I'm not sure where it is. There it is, but we can't see it over here. So. Bill Gates of the Montana Wildlife Federation is right here. We can't find the mouse. The mouse went away. The mouse was predated upon, I think, by some of the predators in the computer. Oh, Marcus is doing that. I'll introduce Brent. Brent is a Montana native. He attended Carroll College in Helena and received his bachelor's degree there. He got his veterinary degree in, I don't know where it is here. Where did you get your Washington State, one of the good places. And most of his work, he works at the Rocky Mountain Lab right now. Most of his work is focused on prion diseases, including chronic wasting disease and the risk it may pose to humans. And so that's what Brenda's going to talk to us now about. And you do have a here. Okay.
Thank you, Chris. I want to thank the Elk Coalition for inviting me, particularly Craig talked me into this. I typically talk to a group of scientists and show a lot of data slides. So this was a treat because I got to change out a lot of those slides for nice pictures of elk and other animals. So hopefully it'll be entertaining, even if the CWD part isn't super depressing. So a little history on CWD. It's a relatively new disease. As he mentioned, it's a prion disease, causes neurodegeneration in deer, elk, moose, other cervids. Late 1960s, it was recognized in Colorado, shortly after that in Wyoming, originally in research facilities in those areas, and later on in wild populations. Definitely spread by two main means. Humans can spread this disease, and I don't misinterpret that. I mean down highways. And early on, we had game farming that was rampant in areas and research facilities. And before they realized what a threat CWD was, there was a lot of transportation to other captive facilities. If you can see the red and yellow on this map, these are all captive facilities that have CWD positive cases. If I showed you the map from many years ago, there was much less. But the other theme that you can see is the wild populations are shaded in light gray here. They almost always correspond with where likely we started with captive facilities moving this around. So that was a big oops with animal transport. Hopefully we can minimize that in the future, and definitely regulations are in place. The other means of transmission is definitely environmental and through direct contact. Deer are very poor at social distancing. If you put them on the landscape, they will find each other. Elk are just about as bad. So closer to home, here we are in Montana, and I have to thank Fish, Wildlife, and Parks that actually keeps us up to date really well. This is their testing data. And you can see the dark orange dots are what we're concerned about. And not surprisingly, we have CWD on our northern and southern borders. We had it in Canada and Wyoming, so it likely moved in from natural movement of animals. Then you see these foci where we've got Libby, we have down here in southwest Montana. If you ask me what I thought happened there, I'd say it was probably a transportation of an infected carcass that got dumped. It does not take much of this material to transmit, and it is highly transmissible. So definitely probably two modes of transport of agent into Montana was natural and artificial by animal movement of, in this case, dead carcasses, not live. All right, gonna give you some bad news. This is the depressing slide. 100% fatal, highly transmissible. If anyone's into the metric system, you can read that. 100 nanograms of material is sufficient to be infectious. That's not a lot of material. The bad news is once CWD becomes high in a specific area, we're talking 10 to 30, maybe even higher percentage of infection rates. You will see decline in those populations. There's some published work, not from anything I did, but in Wyoming and certainly other areas where they've had CWD on the landscape for longer term at higher prevalences, they're seeing decreases in elk in Rocky Mountain National Park and Wind Cave. They're seeing declines in populations that they believe are strongly caused by CWD and not other variables. Really hard to pin it on one variable. As you said, things are messy. John was right. It's hard to really pin the variable, but they think they've got some reason to believe CWD is decreasing the populations. Major issues with CWD. There's no viable way to get rid of it. It persists in the environment for years. We know CWD can be many years. We know sheep scrapie, which is another prion disease, can persist at least 16 years in the soils. So once it's on the landscape, it's probably never leaving. That's why it's so important not to move it to new areas artificially if we can help it. Definitely no cure, no vaccine. There's some biologically sound management practices that are being proposed and used by some states. Unfortunately, some of those are resisted by the public. So we have to, that's part of science where skepticism comes into play. Oops. Sorry about that. He's right, that was touchy, but this is an important slide. So my primary work deals with transmission barriers for CWD transmission. And we know that CWD infects deer and elk, but what else will it infect? Little history here, sheep scrapie has been around for at least 2 centuries, and people have been exposed to sheep scrapie many times. We don't think there was any transmission. Different case for mad cow disease in Great Britain, not too many decades ago. Several million people were exposed to mad cow infected beef, and 230 of those folks developed prion disease as a result. So it was what I would consider a low attack rate, but it was real and they died. CWD, of course, can be a concern for transmission to our pets. Livestock industry is concerned, will it get our cattle, will it get our sheep? These are major concerns. And so I'll show you some results from other labs mixed on those answers. And then the question I focus on is whether CWD will infect humans. I'll show you some of our summary data. So really quick through some of these pets and livestock species. Will it infect canines? No, it will not. Also, that includes studies done in coyotes will not infect, domestic dogs won't infect, and likely will not infect wolves. Cats, one study where they really pushed the envelope and directly inoculated the brain of a cat with CWD, they got transmission. In a normal scenario, it doesn't appear that cats are going to be very susceptible. There's some work done with mountain lions from Colorado where they fed CWD to mountain lions for over 15 years. There was only 3 lions in that study, but they basically ate CWD for 15 years and never contracted the disease. We collaborated with them near the end of that study, and they actually gave us some fecal material from those lions, and we basically knew the input amount of CWD, and we tested for the output and showed that although the lion's not susceptible to it, they eliminated 95% of the prions before they passaged what was left in their feces. Horses, not likely to ever get CWD. Cattle, there's not a lot of studies out there, but the ones that I think are well done, where they basically had cattle using environmental areas for over 10 years, where they had a high incidence of CWD, have not contracted any prion disease. Sheep is a little more of a mixed question. If you put the material in directly into the brain, they can get sick. Most of the studies done with oral exposure show a low attack rate, but it's not 0. And there's some data that the USDA, for whatever reason, hasn't brought forward that shows it might be a little more transmissible even yet. Pigs, same deal, mixed results on those. It's a low attack rate, but if you feed it directly to them or you inject them directly in the brain, they can contract CWD. All right, who do we really care about though? Our little guys, right? Our next generation hunters. That's my daughter with her first buck. We don't want to be feeding material to her that can cause her a prion disease. So what methods are being used to look at this? 3-pronged approach: human epidemiology, bench studies, and animal models. Briefly, the epidemiologic studies are basically looking for an increase in prion disease in humans that are consuming CWD or in an odd population of humans that would not be typical of prion disease. Most prion disease in humans occurs in very old individuals. If we start seeing folks in their 20s, 30s, 40s developing prion diseases, that would be a major red flag for chronic wasting disease transmission. And they're not seeing that. They're looking hard. There's a prion surveillance unit in Case Western University, and then the CDC works with them, and they're not reporting any increases. These benchtop studies, I'm not going to talk in detail on any of those, but basically they're trying to take chronic wasting disease, mix it with human prions, and see if they can push those human prions to misfold like chronic wasting disease. Those are, if they push the envelope hard enough, we get a little bit of conversion. But again, this is a benchtop assay, only the prions mixed, not essentially 100% reliable, but a small spitball, I'll call it. And then the animal modeling, and that's typically what I've been involved with. And lots of other groups have as well. At our lab in Hamilton at Rocky Mountain Labs, we use 3 different animal models: squirrel monkeys, cynomolgus macaques, and our genetically engineered mice. I've summarized a lot of work into just 3 lines here. But essentially, the squirrel monkeys were 100% susceptible to chronic wasting disease. That was by direct inoculation into the brain or feeding them, were both sufficient. Squirrel monkeys were expected to get sick. Essentially, if you look at them with a prion disease, they'll get it. So we weren't surprised by this outcome. Cynomolgus macaques are a better model for human transmission. They're closer genetically to us, and they get the same cohort of prion diseases that humans are susceptible to. So that was our better animal model. We had some of those animals on study for over 13 years, and we never were able to document any evidence of transmission of CWD to those monkeys. That was by both oral challenge and some direct inoculation into the brain. When you put something directly in the brain as a prion disease, you're really pushing the envelope, and we still weren't able to get transmission. So these genetically engineered mice are really my favorite model to talk about. And we're able to take essentially the gene that expresses human prion protein, introduce that into mice, and those little mice become like a human as far as prion transmission goes. And the beauty of those is they've got human prion protein, and we can test a lot of them. We've tested chronic wasting disease from a lot of different sources, and we've tested over 100 mice. And to date, we still don't have any evidence for transmission to any of our humanized mice. I should say 6 other independent laboratories have made similar mice, not with the same construct we use, and they got the same result, no transmission. So that's really good news for humans. Unfortunately, CWD remains a terrible wildlife disease. So currently I'm working on characterizing more CWD strains, reason we're concerned about this is not every prion strain is going to potentially be the same as far as the zoonotic risk to other species. Testing material from northeast Montana, southwest or southeast Montana, Libby, Fish Wildlife Parks have been very nice. I've got material from Wyoming, Texas, the Dakotas. I'm taking a look at all those. And then we were also trying to develop more sensitive diagnostic tests for better areas. Thanks, Chris. So I guess I'll leave you guys with some recommendations as you move forward for your new management plan. My number one point would be to prevent additional spread. This is really the only answer for CWD, is just don't let it come in. And I wrote follow regulations, but you know, if we can convince our peers, our other hunters, that we don't need CWD moved and that it's really important not to dump carcasses, that would be really critical. And manage the CWD positive herds. I wrote targeted harvest. That's going to be critical. More so on some of the deer populations, but we'll, I must have missed some slides when I clicked one. Oh, well, anyway, definitely want to avoid the overcrowding. You know, this is a great scenario if you've got a tree stand above this water trough, but it's not such, which I do, but it's not a great scenario if you're trying to minimize transmission of any sort of disease. And of course, I'd be, you know, negligent if I didn't say still remain cautious as far as consuming CWD positive animals. We're still early in the game as far as prion diseases go. Have your deer, elk, and moose tested, and do not consume them if they're positive. You know, our studies, I think John said the best word, science is spitballs. We haven't got enough N number or people exposed yet to really know if this is going to transmit. So be careful out there. Lots of people were involved, and I guess you can write down questions. I will stay and drink beer later on so that I'll be available if you've got more questions. Thanks.
Well, that was pretty sobering. Yikes. Bill Gates is on his way up here, I see, so that's good.
Just gonna make a plug real quick. Come get a beer with us tonight from 6 to 9. Brent's already got one staked out apparently, but we definitely want you to come back for that.
So our last speaker of the day is Ken Hamlin. Ken is Fish, Wildlife, and Parks biologist, a research biologist from 1974 to 2008. He's already been referenced here multiple times for a lot of the studies that have been shown. He got his master's at Montana State and his bachelor's at Montana State as well. He's been retired for a while, since 2008, and presently he's writing a lot of articles about Montana history, in addition to all the stuff that he's going to tell you about that he did on elk. So, Ken.
Starting with Pat BioEarth up through this current panel, they've already given my talk, so if you want to start the questions now, Chris. First, I'm going to have a full disclosure in place. I sound kind of preachy or holier than now later. I made my living off elk. I got dollars from elk. They paid my salary. They bought my house, my vehicles, my food, my insurance, my pension. So if I'm criticizing other people for making money, I did the same thing myself. And I had tremendous experiences flying and observing things that a lot of people never get to see. Here, for example, capturing elk and radio calling, that any outfitters in the audience, if they could sell that experience, they'd make thousands of dollars a day. So I benefited personally from elk. I want to talk a little bit about Craig Jordan, who got me into this problem here. In the Madison, you mentioned some of the studies there, but he was involved there too later on. And
a young lady in the audience, and her future husband were capturing elk there, and it got dark as we were ending, and we had an elk that was only bull elk, a mean bull elk that was only partially under still, and he was heading toward the highway where he could end up getting there and killing somebody in an accident. So we had to do something about it. Everything had went home. We only had a lasso behind the seat of the lady and some reversal drug. We successfully captured that bull and got him heading to the hills instead of the highway. After I retired, Craig moved to the Bitterroot, and then he retired, and he was interviewed in the Missoulian. And somebody called me and said, "You better look at the Missoulian newspaper." Craig had mentioned my name, and he said, "I've never seen an old man move so fast." So Craig, you're older than I was then. What do you think about the old man? Okay, I'm going to talk about all these people that are all involved somewhere. All you people are here, most of you, but you've all been involved in elk in a positive and negative sometimes way. A little bit on history. This is the elk bar in Ovando, about 1910. A proud, successful group of hunters. There are all cows there too. About this same time, the first transplant in Montana occurred to Fleecer Mountain. And that transplant also involved ranchers using their trucks to help transplant the elk, and that happened in numerous places across the state. The ranchers were involved, along with rod and gun clubs, in these early transfers. There's the elk distribution in Montana in 1940. You can see that the Bob Marshall, Flathead, Sun River, the Gallatin, and the Northern Yellowstone were the main elk herds in 1940. The others were just scattered, few elk, and some transplanted populations. There's that 1946-47 hunting season. The green is elk, the red is deer. So 1946-47, that's the only places you could hunt elk. The crosshatched areas were only every other year. The other areas, there's a couple that were season long, but a lot of them were 2-day and 1-week seasons. There's a distribution of elk today. I would call that a success, although I'm sure there's some traditional ranchers that might think it's too big of a success. But the point is, elk restoration has been successful. This is harvest of elk from about 1962 to 2021. I got my first job working with deer. Well, there was a big deer crash in the early 70s. The department had to go from either sex, sometimes 2 deer either sex, and the legislature basically made them go to bucks only. About the same time, we cut back the hunting on cow elk. So you see that low point in the early 70s through about 1983. That's when hunting on both antlerless deer and antlerless elk was cut way back. You'll notice in the black, the bull harvest starting to revive. After that, there's a lot more cows surviving and producing calves, and at least they produce spike bulls, which were harvested. Harvest reached a peak there in the early 90s, and people, hunters were quite happy, but now they weren't satisfied with just getting an elk or even getting a spike. They wanted bigger bulls. You can see this is a sensitive thing. Okay, anyway. Hunters starting in the mid 80s were no longer satisfied with getting an elk. They wanted bigger bulls, and I started having to make reports and talked to the commission about big bulls and big bucks. But if we go back, just one point you can look at there from about the 1990s to today, we've kind of reached a plateau if you considered weather, and the hunting and harvest hasn't changed that much. This is hunter success statewide. You see there's actually a decline from the 50s down through the 70s, and then an increase after elk population started increasing to the 90s. And given weather, winter hunting weather, again, fluctuating about the same level. Now, one thing I want to actually throw a little science in here. I noticed in the web page, the group was saying that Montana had a lot lower success rate than some other states. While you're comparing apples and oranges there, that's not a real valid comparison. If Montana wanted to change the denominator in the equation, in other words, reduce hunters, we could be about the same or higher than other states. That's one thing that's important to you. I know just one representation of the importance of access. This is elk management units status under or over objective compared to percent of public land in the elk management unit. Basically, as the elk management unit had very little public land, they were above objective, and as there was more public land, they tended to be under objective. Another way of looking at this is the percent elk unavailable to hunters. This was a statistic described by the biologist in charge of the EMU. The fewer elk that were unavailable, the populations tended to be under objective. As you went higher, where more elk were unavailable to hunters, the populations were over objective. So that's one of the ways you can express access being important. I'm going to do a quick summary of the research, not give you all the AIC values and all that kind of stuff. But these are factors affecting elk survival. Predators, the wild type. These four critters here are important in elk survival. I think Craig actually took that grizzly bear one when him and I were counting elk in the Gallatin. There's the other variable, predators human. Got to remember, we hunters are predators too. They have a big impact on elk survival. Other things affecting elk survival, and a lot of this has been gone over, is habitat, the summer forage quality. That's a period of positive energy balance when they're putting on fat to survive the winter. The winter weather, that's usually a negative energy balance period, so that how severe the winter is affects how quickly the fat is lost. Security habitat from both wild and human predators affects elk survival. Variables affecting elk movements, again, both kinds of predators, the habitat, the forage, including agricultural habitat in the area, security, including landowner refuges, and the weather, both seasonal and daily, all affect the movements. Now, some of the old studies showed these very same things, but the more recent studies are much more scientifically rigorous, and they show basically these same factors are the main things affecting elk. And it's whether this science can help us do things. It's somewhat limited in areas where the populations are under objective and it's public land and there's multiple predators. Research in both Montana and Idaho has shown that some predator control can increase elk survival, increase elk populations. And also in some of these areas, habitat manipulation may be a place where science can help. Now I'm going to talk about the real science. Whoops. Social and political science. This slide is kind of depicting where I see we're at now, the biologists and the hunters trying to accomplish something relative to elk. We've had all kinds of things that a lot of you people in the room here have participated in and got going that have been positive things. The working groups, block management, hunter ethics things, the advisory councils. Since 1986, we've had all kinds of symposiums and things on this. I know I worked in the Big Bucks, Big Bulls. Terry Launer and I gave a talk, Who Owns the Wildlife, Who Owns the Stars? It's about ownership of elk. Elk Vulnerability Symposium, the 2005 Elk Plan, 2008 Symposium, and now this one. And we're all continuously coming up to the same conclusions. One problem with these working groups that have worked fairly well in some local areas is that there's people that aren't in there. And down at the bottom, you can see a lot of committees. We don't have the amenity owners and the hunting owners in these groups. We also don't have real estate developers, brokers, and agents and county commissioners in there. This is a big topic that a lot of people think is really important. But one thing, this is another Craig Jordan A photo. One thing I think you need to think of, something that's probably as big or going to be bigger, is a housing development that's going on all over around here, the Madison, the Paradise Valley, Missoula, the Bitterroot, and so on. These are called in papers and bureaucratically elk out of administrative control. You know, for safety and whatever, basically they're out of control, controlling the population. This is quickly, us city people have all kind of, there's property rights, which I agree with, but we also have property responsibilities. I have to trim my branches on the tree, the city plants, to 7 foot so people don't hit their head when they're walking on the sidewalk. I got to shovel my snow within 48 hours. I have to do a whole bunch of list of things, including my animals I have to control. So there are property responsibilities that we need to think about. And I think I'm going to end it by reiterating what a number of speakers have said all along. You need to have friends in both political parties, not only to get good legislation passed, but just as importantly, to kill bad legislation. So some individuals and groups have got too public with their support of one party or another, and you need friends in both parties. And I think wildlife is an area where both parties can support Montana wildlife. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Tim. All right, we have several questions here. I'll note that after this, we go to lunch, so we've got a little bit of time. We've got 3 questions. We'll try to answer or get answers for all of them. First question is there merit in season breaks like waterfowl seasons? To have these for elk to help move animals out of private land sanctuaries and back onto private, onto public hunter access ground. So does anybody want to answer that? The idea of season breaks to maybe allow the elk to redistribute themselves?
Well, I'm 14 years out of being involved in that kind of thing. I think there's merit in looking at everything. The things that I've been involved with since '86 in this area, we've looked at, including the elk plan, we've looked at a lot of things, but a lot of things that have been looked at, people in this room have kiboshed, and that's the way it is. That's your right, and maybe you should have kiboshed some of them, but look at them all. But some things politically, possible solutions will never see the light of day.
I agree, and I would consider Ken more of an expert, but I would agree. And I think the thing that we've learned is you have to attack this from a community level too. That anytime an elk can find refuge, no matter how small it seems to be, it becomes a really big issue when it comes to trying to manage a particular elk herd. So I know we've had discussion with other people about, hey, this really needs to, as neighbors, and I think we've kind of referred to that as have to work together in some of these watershed type situations to be able to address this. And I think, having multiple opening days or crafting seasons that keep the elk guessing is really a big deal, and I think would be more effective. It's my opinion.
Good. Okay, the next question.
I will say it is pretty, it's okay. Oh, it is pretty amazing how both elk and deer know when hunting season starts. Like they almost like have it on their calendar and can move to the area where they're like, okay, it's time to go. They're going to be showing up. Take off. So yeah.
Okay, our next question is, with the increased skepticism of science among the general public, how well do you feel the public understands your work? As professionals, do you feel you could do more to increase public understanding of your work? And what can the public do to better understand complex science? Well, there's some serious questions.
Was a well-written question. I don't know that I have a well-spoken answer. We can do the best science that we can put forward and publish our results and publish those results in peer-reviewed journals that are respected by the scientific community, and folks familiar with the scientific process will respect those publications over others. And, we as scientists, we need to be skeptical of our own work. We need to do the best work possible. And hopefully through that process, people will become more trusting of science again.
My experience has been, and it's been kind of frustrating, is that when you come out with a paper or do science and the results come out, various groups like and defend parts of your results and don't like the other parts, and then the other kind of groups like the other result. So it's frustrating for scientists to see that. Quickly, I want to use this slide. I didn't hear it because it answers some of your questions, what you were just talking about. This is the same Madison area that Craig showed slides on. This is one elk, but elk travel in groups. The black is the summer and early fall distributions of this elk. The yellow on private land is hunting season distribution and early winter. The last couple days of this elk are in blue. This blue dot right here is 10:30 at night before the late season started on this area. So this is anecdotal, but we also have more rigorous research that shows the same thing. And this is a Wall Creek Wildlife Management Area. This ended up being a public refuge, which was an unintended consequence. Just kind of shows if you manage too small, you may end up with even public refuges rather than private land refuges.
I harken back to the public opinion survey slide I showed where, I mentioned that about a third of the hunters really understood their impact on bull elk. And the first thought I had was, man, we're not communicating some of the research and the results and the things very well. It's not the fault of all the other hunters that may have guessed wrong. I felt like it's maybe on our shoulders to be better communicators about what's going on. And wounding loss is another example of, I think it's kind of been under a blanket because it's a tough issue with hunting and anti-hunting and all those things. But I think we just have to begin to communicate those better, and it just raises the bar on everything, I think.
So I've heard this now for personally for 20 years. You guys have heard it too. You got to communicate your science better to the public. You can't just publish it in manuscripts. You know what? I'm tired of hearing it. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm not that good. I can write manuscripts and then I'm done writing. I got to get on and do something else. So I'm just saying, I'm just going to say right now that it's probably time when we stop trashing ourselves and saying we have to be better public communicators. We're scientists. We're already bad at it. We don't like this very much. And so what I'm saying is, like every group, universities, game agencies, groups like this freaking get somebody who can translate the science for us to the public. I think that's worth, I think we got to stop putting it on ourselves.
Well,
I'm just,
Ken and I agree that you're underselling yourself. You're a pretty good communicator.
anyway, that's my thoughts on that, is that yes, we are horrible at communicating research to the public. We should do better. We have it even in iFishing Game. We're supposed to be putting out these web pages and updating our site so that the public can understand what we're doing. And we don't do it. We can't. Okay.
Yeah, I find that, you know, that in general, people are skeptical of stuff that they don't believe in anyway. And if they hear science that they agree with, they think it's wonderful. But the stuff they don't agree with, they say the damn scientists aren't communicating it very well. So the last question here, it says elk are tough even when wounded. How much do you think access to the wounded elk plays in wounding loss? Such as you can't cross over property boundaries to get a dead elk or wounded elk. And finally, does MPG allow public hunters to recover wounded elk that cross onto MPG land?
That's a great question. And I would say that it does influence wounding loss, I think, when it crosses boundaries. Part of the issue that we have as a landowner is that we have tree stands set up 10 yards away from our boundary, right? And as a staff, we have to have this conversation about the ethics of that, knowing that an animal is moving from open ground onto ground that you need permission to hunt. Do we continue to allow access to wounded animals that way? And I think we've had to take a hard line to say no. We've had to say no a couple times to kind of help prevent some of that, what we feel is kind of unethical hunting. Certainly it's public land. You have the right to hunt there, but you also have to realize that, hey, especially archery hunting, that animals may travel more than 10 yards. And so that's one of the issues. But yeah, some of the other wounding losses with the telemetry equipped elk were definitely boundary things, and crossed the boundary where they didn't have permission or couldn't gain permission to do it.
Okay, and I got another question here, and that is, it's more of a comment, and that the comment is that scientific papers have to be translated from scientificese into English. I did that for 35 years in my 7th grade science class. And
That's essential.
that's true. You know, many times we count on journalists to do that. It's highly risky, but you talk to a journalist about what you're doing and you hope they translate it properly. And sometimes it comes out okay, and public reads it in the newspaper and says, yeah, that was some neat stuff, you know. And sometimes it's like, oh, I didn't say that. So, you know, waiting for the translator to get it right is sometimes risky. But, you know, the challenge that we have as scientists is getting information out to the public. We're really good at getting information to other scientists. And, you know, AIC values and all this kind of thing. I bet nobody in this room knows what AIC values except the guys on this front desk up here. But, you know, you go to a journal these days and, you know, the amount of statistics and stuff in scientific journals is thick. You've got to be a mathematician. And trying to translate that into public policy and understanding is the greatest challenge we have, is all the good science that's out there, getting people to understand it. I want to congratulate our 4 speakers today in doing a really good job at this very thing, trying to take the complexities of what they've done and translate it into understanding for you folks there in the audience. And I see a question in the back. Is that right? You have a question, Barb? Can we answer that question? Okay, one question. Go ahead.
With CWD and the propensities of harvest, over-harvest and wiping animals out of the area, are we running the risk of killing golden deer, golden elk in the U.S.?
So his question was basically the over-harvest in an area with CWD. Do we risk taking out the golden deer or elk? And what I believe he's alluding to is accurate, that I missed a couple slides because of that darn computer, but I had a slide talking about these golden animals, and what he's referring to is there is some genetic differences among deer and elk where there are subpopulations that are more resistant to CWD. And those animals tend to live longer, and some are not fully resistant, but they really just don't get the disease as to the prevalence that the others do. And the models show that if we can, bolster those populations, we may have viable populations with CWD 50 to 100 years down the road. Confinement operations are already taking advantage of that situation and breeding for these genes that are basically protective against CWD. The overharvest question is a tough one for me because we know that if prevalence gets too high, we will lose population numbers. I might punt that more to an ecologist to run those numbers. I do worry about the same thing. If they're going to die of CWD, fine. But if they're going to die at the hunters' overharvest as well, they're still out of the population. So we're better off just letting it run its course, and then we don't accidentally remove that genetically unique individual. It's a good point, and it should be considered.
Okay, Barb, take over. And I just want to thank everybody on the panel for the great job.
Okay, I'm only going to take over long enough to say you are free to go to lunch, and we'll start again at 2. There's all kinds of places really close in walking distance. I'm sorry we're not giving you any more time. I think it's been great to spend the time with these folks. So panelists and staff, you can stay here over the lunch hour, and the rest. Panelists at 2, please be here ready to kick it off. Thanks.
I think we have our panel ready, so hopefully everyone can move in a minute or two here, and we'll get people introduced and get started. This is a particularly special panel, I think, for me, because the moderator. And we all have our conservation heroes, and I've known of Andrew McCain for a long time. I mean, years ago, there was a guy by the name of Dave Workman at Fishing and Hunting News in Seattle, and I used to send him pictures of these big mule deer I'd shoot down in Idaho, and he'd always publish them. And one year he put a photo of my brother with a doll sheep on the front of Fishing and Hunting News. But that's where Andrew kind of got his start, right? And I've tracked him over time, and really admired his work, his writing skills, and the work he's done at Outdoor Life when he was the editor and all that. And today, I still read everything he writes. He's a track guy. I was a track guy once in a while, and he coaches the Glasgow Scotties. I think he's also a kind of a rancher up there as well. And more importantly, he was on our Fish and Wildlife Commission. And for me, it was a shot to the heart when he had to leave, because he was a huge asset. So anyway, I'll pass this on to Andrew, and you can introduce your panel. And thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you, George. This is my conservation hero here, not only for his way with words, but with people and mules. In some ways, I don't know, I'm going to attribute all kinds of intentionality to this, but I think if you look at the different panels and the different discussions, they're all rolling up to something. And I think this particular panel is fascinating. And I think it holds a lot of keys to whatever comes next, whatever that may be. One of the things I've really admired about sort of the personality of this coalition is that it's very neighborly. I think that's intentional. I think that's where so many of our solutions are going to come from, is figuring out things from neighbors, a neighborly perspective. What I am excited about this particular panel is we're opening the aperture of that a little bit to include our wider neighbors, our neighboring states. There's a lot that we can learn from what's happening elsewhere. I think in some ways, one of the things I love most about hunters, sportsmen and women, is our obligation to tradition and kind of a reverence for what has been. I think in some ways that holds us back as well. We are hidebound in all the right and sometimes all the wrong ways. I look at what may propel this elk management discussion about things that we've never done before, or maybe never considered before. So I'm excited to listen and learn from our panelists about how things are different in other states and how they've experienced or not experienced some of the things that are in front of us. I'm going to let each of these panelists introduce themselves because, for one, I will butcher the pronunciation of everyone's names. But two, they all bring a different perspective and a different sort of place within their particular galaxies. But what they all share in common is a deep love of wildlife management and a deep sort of reverence for those traditions from which they've come. So Jess, do you want to start?
Sure. I'm Jess Johnson, and I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. I've spent the last 6 years working with the legislature and with the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission and with the many biologists and scientists, sort of helping be the communication device that goes from science to policy to social science, and something that I'll probably talk a lot about and how we're looking at elk management specifically is how we approach management. As we always say, you know, we like to manage by science, but I think we heard it a little earlier. I was really excited. Political science and social science is as equal and almost more important to do that. And to talk about an elk management discussion, I would say that what we're really talking about is an elk hunter management discussion.
Garrett.
Hey everybody, my name is Garrett Visser. I'm the Conservation Program Coordinator for the Idaho Wildlife Federation. IWF is kind of a sister organization to Montana Wildlife Federation. We were founded in 1936 and helped pass the first voter initiative in the state of Idaho that separated fish and game from political affiliation. So we have a rich history in representing sportsmen and women across the state. Today we represent about 27 affiliate organizations, and we represent all those values both at the state legislature and across the state in federal land planning efforts and fish and game decisions. So thanks for having me here. Looking forward to it.
Hi everybody, I'm Jeremy Vesbach. I'm from New Mexico. I'm Western Lands Program Director for Western Resource Advocates. I actually grew up in Hardin, Montana. Been in New Mexico for about 20 years. I've served on the State Game Commission there. And also spent some time reviving the New Mexico Wildlife Federation in New Mexico, founded by Aldo Leopold in 1914, really neat group. And looking forward to the discussion.
All right, thank you. My name is Cody McKee. I'm a staff specialist for the Nevada Department of Wildlife. I'm tasked with managing our state elk and moose resource. Under the umbrella of my responsibilities, I do a little bit of science, I do a little bit of policy, I do a little bit of social science, probably none of them all that well. But we have some particular programs, especially our private lands elk program, that I think there was some interest in hearing about today. My particular background, I grew up in a really small community in Northeast Oregon that was really based in agriculture. And so I changed wheel lines and hand pipe and buck bales growing up, but also grew up and became a wildlife biologist. So I think that upbringing as well as kind of where I'm at in my career now, at least puts me in a good place to kind of speak to some of the issues and challenges that I know that our private land stakeholders in Nevada contend with regularly with respect to elk and some of the challenges that they might create.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. We actually had a Zoom call earlier, I guess last week, kind of talk about some of the things that interested them and some of the things that interested me, but there is no way we're going to get to it all. So I'm relying on the questions from this audience to kind of sharpen and maybe focus us a little bit, because I know if I am true to form, it will be unfocused and a little diffuse and more thematic in nature. So with that, I want to ask kind of a baseline question, and that is, it kind of goes to the mechanisms of what we do. So, okay, there's a little focus right from the start. How each of you in each of your jurisdictions, and Cody, I may start with you because you're so integrated into the management process. But think about this from all of your perspectives. How do you establish seasons? What is your season setting process like? What are the inputs, and how, this may be a hard question for you to answer, but how involved are the various stakeholders, and do you feel like it's a pretty holistic sort of comprehensive funnel that feeds the decisions?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. We only have an hour because this could take a while.
Yeah.
So in Nevada, we start our season setting process in the winter. So it would start just December of the previous year to start seasons for the following fall hunting season. One of the big challenges that we contend with is the number of other hunts and seasons. We're a very mountainous state with giant valleys that separate those mountains. And so what we end up with is a lot of overlap between the different hunters, the different species. So right off the bat, we're trying to manage hunters on the landscape and ensure that the hunt experience lives up to what we expect for a Nevada experience. From there, we start to think about our population objectives with respect to our elk herds. What kind of seasons do we feel are going to be most appropriate to target these elk? Do we need to target specific areas with specific depredation style seasons where they may be very, very short in length in duration, where we put a lot of hunters around fields, or maybe they're long seasons and we're spreading out that congestion? It really is very situationally specific. We've kind of settled in what we're going with right now is kind of a general season structure that we go year to year, that we maintain flexibility every other year if we need to make changes. I can say from my perspective, I like to ensure that we maintain or we're adaptable to an ever-changing environment. It's been very arid in our state. Drought was a big part of the story last year. We had to institute new hunts this year so that we knew that we could address areas that we knew would be problematic come late summer and early fall, when elk start to move out of the uplands, out into those riparian sweet spots that tend to be privately owned. So there's a lot that goes into the decision-making process and how we do it. We propose those seasons to various NGOs. We have county advisory boards made up of various stakeholders within the local community that are able to provide input. And that process takes about 5 to 6 weeks from the time that we propose those seasons to when our Wildlife Commission reviews and approves or make changes.
Well, in New Mexico, I guess I just focus on some improvements we've had in the last 10 years. And one was, we used to have the season was set every year. And we moved to a 4-year rule cycle, which has been really nice because you get a little time to see the changes and know what actually effects you had. When it was getting changed and tweaked every single year, you couldn't even figure out what the effects were. You didn't have enough time. And it was hard to keep track of what was going on. So that was a really positive change. And then our legislature actually did something positive for a legislature. They created what they called the Administrative Procedures Act, and that gave some on rulemaking, which this, our setting our seasons falls under rulemaking for an agency. you couldn't make changes right at the end. And we would have, in the past, we'd maybe have a game commissioner that would have a good idea right at the last meeting, make some sweeping change that didn't get a chance to get commented on. So kind of setting some of those, structures in place where we had more time to see the effects and where we, made sure that people had a chance to see exactly what was going to be put in place and have a lot of time to comment on it. I think it's, I can't remember if it's 30 or 60 days they get to comment on it before it can be, when it finally can't be changed at all. So it's kind of a year-long process to start and move through when we get into that 4-year rule cycle. And it gives the agency more time to think about the next rule cycle too. So that's been positive.
I'd say Idaho is pretty similar to Nevada over here. Every 2 years, we look at our season setting process. I would say that Idaho's way is how we look at our seasons and our structure is it's kind of has some rigidity in that we're managing off elk management zones, and then each zone has A and B opportunities, and we can adjust that allocation for each A and B tag based off of what we're seeing from depredations and also success rates and just overall elk distribution across the zones. So we kind of fit within that structure year after year. That's been in place for quite some time now in Idaho, and I kind of see it continuing down that route with the zones. That's 28 elk management zones across the state, and that's a total of about 99 game management units. And so that's kind of how we structure our seasons and go about it. But in terms of the engagement with the commission and the department, very similar to what Cody described in Nevada. So.
I would echo on the similarity to Nevada. Couple differences for us is we manage by herd unit, and we set our management objectives off of herd unit, and we separate species out. So you'll have antelope herd units, deer herd units, and elk herd units, which is a damn nightmare if you're trying to explain that to a new hunter and talking about, oh yeah, area 36, and they're kind of like, okay, is it elk area, is it antelope area? But the other side of that is, and where I kind of took this question, I actually called up a couple of our biologists, and I wanted to say, what do we do well in Wyoming? What are the things that we do really, really well? And we offer very liberal seasons and tags. It's spread out over a lot of time. We set it by herd unit, and it's liberal seasons and tags. By the way, it took a lot of biologists questioning, and I had to have them really brainstorm to tell me what they thought they did well. Their list of the things that they had problems with was much longer. The other thing is our season structures. They're based off of where the elk are at what time of year. So a lot of how we look at where the seasons are, it's like, okay, are the elk down low? Are they up high? That's also based off of objective. Are we over objective or under objective? We also have an Administrative Procedures Act that requires that when we make changes, it goes out to public comment for 60 days. So our season setting structure starts in early March, sometimes in early February, and all of our field offices of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, 8 regions, they start holding season setting meetings, and these are public facing. They're bringing their entire plan for the next coming year to the public. The public can attend, they can make comment on it, they can ask questions. This was meant for deep public involvement, and public input is weighed extremely heavy for our season setting structures. And I say that because we always like to say it's led with science, but in one of the previous talks, they were talking about chronic wasting disease, and that last little one, they were talking about hunter sort of discontent with late season hunts. Wyoming proposed a late season hunt. It's, we were looking at a late season mule deer buck hunt in an area that has 15 to 35% prevalence of chronic wasting disease. The scientists are saying, do it. We need to know. We need to figure out this research. The public said, over our dead bodies. And it never happened. It shut down almost immediately at the season structure meeting. And so they have all of these season setting meetings in March, and they have one final meeting in April in front of the Game and Fish Commission, where they then vote to pass or tweak or change these seasons. So they can do it based off of public comment in those 60 days, the written one, as well as public comment when they show up in person to give that. I will say, as someone who has been in most of these meetings, I'm extremely disappointed in hunter attendance at these for the amount of complaints that we get outside of season setting meetings. Some of the things I think we can work on, or I guess there's one other thing that we really love, that's a public facing job completion report. Comes out, tells you what was sort of the harvest success in all of these areas. What were some of the conditions that it were? Was there a drought year? Was it a big storm that changed how the seasons were set? Or maybe it moved animals around, so we didn't quite reach the objective here, or we were under objective over here, or all of that. I think harvest ratio and success is a really important thing for the public to get front facing. And that also offers the opportunity to have a management objective review, which I think is really good. Some of the things that we don't do so great, and I think I mentioned earlier before, is we do let public output or public input outweigh the science. And there are times where we should be more hard on things and we should be discussing it. But because public sentiment or public culture has not caught up to where the science is saying we need to go, whether it's talking in predator management, whether it's talking in chronic wasting disease, brucellosis, or I can't believe I'm going to say this in public, feed grounds, that is where we have to then pull back, and we're going with where the public is, and that's not always what's best for the elk.
Before I get to a more open-ended question, a very closed-ended question, that is, do each of you have an elk management plan, a statewide elk management plan, and how frequently is that revisited?
We do. Idaho does. Our current elk management plan was developed and approved in 2014, and that runs through 2024. I believe this is the third or fourth iteration of our elk management plans. So in the next couple of years, we're going to be looking at updating that. And so, yes, we do.
Andrew, you should have slipped us questions ahead of time. Ours, we do. I am not up to speed on when it needs to be updated, but I will say our plans in general tend to go beyond what their date was. So I would guess it's probably a little out of date.
So Andrew, it seems like most of your questions are really simple, but with respect to Nevada, we do have a statewide elk management plan that was last updated in 1997. And we talk about some of the challenges and opportunities that we have. In 1997, when the initial statewide elk management plan was written, there were bar fights, there are accusations of brake lines being cut, there's all kinds of conflict and consternation that was associated with that. Fast forward to today, so we are reviewing our statewide plan again. We've asked our commission for permission to do so, and I've only received one phone call so far with people that have expressed their dismay, their frustration with how elk management is going today. And I think that's a real testament to some of the programs and things that we've done over the last 25 years to get to where we are now, where that issue is a little less contentious, and hopefully it's going to be a more productive process than it was back then. On top of those statewide plans, we also have local elk management subplans, and that's actually where our population objectives are derived. So that's probably where we're going to have a lot more tough conversations ahead if and when we ever get back to those local subplans. But within those plans, they define specific geographic regions within the state where we have local herds that we believe are connected based on dispersal and movement patterns and those kind of things. And so there's both the statewide plan, but then also we have these lower tiered subplans that have more specifics to the local area. And I think that kind of goes to a lot of the topics that we've talked about today in ensuring that you make sure that the local feedback has a seat at the table, and that at times it's even driven from the ground up.
Yeah, I would echo on that. I'm actually not sure on the statewide for Wyoming plan, but I know because our season setting structures are so in depth and it's every year that we're looking at management objectives yearly. I do wish, I think sometimes that speaking to Jeremy's point about having that 4-year, 5-year, I think something the public misses out on a lot is that if you make a change, you're going to see it the next year. You don't. You see it in 5 or 10 years. So I do kind of wish that we would look at that. But I would say yearly we are looking at how we're managing and what the objectives are, and those are presented out in fully written plans. But I don't know if there's a statewide overarching one.
Gotcha. I want to pick on a couple of you as individuals because I think it's your perspective on particular either incentive programs or season structures would be really educational to the rest of us. So. Jeremy, New Mexico's landowner program has been pretty contentious. Can you describe, as briefly as you can, sort of its evolution, where we are now, and how sort of sustainable it is?
Yeah, it's very contentious. And, just to give a big picture overview, New Mexico's gone probably the farthest of the Western states in privatizing access to hunting licenses, whether they can be, you have to go through an outfitter to get a hunting license, or you have to go through a landowner to get a hunting license. We're talking 40-ish% of our elk licenses overall in the state. You have to go through a private third party to get that elk license. So, and the explaining the program, first, there's a few ranches that are outside our core elk management areas that are over the counter for private land only. So every other one gets a ranch by ranch allocation of, you get X number of licenses, and that ranch can choose whether it's ranch only, which is deeded property only that they hunt with those resellable licenses, or they can choose to go unit wide, where that resellable license can be used on public land. In exchange, they open their property to public hunters. That has been a point of contention in New Mexico since its creation. It ramped up over time. There was a period in probably the 80s where there was no real active sportsman group in New Mexico. The historic New Mexico Wildlife Federation had fallen apart. And so those privatized systems really ramped up during that period. New Mexico overall has been moving away from the privatization. That maybe isn't known so much outside of New Mexico. Maybe even some New Mexicans don't notice it that much, but things like in that same period, we lost stream access, which was a constitutional right that was just regained in New Mexico after about 50 years of not having stream access. We have stream access back. Antelope was under a similar privatized license system that was reversed. Maybe trying to think how many years ago that was, six-ish years ago. And I'll say, under that old system, I couldn't draw an antelope tag. My daughters couldn't draw an antelope tag. And opportunity is the biggest problem we face in New Mexico because of these systems. And when you got 40% of your licenses are going to highest bidder, your residents are getting priced out. And we kill about 60,000 big game animals in New Mexico. Pre-COVID, we had about 60,000 hunters applying for those licenses. And if you can't get out hunting pretty much every year for something, you lose the opportunity to pass that along. And so that's what I think about every day in terms of core values in New Mexico. How are we going to keep this hunting heritage going when we've got, such a system that's allowing people to buy their way to the front of the line? Anybody who's paying that big money for tags, they're already invested in hunting. We are not hooking new people by giving preference even on public land hunts. So our elk hunts on public land, when you put together that system of unit-wide elk licenses we have a 10% outfitter set aside, you're talking 1 out of 5 bull hunters on public land were likely the highest bidder hunter. And so that's saying 20% of your tags you're removing the opportunity to build new hunters, to diversify the future of hunting. And with all the work we put in and try to build the next generation of hunters, it's a tough system. And that's why it is very contentious. And we have been moving away from it. And to antelope, I talked about my daughters and I couldn't draw tags. After they removed that system, my daughters drew tags 2 years in a row. Not only were we able to go out and hunt public land, we talked to a farmer who had, center pivots with antelope out there. We're happy to have us. We got to build that connection between
landowners and hunters that I think, is really only built by handshakes and getting to know people. And so, we've had some real positive movement, but I'd say it has been a problem. And if you look at kind of trying to pinpoint where we got off track in New Mexico with a system, is that those resaleable, transferable licenses. You create that market in tags, you're pitting people against each other at that moment. That you're creating a competition rather than a cooperation. And that's why, like I said, we have been moving away from it, but elk is the last species in New Mexico that still has that very privatized system. And so there's a lot of work and thought going into what else might be out there. And this is informative too. But I want to say it's also not easy to move away from once you get into it. People, there are beneficiaries of it that get obviously very invested in getting that income. But, when you got 60,000 animals and 60,000 hunters, and we're trying to make sure our people in New Mexico get the chance to pass on the tradition, we're talking the effect of that is about 65% of our elk licenses go to residents, and that's it, despite having an 84% quota. So it's a wonderful state. We've got amazing hunting opportunity when you draw a tag. But what really struck me listening to the earlier panels is I barely heard anybody mention opportunity as a danger of not being able to hunt and pass that on. And that's the thing in New Mexico right now we think about every day is just, if you can't draw a tag, you can't pass on the tradition.
Jess, I want to pick on you a little bit, and in the hopes that you can explain what a non-standardized season structure looks like. So you've got, I look at Wyoming regulations and I'm baffled, and it's my job to understand about different season start dates and end dates. They're not necessarily, there could be anyway, I'll let you to explain it. But my main point is twofold. One, I'm curious to see if there's any metric that measures hunter satisfaction with that season structure, and also harvest opportunities or harvest rates.
So I can start with the two sort of numbered ones first, but I don't actually have one for elk. I have hunter satisfaction modeled after deer hunting to give you an idea. But when we were putting out, we did a bunch of mule deer working groups. The hunter satisfaction survey came back as 75% satisfied with the hunt. Now that's contrasting to about like when we're doing season settings, and people have the opportunity to have a public comment, it's about 10% that ever comment anything kind of negative. So we actually have pretty high satisfaction, but again, that's split between deer and elk in that sense. So I don't know if we have a actual statistic for elk specifically. We do have, the thing is with elk is statewide, we have a 43% hunter success rate. It's pretty dang good in Wyoming. And it's a huge state, and we only have 500,000 people in the state. We have a ton of 48% of our state is public land. There's great hunter satisfaction in that. Now, to talk to the non-standardized seasons, let's see if I can describe this without graphs or anything to pull up. But what I can tell you, a great example is in Area 61. And Elk Area 61 is one of those where it has big tracts of public land, and then down in the lower part, tracts of private land, and it has hunter management areas and access yes areas. And so the access is pretty dang good in there, and the elk are still over objective in that point. But they set up these season structures where they can put out, and they'll be like, we have a type 1 license, a type 2 license, a type 7, a type 8. We have all these different types of licenses, and they start through different parts of the year. So we could have a type 9, which is an archery only license. And that would go from September 1 to the end of September. And then the type 1 license will start, which could be rifle or archery, because technically you can hunt with archery equipment in rifle season. And that is either bull or cow for the first 5 days of the season. And then the last 5 days of the season, it's only cow. Or it's only bull, or things like that. And then it takes a break and we have what would be called a reduced price elk license, which would be a cow calf. And that starts in sometimes November and can go all the way until January 31st. And that's, you know, we have some licenses where it's private land only access because we know that the elk are down there, and that's where we have the hunter management areas set up and access. Yes, not always. We're having this problem in the southeast of the state. I'm sure we'll end up talking about that more. But the way that they set these up is they're looking at, like, are we trying to kill cows and calves? Are we trying to kill bulls? Is this a limited quota area where we're wanting to manage for hunter satisfaction and quality of hunt? Or are we managing for opportunity, which means, you know, there's more opportunity, but maybe there's not as much, you get less solitude on the landscape. There's more hunters there. Maybe the elk aren't quite as big, which I still have a contention with. I think you can find a big elk anywhere in Wyoming. But it's how they manage for it. What are they managing for? And it's not always the same depending on season. So when you look at, like, say, Area 61, and you look at our regulations, it's going to have 6 different lines of 6 different start dates or overlap dates, or, you know, sometimes it'll flip over where the last half of the season, you can only hunt north of the river because that's where the elk are and that's where we're trying to push it into, or that's where the access is.
You've touched on, I think, one of the themes we're going to keep coming back to is, and that is the sort of tension between opportunity and more strategic management tools and objectives. I'll open this up to anybody. In your experience, have you dealt with resolving that tension in your jurisdiction? And if so, how?
We're in the middle of it. I can give a little bit of the task force if you don't want to talk about that, or we'll let somebody else answer that later.
Do you guys have a perspective on that question? First, because I know Jess is this is so contemporary, but and you're articulate as hell.
So that's an interesting question, because I know in Nevada, several years ago, we did a hunter poll, and we essentially asked hunters, you know, what kind of experience do you want, et cetera. And by and large, hunters said, we want more opportunity, right? But they also said they want more big bucks. Now, it becomes a challenge because you can't have more opportunity while simultaneously managing for older age class individuals within the population. And I think that we are still struggling with that challenge. Traditionally, we're a very conservative state. And so when we start talking about our recommended quotas and then the suggested changes that often come from our stakeholders, our county advisory boards, our wildlife commission, those changes tend to be very minuscule in the grand scheme of the quotas and the biological impacts that we tend to see within our population. So as an agency, because we lean on this we have a conservative approach to our recommendations. We often see cuts, especially small cuts to our recommendations, as unnecessary. And that's kind of where we try to preserve that opportunity as best as we can, knowing that on the other side, we're expecting there to be a quality hunt experience in the name of, or in the way of fewer hunters on the landscape, high success rates, high quality animals. But as far as how do we do that, I think that all agencies struggle with that concept.
I might go back, excuse me, I might go back to what I touched on just very briefly. Idaho has a management theme for elk, is to provide some level of over-the-counter general opportunity every year to hunt with friends and family, but then also offer some sort of enhanced opportunity for our quality and high quality hunts. And I think that could be applied to most of these states here. But the way that we are attempting to balance that opportunity and also the quality is through our zoning and AB structure. So again, Idaho has these 28 elk management zones, and within each, and this is for the general, I'm speaking on the general over-the-counter opportunities. Within each of those zones, we can have capped zones and uncapped zones So cap zones would be capped to participation of residents and non-residents, and that has been on a first come first served basis. That's switched a little bit with our system now, but and then our uncapped zones are not subject to those caps. That has also changed for residents in the last 2 years. Now we have a cap in participation for our non-residents in the uncapped zones for residents. But the AB tag structure gives us the ability to manage opportunity based off people's preferences of where and when they want to hunt. So our A tags are usually archery rich, usually can be any elk, and our B tags can provide any weapons, seasons, and usually offered antlered elk. Those are kind of a generality, but usually that can happen. So we want to provide general over-the-counter opportunities in our states with these structures, but that can vary quite a bit within zones even. So I'll just give an example just to kind of paint the picture of how we manage our over-the-counter hunts and our every year opportunity. If I were to choose, say, a zone that's not capped, like a McCall elk zone, I have to choose between an A tag or a B tag. And for an A tag, I could hunt, 4 units within that zone. Could hunt with archery equipment from August 30th to September 30th for any elk. But then I could also have a short range weapons opportunity from August 15th through September 30th. And I could go back again and hunt between November 10th and 30th, all on that one A tag. Then B tag rolls around, and I could only hunt from October 15th to November 3rd with any weapon for antlered only. So that's the difference of A and B tags, and that's kind of how we manage for opportunity, because we are requiring our residents and non-residents to kind of choose the experience they would like to participate in for the over-the-counter stuff. Our controlled hunts are different than that, obviously, and our success rates are very high on our controlled hunts. I believe upwards of 40 or 50%. And our general hunts, they're somewhere in the 17 to 22%, depending on the year. So we're able to manage that. Our controlled hunts obviously offer quality and high quality elk hunts, and our bull and cow objectives kind of reflect that as well. So, those controlled hunts can be between, 10 to 1% odds, but that's kind of how we're managing our quality versus opportunity for general and controlled hunts.
Jess, I have a question about Wyoming. I think this is what you were alluding to. So much seems like it's in flux right now, maybe even more than in Montana, between preference point revisitation, between outfitter set-aside licenses, and this wildlife task force. Can you kind of describe sort of the operating landscape within the state, and then maybe to put a point on it or to kind of focus it a little bit, how that affects discussions similar to what we're having here?
Well, I think starting off, giving a little history of the task force and why, like what we're doing with it. Task force is an 18-person governor-appointed task force, and it has been born out of the fact that, and I have history with this, for every year I've lobbied and worked with the legislature, every year we're having a tag allocation fight. It might be 90-10, looking at 90% resident licenses, 10% non-resident, because the residents of Wyoming apparently don't have enough opportunity, which might be a criticism of them. But the other side of this is that this fight's happening, and it's happening in front of a then 90, now 93-person legislature. It's a citizen legislature. The majority of them, while all of them are supportive of hunting, most of them don't know the ins and outs of our tag allocation system. And I would say most of our hunters don't understand the ins and outs of our tag allocation system. It's incredibly complicated. So we're having these tag allocation fights, which are the opportunity versus quality discussion of hunt. Are we looking for more limited quota areas? Are we looking for how many residents we want hunting, how many non-residents, you know, what the outfitters get? And these bills come in from the legislature every single year. And they have to go through 3 floor discussions, which, you know, have a certain amount of time that is on them. So they can't take up a bunch of time teaching all of these legislators about the ins and outs of our licensing system. So the legislature is then relying on the citizens that are commenting on them, who also don't understand our licensing system. And so it just turns into this mess. And every year these bills come up, we end up in this knockdown, drag out fight. No hunting organization will take a stance because 50% of our membership have one opinion and 50% of our membership have the other opinion. So we can't say anything. And so finally, the pot kind of boiled over because we had this last 90-10 bill that came through. And even the co-sponsor voted against it because everybody was just well done and totally over this discussion. So then some of the leadership got together, the director of our game and fish, the governor, and some of the leadership of our Senate and legislature. And they went, how do we fix this? We need longer times to talk about it. We've put it as interim topics before in committees. That's not enough time. That's still only 3 meetings over the course of this like interim session. So now how do we do this? It's incredibly nuanced. So they said, okay, let's do a task force. Let's do an 18-month task force. We're going to try and put a sort of smattering of representatives from all of the sort of places that are adjacent to hunting or hunting interests, outfitters, resident hunters, you know, private landowners, the tourism, leadership in state Senate and leadership in the state House are sitting on that, which is the really critical piece, and say, let's just duke it out over this like discussion. And boy, has it been that. But this thing was to like, let's educate ourselves. Let's deep dive into our licensing system. Let's talk about what we actually want. Are we managing for opportunity? Are we managing for quality? What are our issues? You know, we have a mule deer population that's going down and we're almost over objective in elk in just about every area, not every single one, but most of them. And how are we dealing with this? And that's come into this just what we're kind of ending up at. And again, we have 3 more meetings before we hit that 18-month mark. But what we're kind of ending up at is that our licensing system is the way it is for a reason. And status quo is starting to look pretty good to everybody that is having these arguments. But the blessing of that is that then we can take whatever they recommend. And for the next, what I'm really hoping is my lifetime as a lobbyist, I can point back and be like, no, we spent nearly 2 years talking about this. We've argued this before, and here's where we've come to, because this is actually a real compromise. And, you know, this is what it looks like. And what I'm hoping is that then either gives teeth to set these bills aside so we're not having and wasting precious wildlife and hunting bill time with these tag allocation fights. And hopefully the commission will end up with a little bit more authority to actually deal with the problems that they have sitting in front of them.
Oh, to be you. Jess raised a really interesting perspective, and I sensed it also when I worked for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and that is, and I sense it in this room as well, we focus more on failures and points of emphasis that need work. It's a human condition, I think. I'd be really interested to hear from each of you a success story in your state relative to elk management, and how you measure that. How do you measure success in your particular jurisdictions?
I can go first. I mean, habitat. I mean, that's one where I think we all rally around. New Mexico, this is a very recent success. Just did the largest state wildlife area in the history of the state. I think in the West, the largest state-owned wildlife area, Marquez Wildlife Area. First place I killed a elk in New Mexico is right next to there. One of our core elk herds. It's going to be, I think, 75,000-ish acres, expanded on an existing one that had once been proposed to be sold off. The old wildlife management area, everybody rallied around it. 5 tribes supported it. Hunters supported it, conservation groups supported it. It was a big purchase, and it's just nice to see, because that's in an area too where the state has done really good on managing its elk herd for numbers and having good numbers of elk. But this was one herd where there was some over harvest that brought us down into a bit of a predator pit, and are trying to rebuild that herd. So where the wildlife management area is really important too. So.
Yeah, I think, there's a lot of successes with the Nevada Elk Management Program. I think you have to go back, to the early 1900s. There were very few elk in Nevada historically, pre-European settlement. And it didn't take long for European settlers to take care of that few elk problem. And as you go forward in time, the department, we instituted a handful of releases across the state, and it never really caught. And it wasn't until the 80s and early 90s where we took it seriously. We started revising started developing an elk management plan, having really tough conversations with the stakeholders, whether that's the livestock industry, mining, agriculture, to see what it would take to start to repopulate some of these areas. And in other areas, we put elk where they weren't before, but they've done really well. And again, those came with some really tough conversations. Now, fast forward to today, we're essentially capped as far as our statewide elk population goes at about 15,000 elk. Based on the local mandates within our local elk subplans, we technically can't go any higher than that. When we do, we have to get aggressive with our harvest, and we get pretty creative in different ways to address that. But a recent success story in my mind, and I know I'm going to talk a little bit about drought. That's something that has affected our state tremendously, and you don't just see it in our elk herds, but you see it in our native wildlife, our bighorn sheep, our antelope, and our mule deer. The most recent mega drought that the Southwest has experienced, if you drive across the state of Nevada 6 months ago, it is obvious that we're in dire straits. It doesn't matter if you're a biologist, whether you're somebody that's just a wildlife enthusiast or rancher. Everybody realized how devastating that the ongoing or the arid conditions that we were experiencing were. One of the bright spots that I saw in this from an elk manager standpoint, and I wouldn't expect to say this, was how drought tolerant our elk herd was. So despite the decadent forage, loss of water resources, the extreme competition from horses and burros on our landscape, for whatever reason, our elk population seemed to do a little bit better in overcoming drought conditions. Our calf ratios tended to be closer to long-term averages than what we saw in our other species. And then when we retrospectively look back at last year's harvest, which arguably conditions were as bad as they've ever been last fall during hunting season, our quality metrics and our success were still all really high. And I really think that's a bright spot coming out of some pretty terrible conditions that we were experiencing. And now, fortunately, and I think you guys are seeing a little bit of it here in Bozeman, these summertime precipitation that you're receiving. Nevada started to get some great monsoonal activity. Precipitation that's generated from the Gulf of Mexico comes in the summertime, really replenishes our system. We had a really cool spring, and we had a lot of timely rains since late last winter, which turned what appeared to be even worse year into something now we're looking at saying this is actually going to be a pretty good hunting season. We're excited to see how that will bear out with our production for our elk calves and our deer fawns. So there's certainly successes to be had, despite at times what is seemingly a bad state of affairs with our climate, or even where we may have been a century ago with our elk populations. Today we're at a place that we could have only dreamed of 2 or 3 decades ago.
Might go a little bit different route when we're talking about management successes, and more touch on the success from the department in terms of our investment in researching right now, stemming out of the Secretarial Order 3362 and our state action plan. Idaho has really ramped up our efforts to both collar animals and understand distribution and migration patterns, and also the impediments to those. And we have really put those to the test, and are starting to understand better how impactful our seasons are, or where we need to adjust our seasons based off where elk are distributed across the landscape. It's really impressive. We have seen just a remarkable amount of investment done by our agency to that research side, and I really think that's important. We just need to get a few overpasses in place and get over some of our fears of those overpasses and conspiracies around that. So I think that we have done a great job of ramping up our research efforts, and I think it'll prove to be a management success here in the near future.
I'm going to do a little friendly neighborhood state ribbing and say our success is we have the GPS data, and we have the research, and we're now implementing it. And some of what we have, and I'll actually lay this success at the feet of our director of the Game and Fish and the director of our Wyoming Department of Transportation, happen to be good friends. And it means that our agencies work very, very well together. And that success has meant that we have, this is a mouthful, the Wyoming Wildlife Roadways Initiative Implementation Team, the RIT. And this is the agencies, some NGOs and scientists sitting down that have now identified, I think it's about 250 different hotspots across the state that are due for wildlife crossings. 42 of them are very important. We have fully funded 5 of them already and are working on more. And this is only in the 3 years that it's been about. So we're taking these this data and being able to connect it into landscape connectivity. Coming off of Secretarial Order 3362 that you were talking about, the migration order, Wyoming has an executive order from our governor on how we designate wildlife corridors, how we deal with them between public, private, and state land, what's high use areas, what's low use areas, what's stopover habitat, where can we develop that it makes sense to, and where do we sort of save it for the wildlife? Where are the bottlenecks that we have to be really worried about and make sure that we connect this habitat? So this is all to say, and to our biggest success in the last couple of years is that all of this takes funding and cooperation. And the biggest success we've had is that last year we put $75 million into the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust, which is a trust account that functions off of the money within their sort of corpus account. It functions off the interest. Now that account was created in 2005. And they originally said they wanted $200 million in that account. It's never reached that. We are at 185 million, 190 million right now. We are so close. But that 75 million was really like, what are we going to do? How are we going to work on invasive grasses? How are we going to put funding towards our wildlife crossings? And so the success, I would say, is sort of changing from like fighting over the pieces of the pie with elk to just building a bigger dang pie. Like, let's put more habitat down there. Let's make the habitat that we do have a high resource habitat and everything like that. And so WWNRT was, I think, our largest success elk management wise in the last couple of years. And apparently they've figured out how to live with wolves.
Thank you, Barb. I have, while I sift through a question or two. Thank you. Okay. You've heard one of the recurrent themes of today is how elk management works with private land ownership. I'd be curious from each of you to discuss a tool that is used to that service in your jurisdiction, whether it's landowner tags, whether it's game damage mechanisms, just open-ended, but how the agency and how elk management works on private land.
I can go quick. I'll try and keep it quick. We do have landowner tags. This idea came about as a way, 70% of Wyoming's ungulates winter on private ground. So it's a huge, huge toll on the private landowners. A failing of some of our livestock depredation stuff is that it only addresses crop damages. It doesn't address grass loss, which I actually think is a larger issue in the sort of big agricultural theme. But the landowner tags are set to give landowners this little boost as a thank you for wintering our wildlife on there. There's a lot of abuses of it. The task force is working on fixing some of those. And it's just something that we've seen as a very popular sort of thank you, but it also is fraught with some issues.
Idaho has a system called the Landowner Appreciation Program. So this was similar to what Wyoming is as a token of appreciation for providing large acreage for wildlife in areas where there are controlled hunts, and that over-the-counter opportunity is not possible. So this is for deer, elk, antelope, and black bear. Lap tags can be applied for. So yeah, landowners with 640 acres or more can apply and can be put in a pool if there are multiple applicants. And the lap tag allocation is upwards of 10% of the controlled hunt pool. So it is in addition to that. So the lap tags, they can be issued to the landowner or transferred or designated to an individual that is not the landowner. They cannot be marketed or sold. There have been multiple attempts at the legislature, and I think they still, I think they would still have interest in taking up this issue and the marketing and sale of them. But that has been a line that Idaho sportsmen have been able to push back on and not market that. So the lap tags, were never intended to provide any sort of direct financial gain, but it's more of a appreciation factor for that. Separate from the lap tags, we have our depredation program, or access and depredation program, that was formed in 2017, which provides assistance to landowners that are experiencing depredation issues. So they can file a complaint, and Fish and Game representative, usually it's a game warden, will go out there and either haze or trap or remove those animals. And if those repeated attempts are not successful, they can either go into some depredation hunts, or if that's not possible, they can issue payments actually to landowners. So that has been increasing. We've been seeing more depredations and depredation claims being filed, and that's an issue that we're trying to work through right now. We just got a spending authority increase in the legislature this past year to address increases in depredation claims. So
a quick follow-up to that is access requirement for depredation hunt.
Yeah, it's a good question, because it's a little bit fuzzy, I would say. It says that you must have allowed some reasonable access in there. However, how that's applied on the ground gets fuzzy, because if it conflicts with the practices of the ranch or the operations, they don't have to allow that. And so, there's not really like a set number of hunters that they must require. It's a little bit looser, but as it's written, it says that you must allow some sort of reasonable access during the season. So that's how it's addressed. We have multiple forms of depredation hunts, and I won't get into that, but we have kind of those two separate issues. We have that access and depredation fee that generates funds for controlling depredations and payouts to landowners, and then we also have our lap system, which is kind of an appreciation for providing that that habitat for those animals.
Well, I went into the transferable licenses that New Mexico issues. There's also I talked about the period where there was kind of no active sportsman group at the legislature in New Mexico, and during that period there was a law passed that a landowner can kill any wildlife for any time for any reason. So we obviously see some abuse. We've seen some abuse of that. You know, landowners like hunters, 95%, you know, are great, but there's a few bad apples in every bunch. And we've had, you know, antelope shot with shotguns and wounded at the order of like 39 antelope, and, you know, some pretty bad situations. We've been trying to fix that. On the plus side, we have a depredation fund that, you know, hunters pay into that helps buy fencing equipment if there's like, you know, a alfalfa field that's getting hammered by elk. And then we also have outside the core elk, what they call the core occupied elk range, where they're not really managing for numbers of elk. We have kind of a separate system where it may be a draw for public land, but private land, maybe it can be a separate draw or a over the counter. That applies for deer too. It's more, so having kind of two systems to distribute the hunters on public and private land. Also we have in New Mexico. Cody.
Yeah, Andrew, I'll talk about two programs really quick that Nevada offers. And the reason I want to talk about both is because I think they're equally as important. The first program is our elk damage mitigation program. We charge every hunter application $5 that's putting in for an elk tag. So this year we had a little over 100,000 elk applications. So we generated about $500,000, which that money goes back to landowners to compensate them for damages caused by elk. It can go towards building fences, and it can be used to help with rangeland, essentially fixing repairs on rangeland if your rangeland fence was damaged by elk. So we have one program that's intended to help reimburse and then also you know, help discourage elk from revisiting the problematic areas. The other program that we have is called our elk incentive program. This is very different, and this is even our own sportsmen have a challenge with understanding the difference between the two. The elk damage mitigation program is to discourage elk. Our elk incentive program is to encourage tolerance of elk on your property. And this applies only to native rangeland or native hay meadows. Doesn't apply to cropland. Cropland is only eligible for our damage mitigation program. Essentially, what we are asking landowners to do is allow elk to be on your property. We may offer some various ideas on how you might improve your property for elk, whether that's fencing improvements, fencing modifications, maybe thinning of some habitats, seedings. And all of that is going towards buying tolerance. And what we do to reimburse you is we will, based on the overall proportion of the elk herd within that specific game unit or within that hunting unit that you're supporting, we then issue tags. Now, this is kind of what we're talking about a little bit. I know New Mexico has had some challenges with that. That tag is transferable. It can be sold, it can be used by the owner, given to a member of their family or a friend, or it can be sold to a third party. Some of the strengths of this program that I see, one, it's encouraging collaboration and direct contact between our local game biologist and the landowner themselves. There's constant communication between the two because we're relying both on the landowner to provide us information about elk use on their property, but we also have to get out and see elk ourselves, and then to make that assessment of how much or how many elk are being supported throughout the year. We're getting tolerant, so I know that elk can cause a lot of damage on your property, but we're providing a way for you to recover a little bit of that damage through the opportunity to sell your tag. And then finally, you know, from my mind, we're all conservation oriented, whether you're a hunter, whether you're a landowner, whether you're a guide and outfitter. And at least in Nevada, this has helped encourage and foster elk in the state. And it's really, at least, and I know that Montana and Nevada are definitely not apples to apples. These programs were established before we had the number of elk that we have now. But they are, those programs really are a huge contributing factor to why we are where we are today. And I know there's There's a lot of controversy about transferable tags. Unfortunately for us, that's a genie that we can't put back in the bottle now. But we're constantly looking for ways that we might be able to improve that going forward.
Thanks. We have two questions. I'd like to make maybe three. The first one is pretty quick, and that is, it's something that has certainly been on the minds of Montana hunters and wildlife managers. How does your state implement their hunter harvest reporting? Is it mandatory, voluntary, or incentive-based, and how do you think that works? Cody, I'm going to start with you. But quick, we're going to run out of time.
Okay, yep, thanks, Andrew. So Nevada has mandatory hunter reporting. If you do not report on your tag, all tags are limited entry and you only get one animal per tag. But if you do not report on your tag, you either have to pay a $50 penalty to apply the following hunting season, or you have to sit out the entire year for the hunt.
New Mexico moved to mandatory 12, 15 years ago, maybe. It's worked well. I was, monitoring it kind of skeptically in a good way, being doubtful at first, hoping it would succeed. And it has, we're all online now too for our tags. You have to be online to apply. So it works out pretty good. You get a reminder, email. If you do miss the deadline, this is one thing as an advocate at the time, making sure we got in there is you wouldn't get kicked out completely and kind of lose that chance to continue your hunting tradition. You could pay a small fine and still apply. So we have really high reporting. That I would say the part where we're a little off that we haven't figured out yet is, a non-resident may come in, go on a hunt, and they're not planning on being back for a few years, and they completely miss and don't do the harvest reporting. So how to improve that's where we're low on the reporting. Oh, you're challenging me. Yes, we do have mandatory harvest reporting. I don't know what if there's penalties or what that looks like though, but we do have mandatory. Jess?
We don't have mandatory. We're actually entirely voluntary, and they have a 90% confidence through sort of confidence rating of that, what they extrapolate from that voluntary reporting. I say that now, but it's the Wildlife Task Force, and that's something that they are talking about. So that might be a different answer in 6 months.
We just started this panel talking about the importance of being good neighbors. And it's one neighbor we have sort of had a blind spot to in our Montana specific discussion. I'm curious about your experience as well, and that is working with tribal neighbors. Any perspective of how tribal co-management has worked in your jurisdictions, or if there's an interest in engaging tribal governments with wildlife management?
As far as elk management goes, I'm actually not sure. I know that we have a very good working relationship with tribal government and tribal game and fish. And that is currently being, I think, even built out further due to tribal's ability to deal with feral horses.
The Nez Perce tribe has a pretty robust fish and wildlife program. And we, as a state, I know collaborates and at least coordinates with them, especially on some of our bigger hunts, like our bighorn sheep hunts, Hell's Canyon, things like that. And I know we share some research as well with the tribes, but yeah, we do coordinate. I would say the biggest partner would be the Nez Perce, not without tensions with both with different management directions, but I think that they have a good dialogue at least with each other. Yeah, New Mexico, I believe, is 19 tribes and pueblos. So there's a good diversity of different kinds of wildlife management on tribal lands. In terms, and it can really inform a lot of work. I mean, just talking about collaring data, Santa Ana Pueblo does a terrific job with good collaring and migration data. Coach Taos Pueblo reintroduced otters to the Rio Grande that turned out super positive. They've moved up and down the Rio Grande, and the state game and fish has now taken over, introducing more otters, improved the genetics. So there's been some great cooperation. I mentioned the expanding Marquez Wildlife Area. That was good collaboration between the game department and tribes whose land surrounded that area or were close and supported it, and also who found that Mount Taylor sacred. So a lot to get into, but there's a lot of good exchange, and there should be more, but it's definitely a good cooperation at times.
Yeah, I'll make it brief. We do engage with our various tribal bodies across the state of Nevada. It certainly varies on tribes, which ones we have the most engagement. Primarily, it's just based on size of their reservation and the number of staff that they have available to work on some of the wildlife related issues.
Well, thank you very much. I think that a lot of these perspectives are going to roll into the next, what I consider sort of the capstone panel, which is the solutions panel. And I think I've heard a lot of different ways of addressing issues that we all kind of have in common. And I'd like to thank everybody for being here. So thanks.
Take a break until 3:30. Thanks.
is still implemented. Landowners get a percentage of the tags and so on. But it's also created a burr under the saddle because now there are some individuals that want those tags to be available to be sold and all of that stuff. So anyway, that's that story. I'm going to pick on my friend Eric Albus over here because, you know, if you think about elk hunting in Montana, you know, the historic vision of elk hunting was in the backcountry. You know, you talked about these guides like the Copenhavers and all these people, these guides up in the high country with their horses and mules and all this stuff. Well, if you think about it now, there are more outfitters, elk outfitters in Montana that have no stock and hunt private ranches than there are those that have forest permits. So I'm at an outfitters meeting and my friend Jack Rich. Jack's family's been up in outfitting out in the Bob for years. You know, he comes in and he's wearing a really nice pair of white boots, you know, white Packers. You know, he's got them all clean, all shined up and everything. And my friend Albus is over here. He's poking him in the ribs. He says, "Hey, Jack," he says, "see my Romeos?" He said, "I don't need those white Packers." Jack looked at him and he says, "Yeah," he says, "when I'm guiding, all I got to do is like this, on the gas and on the brake, on the gas and on the brake." Anyway, it's really special to have Robin here with Eric, and I'll turn it over to Marcia. Marcia's got a really special job. You know, she's the program manager for Artemis. And Artemis is part of the Wildlife Federation that is put together to encourage and bring women into the hunting fold. And she and her colleagues are doing a wonderful job of bringing women into hunting. They've got a lot of really good programs. Alex Stockman I think she's here tonight or today. She was one of our very first master hunter candidates, drove all the way from Missoula to Bozeman for 50 hours of instruction. And she's involved with that as well. So for me, it's really special with two daughters to see people like Marcia doing all of this stuff with young women in the hunting community. Anyway, Marcia, I'll let you take your panel. Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much, George. Moderator for today's session.
Get closer.
Okay. I am Marcia Brownlee. I am the program manager for Artemis, as George mentioned, and I'm also honored to be on the leadership team of the Elk Coalition. And as George mentioned, a part of what Artemis does is engages women hunters in supporting them as becoming a more integral part of the hunting community. And along with that, engaging them in conservation. Because as the conversation today has depicted very clearly, there's responsibility with the privilege. And so we want to make sure that all constituents of the hunting community are fully engaged in that responsibility. And you all here for this last panel of today have proven that you're up for the long haul, which is great because solutions are definitely a long haul. And I'm honored to be moderating this panel where we get to look back over the course of the day and kind of ground our conversation in the shared values that were discussed, not only about elk, but about problem solving, the shared value of including your neighbors in that conversation and tending to your neighbors' needs as well. And then having the science conversation where we talked not only about the importance of science-based decision-making, but also kind of the struggles and challenges of that and the human role embedded in that. And then in the panel we just had, where we're talking to our state neighbors about some of the solutions that they have worked on and how they've been successful and the challenges that they have had, I think also gives Montana a chance to look at how some of those solutions might work for us, but also how what we're doing is working in ways that other states are finding challenging. and really just picking the brains of our closest friends to figure out what we can do moving forward. So the goal for this panel is to discuss durable solutions to address the health and vitality of Montana's elk in a collaborative way that considers the needs and desired outcomes for hunters, landowners, ranchers, and outfitters. Super easy task. We've got an hour to do it. But I think we've got the right group to get us started. Again, embedded in some of the historical conservation issues and the way that we've approached that, it's bringing diverse stakeholders to the table, locking them in the room and saying, figure it out. So we're going to start that conversation here. And we know that it is just a start, but we're excited that we can have that conversation with everybody here today. So our team, to kick us off, we'll start way over there on the right, is Eric Albus. Eric is a fourth-generation rancher and outfitter outside of Malta, Montana. He currently serves on the Private Land Public Wildlife Committee and is the vice president of the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association. We have Senator Jeff Welborn. Senator Welborn represents Senate District 36 in Beaverhead County. His work has led to better outcomes for landowners, outfitters, and hunters. He is the current chair of the Senate Natural Resources Committee, and his family has been in livestock production in Beaverhead County for generations. Senator Jacobson. Tom Jacobson represents Senate District 11 in Great Falls. He's an avid hunter and angler, as well as a ranking member of the Senate Fish and Game Committee and a leader on collaborative legislation to improve wildlife management in the legislature. Also an easy task, right? And then last, we have Gerald Martin. Gerald is a housing contractor and an avid outdoorsman and mentor to many. Like many Montanans, he spends significant time volunteering on wildlife issues and advocating for better management of all wildlife. So we'll go ahead and dive in because we have a lot of questions to talk about and not much time. So Senator Jacobson, I'm going to launch this first one to you. Too often, decisions around wildlife management are cast as having winners and losers relative to landowners, outfitters, hunters, and others. Talk about why elk management doesn't have to be a zero-sum game.
Thank you. All too often, when we get to the legislature, it becomes a zero-sum game. I'm going to win. You're going to win. I'm going to kill your bill. I'm going to pass my bill. It's me versus you. When we talk about wildlife issues, when we talk about elk management, it's not. It isn't, and it shouldn't be a politicized issue. We have sportsmen. What we're doing is creating policy around sportsmen and women, around for landowners, for outfitters. And as long as we don't allow those to become, I'm going to win, you're going to lose issues, when we start thinking about how we can make this a win-win-win, then it no longer becomes a zero-sum game. To do that, and I'm a bit Pollyanna here, but one of the things about policy is it's not the end, it's a means to an end. We seldom identify what that end is. What is the overarching goal that we're trying to achieve? And when we start to understand or agree to what our elk management objectives are, what our quotas are, then we can start building policy to best get to that objective. And that involves landowners, that involves outfitters, and it definitely involves sportsmen. So we have to take those three into consideration, and we not just take them into consideration, but value the opinions and the beliefs and the concerns that all three parties have in building that or a particular policy to get us to an agreed upon end. Once we can do that, I mean, the other parts, we're just nibbling around the edges. We can argue about the little stuff, but once we can agree on what the end goal is, then we can begin to get there. And when we understand what the end goal is, we can also start to agree or talk about what the barriers to achieving that perceived or that overarching goal. And those barriers can be anything from access to quality of hunt, predation, and I say most of all, but habitat is a huge issue. And those are all barriers that we can identify and that we can build policy to overcome. So, but at the end of the day, and I'll end with this, what we can't do is really let, like everything, what seems like everything else in this country right now, we're going to pick winners and losers. We're going to pick left or right. We're going to make an enemy out of other people. We're going to politicize, you name it, we'll politicize it. And what we can't do is with elk management or with sport or with, wildlife management in general, is allow this to become politicized. We've got to put our people, our Montanans, over politics. I think for all things, but in today's discussion, under elk management.
Thank you, Mayor. Would anybody else like to contribute?
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts. I think the first step is learning how to disagree without being disagreeable. I would ask you all to remember that we're all stakeholders, whether we're a do-it-yourself hunter, an outfitted hunter, an outfitter, a legislator, a wildlife manager, whatever the case may be, we're all stakeholders. And I'm going to leave you with this final thought. By way of definition, it was alluded to. I come from a family ranching operations that's generations deep, and we're a block management cooperator. Have been. We've got our 25-year gate sign this year that my family is very proud of. But so I guess the reason I say that is I believe in private property rights as much as anybody in the land. But I also believe with any right comes a responsibility. And like an old neighbor told me one time, your property right is only as good as how you treat the other guy or the guy on the other side of the fence line from you. And I truly believe that. I mean, hunters, whether we're outfitted or, again, the do-it-yourselfers, the only real tool we have to manage numbers from both a controllable and a sustainable manner is the hunter. And I think if we work together, we've got to work together, but by doing that, I think this thing's fixable.
Well, so like the other panelists mentioned, I'm actually hopeful and appreciative of the work of the messages and the what I've been hearing today. And so I've often looked at this in terms of, Senator Wellborn said, hunters and landowners, it can be a symbiotic relationship. It needs to be a symbiotic relationship, both for the health of the resource, which is our elk and our other wildlife. We're speaking about elk here today, but I think this reaches into other deer and other species of wildlife. As long as we can work together to support a common goal. I think we need to understand, and something I want to speak about at some point in this panel today is I want to challenge some of our definitions that have been thrown around for years. Does anyone ever get to a point of where you've heard a word used so often you start actually questioning what's the meaning of this word? And then you start realizing the meaning that we've been using may not actually fit the definition, the true definition of the word, or meanings change. There's some things that as we'll go in this discussion. I want to challenge some of our concepts, some of how we look at the issues, not from a standpoint of it. I know that emotions get involved in definitions. So some of what I may say, because I don't have an organization or background, I feel free to say what my opinions are. You can like them or hate them, or like me or hate me for saying them, but there's not some of the ramifications that some people who speak for organizations may have. So I'm going to be speaking from the heart with this. But we were encouraged in the science panel earlier on to not distrust the science, but question the science. And something that, as I was asked to be in this panel, I thought I probably might be the only one who wanted to quote a famous philosopher. from The Princess Bride, Inigo Montoya. You keep using that word, I do not think it means what you think it means. I want to challenge some of our ideas about how we approach elk management. Not because I want to advance my interests at the expense of others, but I want us to be able to work to assess, are the policies and the tools that we have been using for the past 20 years or longer. Some of you have been at this much longer. I've only become on the stage and been involved for the past 5 years, but let's assess, are the tools we're using moving us towards the goals that we're saying that we want to achieve? And if they're not, let's make corrections. Let's implement better policies. Definitely not on the basis of Republican or Democrat, hunter or landowner, et cetera, or so on, but citizens of Montana with a shared goal of like addressing each other's concerns, hearing each other's concerns, and protecting the health of our resource. So I have.
Well, I don't think it has to be a zero-sum game. I think if we would put the resource first and manage it, everything else will fall into place. After we look at the resource and decide how it should be managed, I think then the next key is the landowner. The landowner is the guy who literally holds the key to the whole thing. Myself as an outfitter and a sportsman, I'm on the outside looking in. If I'm on the land, it's by the landowner's leave and used as a tool for management. But I think if we can get our department now to look forward and come up with, if we as groups can come up with some cohesive decisions as to where we want to see our elk populations go, how they should be managed, and properly incentivize the landowners. Because for the past 16 years, punitive measures have been tried and proven not to work. Now we have the 454 program that was sort of resuscitated here last year. While it may not have been perfect, it provided a lot of access for a lot of Montana hunters. The program must be fairly successful because we went from having 12 or 13 people participate last year, landowners. Now there's 37 or 8. So we're going to see literally hundreds of people get access to these previously inaccessible elk this year due to that program. And again, I think it needs tweaked, but it is a start in the right direction. So I think, once again, just put the resource first and manage it best, and the other pieces will fall in place.
Gerald, I'm going to kick this next one to you first. Describe, it's an easy one, don't worry. Describe what successful elk management in Montana looks like for you.
Well, so I was trying to consider this. I'm going to speak from my perspective. This is not a completely comprehensive that I'm including everyone's perspective in here. I think some of what I view as successful elk management will be shared values with everyone else, but this is not exclusive, and this is the only way for elk management, elk to be managed. But first of all, my little bio there introduces me as a hunter. I view that as secondary. I'm a conservationist first, and as Eric said, if we take care of the health of the resource, everything else can follow. Ranching, whatever, if you take care of your herd, everything else follows. If you don't take care of your herd, if you don't take care of the resource, you don't have anything to work with. So successful elk management to me, first and foremost, prioritizes the resource and the health of the resource. And how I would quantify that or define that is I would like to see I would like to see better age structure in our herds. I would like to see better male to female ratios. And I would like to see better strategies to address not populations as a whole, but elk distribution. We hear a lot of conversation that centers around population numbers, but where the elk reside is just as important as how many elk there are. And so one thing I want to address and I want to challenge is this idea of objective. How many people have heard the term elk objective? So we're told that objectives are reached by science and social tolerance. And I don't know, for myself personally, I look at some of these objectives and I think that whoever arrived at the objectives and inserted science in some of these numbers were alchemists who were trying to turn lead into gold because they look subjective to me. I want to challenge the idea of objective. And I want to make the argument that it's irrelevant what number is on a paper, whether a unit is under, over, or at objective. If you look at the elk management in Montana, if you look at the numbers deemed over objective by FWP, by and large, I'm generalizing, but by and large, those are units that have a large degree of private land. Landowners in those units determine what objective is. Not a number on a paper, not an agreed upon meeting of we want 200 elk in 700, or we want 1,600 elk in unit 362, etc. Access determines the number of elk. In that, a lot of our contention, a lot of our fight, look at objective as like, this is a number that we can achieve. If you can't have access in a unit, there may be 95 landowners, private landowners in that unit who want 0 elk. If there's 5 landowners in that unit who want 500 elk or 5,000 elk, and the elk live on their property, they will determine how many elk are in that unit. Why am I speaking of this? Because the tools that FWP currently has to reach objective are season structure, lengthening season, liberalized harvest, increasing more tags. Where I'll circle back around what successful elk management looks like to me. The end result of 19 or 20 years of the past policy tools that have been utilized, we have seen, my experience has been on public lands, which I primarily hunt, and accessible private lands, we see less and less elk on those properties. We see more and more elk living on sanctuary properties, which are not accessible. We see more and more hunters cramming onto accessible properties with more and more tags for longer periods of time. We see landowners who are suffering crop depredation from elk not getting relief because the elk are on their inaccessible neighbor's property and then they come off. I think if I'd ask for a raise of hands here, how many people are satisfied with the current status of elk management in Montana? If I'd ask for those who are satisfied, there'd probably be very few. How many people are frustrated? There'd probably be most of us. What does elk management in Montana look like to me? It's an improvement on where we are today. Better health of the herd, better satisfaction for landowners who are suffering from crop depredation, and a better experience for the public land hunter, or for all hunters in general. That's what my vision is.
Well, a long time ago, a rancher once told me, cows are just a way you turn grass into money. Without quality habitat, without the sportsmen, without the landowners, without all of the factors that go in, if our objective here is what, quality herds. Now, as a politician, I should say, I want an elk in every freezer and a pickup in every shop, right? That's what you're going to get. But I guess what that comes down to is, do we have enough resources available to maintain a quality, healthy elk herd? As was said, our landowners is the depredation at a level that it can be acceptable? Sportsmen, do they have a reasonable expectation of harvesting an elk? These are the things that we need to take into consideration when we talk about what defines, I guess, quality management, what our objectives really are. So again, to get to all of that, we need the input, we need the integration of all parties involved, to achieve and identify what all parties' definition of a quality management or quality elk experience, right? So what we want. And so I guess without just stuttering along, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. In my mind, success would be increased hunter harvest, less pressure on landowners for long hunting seasons, maybe more collaborative efforts like the Devil's Kitchen group or the one up on the Sun River. I think that we can all, there's a huge takeaway from Scott Hibbard's approach to this. The last thing I guess I would like to touch on is Gerald alluded to it a little bit, but current law mandates objective numbers of elk. And that was a law, I want to be quick to say that was a law passed way before my time. And maybe it was well intended, but I think maybe the time has come that it does tie the hands of science. And I think at a minimum, maybe the time has come to at some point have a revisit of that policy.
Yeah, I think our EMP definitely needs revisited and soon. And in order to get the elk, there in most units, especially those over objective, there's plenty of elk there. The problem is they're concentrated where they cannot be hunted. And the only way that we're going to get them is two ways. Either we're going to need to put more pressure on the private land where their refuge is by incentivizing those landowners to open up and allow some access, or we need to significantly decrease the pressure on the accessible areas, which means limiting hunter opportunities severely. If you take the hunters out of the landscape, the elk will go back to it. So those are two of the problems that we need to get sorted out, how best to go about this.
Senator Wellborn, what are the conditions for successful elk management in Montana, and who needs to be at the table?
I think we need to focus on the desired outcomes rather than the individual special interest needs. I think if there's things that need to be done with the elk herd and the flathead, then let's have that conversation, or in central Montana or southeastern Montana, or wherever the case may be. But one size all policy, number one, doesn't typically work the best. Let's find a path forward that doesn't alienate or trivialize anybody's approach. I think that everybody's voice is important, whether it's an idea that we want to use or choose not to. I think there's value in listening to everybody and figuring it out together. I think we, we all know those people, and there's certain people, and it was brought up on one of the earlier panels that 5% of the people create 95% of the problems on any issue. And I think we need to be able to look people in the eye when they want to be the fly in the ointment and figure out a way to either bring them into this discussion or let them know that they're not welcome to be in the discussion. Because I think we need solutions-based people to get after this and move it forward.
Well, I think that as for who needs to be at the table, it needs to be the landowners and FWP. And I believe that councils like this can help put a little pressure on both the landowners and Fish, Wildlife and Parks. It's ultimately Fish, Wildlife and Parks' job to manage these animals for the benefit of the people. And if I took the approach of managing my cattle herd the same as somebody does down at Dillon in western Montana, I'd be broke. And I don't believe that a one-size-fits-all management strategy has worked very well in Montana, from the elk to the deer. So I think we need to put pressure on our department to start managing a little more strategically.
What conditions need to be present? I think a lot of this has already been said. I think there needs to be a respect that everybody that's at the table has an equal voice, that everybody's opinion and their objectives need to be heard and understood. and taken into consideration. It's right. It's not, and it's not a one size fits all. We're not going to create one law or pass, one rule that's going to make this happen. And I think, on that thought, we have to look at management on a much more granular level, from a herd to herd level, rather than, we're going to manage this the same across the state. So rather than just looking at these are the district boundaries, I think, one of the things we have to look at is, if we're going to manage these herds, we have to manage the herds and not just the district. So I'll leave that.
I don't know how much more I have to add to what's been said about that. I think you're all correct in that. I don't know exactly where this comes into the conversation necessarily as far as who's at the table, but I think we all know everyone who has an interest needs to be at the table and heard. We cannot accommodate everyone's wishes all the time. Some things are not every desired end is compatible. So we need to find what works best for the most people and for the health of the herd and for landowners. I think Eric's correct in that. Landowners are obviously a huge part of this conversation. But I think we need to, as we're doing it, it's not just the question about who needs to be at the table, but we need to be realistic about what can be achieved as we're doing this. And something that I feel very strongly, and we'll get to it some point here, is that I feel like FWP at this point is being forced into a situation that's no win for them because they don't have the tools to adequately address the concerns of landowners primarily who are suffering depredation. And I feel like I'm gonna throw this back over on the legislators a little bit with some of this, because as politicians, and we all get to pick on the politicians, but at some point in this discussion, we've all had to have times where we look someone in the eye and say, I'm sorry, I cannot, with the tools that I have, I cannot give you your desired end, because to do that is going to harm someone else that I'm responsible for. I think that conversation and that understanding needs to be had, and we need to be honest about. I love the question that was given in the earlier panel, of where the question was asked, when is it appropriate to force non-traditional landowners to allow access, et cetera, so on. And I heard felt a collective revulsion within the room to that question. And the answer of never. We're in 100% agreement with that, correct? And so with that agreement, we must understand that to continue that right for a landowner to tell public hunters, FWP, or anyone, no, I do not want you on my property, and then the effects that that's going to have on their neighbors when the elk leave that property and eat their alfalfa. FWP issuing 1,000 more unlimited antlerless licenses that will then be used on accessible public lands that will never touch those inaccessible elk. We need to have this conversation. FWP needs to be clear to those neighboring landowners. We don't have adequate means to address your concerns. That's not a ducking of responsibility for FWP. That simply puts it back at the grassroots level of, if I have a problem with my neighbor, I need to sit down with him to the best of my ability, explain my concerns, and come to an agreement among ourselves. And if he says, buzz off, there's not a lot that another person can do without, or like the FWP can do, or legislators can do. That's been the human condition of our relationships forever. So it's more important than ever that the majority of us, that we have education, that we have those community ties where we can talk to our neighbors and say, your policies affect me. Can we come to some agreement to use the tools that we have to help alleviate my concerns and help and let me respect your rights as well? So I don't know if I've rambled off the topic, but that's part of what needs to be at the table.
I want to encourage the panel to dig into these issues as deeply as we can in the time that we have. So I would love to know if anything that was said resonated, and circle back around.
Yeah, very loud, clear. You hit it dead on the head, Gerald. That's the problem. We have non-traditional landowners and more of them showing up all the time. Now here's the bad part. By incentivizing landowners, drives up the price of land. By incentivizing landowners, you open a whole new can of worms. But without incentivizing those landowners, we're not going to get access to those elk. So it's one of those things where you're going to pick the lesser of two evils. And I can't tell you which one to pick. I can listen to you and take suggestions forward through the BLPW and other channels, but that's what we got to look at. Myself as a landowner who is still young enough to be in the expansion mode, I hate to see the price of land driven up, because when the price of land goes up in western Montana, there's a traditional owner who sells out. He comes over to eastern Montana and drives up the price of the land right next door to me. So if anybody should be adamantly opposed to incentivizing a landowner to open up for elk hunting and then drive up property values, it should be me. But I'm not that way. I don't look at it that way. We're going to have to figure out something to incentivize those landowners, whether I like it from a business perspective or not, to open up, to get these elk numbers under control, to avoid losing thousands of animals to a disease like CWD or something new that'll come along. You can't have 8,000 elk on 25,000 acres and expect anything good to come out of it. And as I know a landowner who's a 300 cow outfit that lives right next to a 25,000 acre ranch with 8,000 elk on it. He wakes up one morning with 5,000 head of elk on his 300 cow outfit. Well, 5,000 head of elk is like having 2,500 head of cattle in there for a week. It significantly impacts him financially. And we're going to have to sit down with these non-traditional landowners, explain things to them a little bit, and hope that with some incentives, we'll see them open up some property to get some elk harvested.
Yeah, I'm going to take maybe I don't know if it's going to be popular or unpopular, but I think when we talk about incentives, we talk about carrots. When we talk about disincentive, we talk about sticks. Do we want people to, out of their understanding, these non-traditional owners, and these non-traditional owners aren't just a person, their chances are they're not really living here. They're coming here for a short period of time during the summer. Many times they're a corporation. They're looking at, these are corporations that are not people, that are buying up this as an investment property for a portfolio, right? Do they care if there's elk grazing? No. Do they care if those elk are damaging the rancher that's been next door for 5 generations and trying to raise? No, they don't care. Should we pay these people more money to incentivize them to do the right thing when they are obviously choosing not to? I don't know if that's always the right answer. Maybe that's an option, but when they choose not to do, it's like with my kids, I try to incentivize them to do the right thing, but sometimes we'd have to provide a disincentive as well. And I think that answer lies with both an incentive to do the right thing, but also a disincentive not to do the wrong thing.
So, and to piggyback and carry this conversation a little further, what Senator Jacobs has said, we'd like to think of these things as black and white, simple, good guy, good policy, bad policy. And often it's much more nuanced, because we have to recognize that what we term the non-traditional landowner, which generally carries a negative connotation in these conversations, is not always accurate. I had a conversation with a classic non-traditional landowner who I won't name because it would create an emotional response in this, but his concern was, as he was not opposed to allowing public access at all. His concern is that within the district that the ranch that he was talking about was, harvest was so liberalized and permits were so plentiful that he was concerned that if he opened access, that the herd of elk that found sanctuary on that ranch would be decimated. It's a completely valid concern, because in that unit with a low objective number, there's approximately 3 times as many permits as there are live elk in that unit. And so these facts, matter in these conversations. I'm in 100% agreement. I think Eric and we've had some of these conversations online and off this stage, but this probably sounds counterintuitive coming from a hunter. But I want to speak directly to the hunting community, the average hunter in Montana who doesn't think deeply about these issues, and just state very bluntly but simply a fact is that the current path of our hunting, quote, opportunity is unsustainable. There's approximately, these are ballpark numbers, but 150 to 200,000 hunters every year. We have, in many situations, many cases, 3 or 4 bull hunters for every bull elk alive in the state. And this is what we are told is opportunity. Again, I'm going back. I want to challenge definitions about what opportunity looks like. I have accepted the inevitable reality that for us to maintain the level of quality that we have currently and maybe see improvements, that means that I have to be willing to accept less of what is currently termed opportunity for the sake of actual opportunity. Opportunity does not mean taking your rifle for an armed walk for 11 weeks of the season plus shoulder seasons to not see the quarry that you're pursuing because it doesn't actually exist on the property that you have access to hunt. That is not a good definition of opportunity. Those types of conversation needs to be part of this. And the non-traditional landowner, back to where we started with this, sometimes people with an outside perspective who come in and they buy up some of these quote non-traditional landowners are actually the only people who are keeping the fragments of good, not habitat, but good populations because they provide some type of sanctuary. And so let's not think of them all negatively. Sometimes they actually are helping us.
I want to keep us moving. Thank you for digging into that conversation a little bit, but I want to make sure we have time to address the rest of the questions that we came up with. So Eric, how can the coalition help advance long-term success in elk management?
Well, I think one of the biggest things that a group like this can do is have discussions just like this. Have somebody taking notes and come down with noodle out the very best ideas, flush them out, and then carry them forward to the legislature, FWP, and hopefully we gain some traction and get somewhere.
I believe the coalition has to be a place where everybody can talk without being shouted down or dismissed due to a difference of opinion.
Nice and succinct. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't know that I have much more to add. I mean, I think everybody needs to show up. I mean, that's really what it comes down to is we need to be, you need to be at the legislature. You need to let your legislators know in your districts how you feel about these issues. And that's hopefully the one thing that we all do, I think, kind of hopefully equally is when somebody from one of my constituents calls me, I listen, I pick up the phone, I return the call, I answer the email. And I think that goes true with nearly everybody in the legislature. And we may not get 100% all the time, but when your concerns, and I'm hearing your concerns about a bill, about a piece of legislation, about your ideas, then I can carry those forward. And so I guess the biggest thing is everybody, everybody showing up. And I think everybody in this room, because you're here, shows up and you care. And I think you're part of the solution.
I'm not going to add to, you've summed it up well. So for the sake of time,
what I think I've heard so far, not only in this conversation, but again today, is the various parts that are important in this process. We talked about the obviously important role that FWP plays in these solutions. We talked about the role that the coalition plays in brainstorming potential and creative solutions to these problems and making sure that diverse stakeholders are heard. And the legislation also plays a role. So Gerald, kick us off. What legislation should be introduced and passed in Montana to provide better outcomes relative to elk management?
Well, as a generally a person who believes small government is better government, sometimes the most important legislation is not what additional laws we've passed, but some that we look and address and determine if they are reaching, or they are tools that are helping us reach our effective, or the goal we're trying to go towards. So the bee in my bonnet is House Bill 42. I'd like to see a repeal of the law that requires FWP to manage to objective as a legal mandate. Before you react to that, I want you to hearken back to my discussion about objectives. And I want us to ask the question, are the current management policies for the past 19 years, have they been effective in providing relief to landowners, and are they producing the results that they were intended to produce? I don't think that forcing FWP under the threat of legal requirements, it pigeonholes them into a corner without the tools that they have. It forces them to do a job that they cannot do. So that is the bee under my bonnet. I would love to see a repealing of that, not to eliminate the idea of managing for objective, but to remove that threat to allow some flexibility for FWP to consider other shareholders in the conversation. Because many times, as I said before, I'd like to see a show of hands real quick here. How many people would actually like to see 90,000 elk in Montana here in this room? That is what objective calls for, 90,000 elk in Montana. That is what FWP is legally mandated and required to manage for. Is that representative of, there's a wide variety of people represented here today, but I didn't see one hand being raised. That's what I'd like to see, the repeal of that.
Well, I'm not quite sure that the best person to ask about the best legislation is a legislator. And I say that because, you know what, out of 150 of us that go to Helena every 2 years, you got 150 amateurs that are all coming together to try to figure out what the best solution is. None of us, I'm not an expert on elk management and policy and wildlife policy for sure. But what I do is listen. And what I do is talk to people. And when people come to me with those types of ideas, with those good solutions, and I can talk to other legislators, and we can talk and come to those agreements. You know, this isn't I'm not passing the buck, but I mean, we're kind of, in a lot of ways, we are amateurs, and we're doing the best with what we have. And as long as we keep, especially this issue, I think all issues, but if we can just keep politics out of policy, we'd have some pretty good laws out of there. You know, I know one of the things we've looked at and we've talked about, I've pushed a lot in the past, is increasing public access, and we can look at those bills. We've looked at and talked about revamping the block management system for one. I think there are some great ideas around how we can incentivize better sportsman behavior through something similar to the One Montana program that's out there that would get people to sportsmen to better understand landowner issues and sportsmen's and how to let's just say how to behave, but understand how to be stewards just as the landowners are stewards. So again, that opens those doors. I think we can look at issues around incentivizing or disincentivizing non-traditional landowners. I mean, it's not a one solution fix, but legislatively, I think that again we can come up with if we just listen to each other.
Well, the good senator from Great Falls very eloquently brought up a lot of points that was actually going through my mind. The only thing I would maybe add to that is he's absolutely right. Number one, the one thing that we're mandated to do in 90 days is pass a budget, so that takes quite a bit of our time. And then there are, last session, I believe there were 1,300 pieces of legislation that were voted on. And so we, number one, having the time to take the time to dig into important issues like this during a 90-day session are very difficult at best. Number two, much like the good senator, I like stakeholder grassroots type policy that I can get behind, but I think good policy comes from the people. And the third thing that I would like to mention is it doesn't always take a legislative fix. I mean, season setting and a lot of the things, a lot of the just really cool ideas that are coming from that were brought up by the wildlife managers and the people from the other states today. I mean, there's some good ideas out there that I could probably get behind, but a lot of that, the department can do that through rule. It's get a hold of, work with the commission, and there's a lot of this stuff that can be done. We've already got the tools without putting it in law. So I guess I'll just cut it off at that in the interest of time.
I don't have a whole lot to add to it other than I think the department should be more in charge of our wildlife than the legislature. As Tom stated, that they've got 150 amateurs in Helena. The only reason that they know anything, most of them, about wildlife is because there are lobbyists there with special interest groups informing them of their opinion of how the wildlife should be managed. So I think these things are best left to FWP.
Thank you. Our last question before we turn to questions from the audience is definitely one that we probably could have spent the last hour talking about. So I look forward to diving into it a little bit. Senator Wellborn, how do you feel season structure is affecting elk harvest and elk concentrations? And what would you do to change that?
Well, the only thing standing between you and a cold beer is question number 6. So. Yeah. Well, I've kind of had an idea this question might be coming, so I've got some, just to keep myself on point, I've got some bullet points, so bear with me. Number one, shoulder seasons. They're pushing elk into inaccessible private land. I think we need to refine these areas to where they're working and to start actually have the desired impact rather than letting just hunters loose to push elk around, because they're really not getting at the problem, but creating probably more problems than they're solving. I think the science panel highlighted how seasons can make elk select inaccessible land. We need to really look into the science. Again, I think the last question flushed that out, and I really believe that we need to let science kind of get back into the equation instead of an arbitrary subjective number. I think we need to listen to the hunters on public land who are telling us that their elk hunting experience is going downhill. I mean, in my mind, it's a crying shame that Montana has the habitat that we've got, the number of elk that we have, but yet out of all of the states around us, we have the least amount of success on public land to kill a bull elk. I mean, there's something wrong with that picture. We need landowners to work with each other, finding solutions. I think Eric brought up a great point. It's a matter of sitting down with people and maybe telling your personal story and just doing all you can to get landowners to work with each other so they know how they are impacting each other on the other person's side of the fence. And stakeholder-driven groups. I mean, this group, I think, really has the opportunity to move forward. There's a lot of bright minds sitting here in the room with a lot of good ideas. You're the people on the ground, and get involved. Hold people accountable to keep politics out of elk management. And I'd like to see the coalition pull together landowners, hunters, and outfitters to come up with a best case scenario for the next reason. I'm going to touch on it again, season setting, but that's a tool that we've already got at our disposal. We just need to do it. I think everything else that I was going to say has probably been touched on, but the last thing I will touch on is, and sportsmen are, and all of the stakeholders here, I believe, are pretty good, but policy making is not a spectator sport. It only works when you get involved. Let us know what's important, regardless of what side of the issue you're on. And if you've got a personal story to tell it, because that resonates with my colleagues, Senator Jacobson's colleagues, Representative Logie's colleagues. When people from home call with a personal story to tell, a lot of time it makes a heck of a bearing on which button you push when the time comes. So that's about all I have.
I know the rest of you have stuff.
I better let Eric go first, because you guys might be waiting a while for your beer here after a while. You're kind of looking at ideas. Wow. Somebody can write shorthand. I got lots of ideas. Where to start? First of all, with the overall objective of reducing pressure on public and accessible lands to allow wildlife and elk to go back and live where they are not causing conflict. To me, I recognize as a hunter that may be reduced season, shortened season, some type of tool. Don't really care what tool we use. There's a lot that we can use, but that's the overall goal, and that's a necessity. We can't have as many hunters as we have for as long a period of time we have pursuing the amount of game on accessible lands. Number two, decouple the elk and deer tags, so that when I'll pick on Eric here, just not pick on you, but I'll reference, because when I go over to 600 to shoot a cow with one of the 500 or 600 cow tags that's available over there, and I can't find them because they're on an inaccessible property, and then that 2-point mule deer is standing out there and I haven't seen anything. I'm sure you'd be happy to see a lot of people go home and let that mule deer grow to be 3 or 4 or 5 years old, because that's that type of thing. We're getting a lot of incidental harvest because people have multiple tags in their pockets. The seasons overlap, and some people might say, well, that's a good thing. It can be a good thing, but it's too much of a good thing. It's harming our resource. Number two, another thing, I'd love to see not a reform, block management. The block management program is a wonderful program. And those of you who are here who worked on that, thank you from the bottom of my heart, because I have had some wonderful times on block management. Senator Welborn, you talked about, I shared my personal story with a situation on block management when my daughter and I had tags. Those of you who are involved in block management, God bless you. I'm amazed, especially those of you who are willing to do type 1 block management and take the level of trust that you have for the public, and kudos to you. But we can do much better with block management, not because it's run poorly now, but we can do much better. I would love to see just some ideas. I'd love to see block management to be a program or a website used, much like when we book a VRBO or a Airbnb, where you can go online and see which ones are available, what dates are available, that you can sign in, so that the landowner has an accountability of knowing who's there. And as a hunter, I use primarily type 1 block management because right now today, I only have a vague idea about when I'm going to hunt this fall. I don't know my dates and when it's available. And by the time that I know 2 or 3 weeks in advance that I can hunt, and I call up someone on type 2 block management, they're either full or I feel very badly about calling someone at 7 or 8 o'clock at night when I get off of work and I have to call 10 or 12 people because it's a waste of my time. And number two, I know he's already had 20 or 30 other people that week calling him and asking him for permission to hunt. If we had the ability to determine what properties were open and when, that would be an improvement. I think it would provide better accountability. I'd love to see a program that addresses hunter behavior on block management to where before you can utilize the block management program, much like before you get a bear tag, you have a bear ID test, black bear or grizzly bear. You have to watch a video. Randy Newberg, I'm not going to mention names, but maybe we can work with landowners and to give a 3 or 5 minute video that before you use block management, you understand a landowner doesn't want to see toilet paper at the parking areas. He doesn't want to have the roads rutted up. Educate the public. More teeth in people who abuse the program, people who disobey the rules that are specific to that block management program, they lose their privileges. Things like that. There's a lot of improvement, I think, because to date, block management has been a wonderful tool for both FWP and helping manage objectives, and for us as hunters. It's been great. Season structures change, shorten, somehow, essentially, in my opinion, shorten seasons. They're too long. The game cannot sustain it. Hunters are wearing out their welcome on private property because of the length of seasons. I'd love to see something, and this might sound counterintuitive too, because I talk about reducing pressure, but I'd like to see a redistribution of pressure. An idea that I've been throwing around in my mind is, on the science panel, they talked about how the elk can predict when seasons are, or when hunting season just gets ready to happen. I saw all those slides, and I actually hunt the very same areas of where, for the sake of people who also hunt these areas, I won't name names, but when you drive past the ranch and there's 12 or 1,500 head of elk on a ranch, and there's 30 cars at the trailhead 2 miles away, and there's no snow in the mountains, what moved those elk to the ranch? Hunting pressure. So I'd like to see some moving parts that would work together. They'd have to be integrated together to work. But take 2 weeks before the general season. This is an idea, but take 2 weeks before the general rifle season and have a cow and antlerless only, private land only elk hunt to move elk off of private property onto public lands again, but it has to be accomplished or accompanied by a reduction of antlerless harvest on public land. Because if you move elk off of private land, they have to feel safe. And cows, biologists, I think, will tell you, cows are the ones who determine where the herds go. So you have to create a refuge on lands that currently are dangerous to elk. Redistribution of pressure. Again, these are tools, and I don't want to go off too far in the weeds with the tools, because those are discussions among policymakers. But a redistribution of the pressure and a reduction of pressure on public land is highly important to me. So those are some of the things that really I'm passionate about at this point, but I'll turn it over to Barry.
Well, I think those are some good ideas, Gerald. That the thing that won't work with most landowners is having the cow season early like that. If you want a cow season, go the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks of season until we get these numbers into objective. The landowners who are buying these places, these non-traditional landowners, are buying for the aesthetics of having bull elk on your place. They're not going to want the public in chasing all the elk off to see them slaughtered, to see the bulls slaughtered when the season opens. I think they will tolerate pressure if we had a 2 week bull only season, first 2 weeks of season. And that's some other things I'd like to see with the season structure isn't really what's causing this. What's causing this is too many people on the accessible land. If we cut the numbers of people on accessible land back to what was on the inaccessible land, to what the private landowners are pressuring their elk, we'd have elk on accessible land too. There wouldn't be a concentration of them. They'd naturally scatter out. So I think there's a ton of things that need looked at and visited with this. And the biggest thing I'd like to see is get these numbers in check so we don't have to have these shoulder seasons and 6 or 7 months of elk hunting. It's ridiculous. There's no need for this. We need to get this thing figured out and figured out quickly. and take care of these numbers of elk.
And I think most everything has been said. I think that when we look at season constructs, I think we have to be creative. Taking a little bit from what's been said, I think we need to create seasons not only around the elk populations and the herds themselves, right? So almost districts within districts, and be open to change things. I mean, if we need to get the elk to move, then we need to put the pressure on the elk where they're at the time, and they'll move after that. We saw, and another thing we need to do is we need to use biologists and we need to use data. And I think that is going to be a big driver if we couple that data with public sentiment and landowner sentiment and all of these things, we can come up with some good solutions. And it is, but I will say too, and I understand I agree, the landowner is the key to all of this. That was said early on. But I also know that when I own a property, if I own a city lot in town and I've got a boulevard and a sidewalk on that, the city may own the boulevard and the city may own the sidewalk, but it's my responsibility to take care of that. There is a responsibility as a landowner when you have the public's property on your land. And yes, they eat your hay. Yes, they disturb things. And we have a responsibility to the landowner to help them as well, because that public property is costing them money at the same time. So it's not just, again, as we started, one way or the other. It's not a zero-sum game. We have to take all of these responsibilities and expectations into consideration. We have to be creative with our season settings. We have to be creative with how we get people to where the elk are when they're there, and be open to doing that. So I'll leave it at that.
One question? You think that's what we got? Or do we have time? How much time do we have left? Okay, great. These questions are lengthy, so bear with me. You can tell everybody's listening closely and having a lot of thoughts because they're using up all the paper for the questions. So I want to lead off with, because I think it speaks to an important part of decision-making and solution building, and that's communication. And so the question starts with a statement. There's a perception by many hunters that most landowners, both traditional and non-traditional, are not offering access. Most landowners I know offer some kind of access, youth, veterans, etc. It just isn't being offered to you. They may also not be offering enough access. This misperception is something that needs to be acknowledged in this discussion. Can you speak to this?
Is that directed at me?
Anybody who wants to take that one.
Yeah, I can speak to that. There's a lot of misconception about access. The outfitters that I know and associate with, hardly any of us have an exclusive lease on any private property. It's shared with the landowner has the ultimate say. They have friends, family. Many of the outfitters I know host several different people annually for no charge. So there is a misconception about that. A lot of hunters that I've run into over the years, some of them have developed relationships with me, and we allow a lot of free access on our own property and some of our lease property. So the biggest thing is I think the hunters have this misconception that they're not welcome at anywhere, and they will use that as an excuse to not go try to develop a relationship with a landowner or an outfitter. And I encourage that, and get to know somebody. Knock on the door and get to know them.
So, yes, with what Eric's saying there with that, I just share my personal experience, not really in contrast to what Eric's saying, but I think my experience and my preferences are somewhat reflective of many people. I've hunted private land, public land. I prefer public land because in many cases, up until the last 10 years especially, there was really quality hunting experiences could be had on public land. And the reason why I prefer public land is hunting to me is a way of life. It's a lifestyle. It's also recreation. Like everyone else, I'm busy throughout the week. And when I can go to public land, I know the rules. I know the access points. And if I've got my maps, I know where I can legally go, where I can't go. And there's nobody telling me how I need to hunt. I'm not have to worry about landowner policies or whatever, and I can go at my convenience. That's what I love about public land. That's what so many people love about public land. One reason why it's getting so crowded. But I've also had the experience of having quality hunts on private land where I've developed relationships with landowners. Many times, almost always, I would have a prior relationship with a landowner, and then eventually it would come to, hey, do you mind if I hunt? Or the invitation would be extended. So when that has happened, it's been wonderful, and I've really enjoyed that. And that was always within the parameters of what their wishes were and what they dictate on their property. I've also had the experience of, I'll use specifics because in Unit 217, it's a situation of where over objective unit, too many elk. And so I was hunting an adjoining unit and could see 500 to 600 head of elk on one property there. And so I got to looking, and it's a unit with not either sex, but you could hunt cows on a general tag. And so I looked into it. Right next to the property where all the elk were managed or were living was a block management area. I went and signed in, and there's no elk there. They're all on this property. So the following year, I recognized that there was an opportunity for an either sex hunt for my son. I put him in for a tag, wrote a nice letter to the landowner who had all the elk, no response, no reply. And so we went and we hunted the public land in that area, saw no game. I'd driven 4 hours to go to this unit. I'll never go back there again. Why? Because I have better places to go and better opportunities. So in those, I mean, I'm kind of rambling here a little bit, but the perception is not always accurate, but sometimes it has enough truth to where, not because I'm lazy, but when I have an option to go find success in an area where I know I can go, I don't have the time, I don't have the energy to go cold call and knock and hear, no, you can't. Or so that has an aspect of it doesn't, there's misperception on the part of hunters, but there's also enough of reality. But I don't know how to address the point of what the person's asking, because it's always opportunity or permission for a property is always at the whim of the landowner, as it should be.
No, the only thing I'll say, I believe and I agree that relationships need to be developed. For several years, I lived out in a little town called Highwood, Montana, and with some amazing elk hunting in there, bow hunting especially, and deer. And I raised my kids, my son, hunting and fishing out there. And I spent so much, and actually good quality time, fixing fence for ranchers and moving cows and branding, of course, and helping out and being that good neighbor. And they allowed me to hunt. And it was incredible. But I'll tell you also that I lost those relationships. I maintained the relationships, but I lost the access. And I lost the access because they found it easier to lease it out to an outfitter. And they got the money, and the agreement was, you and your immediate family and no one else. And so those years of relationships and work, and I don't want to say it was purely for the sole purpose of gaining access and, that we were using each other. I was using the landowner, but those relationships do. And I'll tell you, it was each time I lost a place to hunt, it was really heartbreaking. And the places that my kids learned to hunt. And, and it's not to say that, yes, we have the access to the public land, but the question is about the landowner. And, those relationships and that hard work and that sweat equity doesn't last forever. and things do change. And so we have to be, that's just my experience with that.
I think we have time for one more question. Based on what we saw on the science panel regarding hunter distribution, what would a fund that helps make public land habitat and private land more productive, i.e. removing cheatgrass or aspen regeneration, be helpful in keeping elk on public land?
I'm not going to speak, I'll speak indirectly to that, in that until we reduce hunting pressure on public land, improving public land is irrelevant, because you can have the promised alfalfa, and if every time an elk steps foot on it, it's killed, they will not select that. So first and foremost in the equation, in my opinion, is to reduce pressure and then improve habitat. You can't inverse the relationship and expect a different result.
That's 100% dead on. And we've got an interesting dynamic with this COVID thing and the number of people moving to Montana. Most of them aren't moving here just for the scenery. They're moving here to hunt and fish. The opportunities that we have. We've been spoiled in this state. As a sportsman, we've had the world laying at our feet for the last 30 years. The number of people in this state, the reduced number of them, is what kept it that way. We didn't have that many people vying for such a finite resource. Now we've got basically an infinite number of people vying for a very, very finite resource. And ultimately we wind up at a permit. That's ultimately where the state will wind up if we want anything left. Ahead of that, I think there's hundreds of things, other routes that we can travel. Pick your weapon, pick your season, shortened rifle seasons, maybe a lengthened muzzleloader season, late archery seasons. There's a million things that can be tried before we go to the permit. But ultimately, I believe that we will wind up at a permit within the next 10 to 15 years.
I'm going to say yes, and because I agree with everything that was said. But if you recall, there was a slide here earlier that talked about the health of the elk population, and it talked about the habitat and what the elk were eating based in it, their size and their BMI, I guess, whatever, their fat content, and how healthy they, which created how many offspring they had. And when there wasn't good habitat, they didn't reproduce. And that's one of those factors. It's not just the hunting that's a factor. It's the habitat that's a factor as well, because without a healthy elk herd, you don't get the reproduction, you don't get the replacements, and you don't get the growth. So that when we do go harvest, there's not someone there to replace it, because they're maybe only calving every other year. So I would calve several times a year because of me.
And in agreement with that, I want to come across and clarify, I don't look at it as an either or. Many of these solutions have to be a both and. I'm just talking about the process, what's the word I'm trying to use here? Help me out here. But which steps we do first does matter to accomplish a good result.
Thank you. I think, I don't know that I can really add a lot, but I would like to chime in by saying that I also believe that we're loving the resource to death. And I think back to my childhood and where I grew up hunting. We could drive up there. I mean, I was, always famous for getting caught on the wrong side of the time change the opening day of hunting season and being an hour later than I should have been to get to the field or whatever. But, when I was growing up, where I used to park my truck and take off hiking, you might see, a few vehicles, and you might run into one or two hunters all day long. And now, there's more base camps in the parking lot where I grew up hunting than I used to see hunters in a season. And I'm not embellishing there. That's an absolute fact. So I mean, I think we're probably at a time where we got to start looking limiting the boots on the ground a little bit too. And I think maybe by doing that, part of the habitat issues will take care of themselves if there are some challenges with habitat.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is the amount of pressure that we're getting. And up in the area that I outfit at home in 670 and 630, there are two other outfitters that operate up there. And when I pose some of these questions to them about pressure, I ask, okay, if it's a do nothing or go to a limited entry permit, which the limited entry permit should be our last resort. I says, what do you guys want to do? Do nothing, or they said go to a limited entry permit. And that's coming from two other prominent outfitters in my region. So the resource has to come first. And we got to manage the people in order to put the resource first.
Thank you all so much. I'm gonna just, what I've noticed in this conversation is the acknowledgement that it's a difficult conversation and there are no easy solutions. But as we learned from our friends in New Mexico, the only bad move here is disengagement. So the fact that everybody is here tonight, still in the conversation and still having these difficult conversations, I think we're on the right path. And I think another bad move is not making sure that everybody's at the table, because if we miss somebody, then it's not going to work. And so the tone that we set in this conversation is a great tone to carry forward and to continue this conversation for the long haul. Again, it's all type 2 fun, right? Whether you're a hunter or a landowner or a rancher or an outfitter, we're all used to hard work, and we enjoy it because we're here and still doing it. So thank you very much. I'm going to pass it back to you.
You want us to leave now? Is that what you're trying to say?
Thank you.
All I can say is, wow, what a day. I mean, this has been a real pleasure to hear all of this, to see all of this. And I want to thank all of you for coming. And I want to encourage all of you in your own communications, your own realm, the people you work with, friends, business. Remember the things that came up today and get out there, make yourself heard. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks has these scoping sessions coming. So far, they've been poorly attended, generally, as I know. We need more of us out there giving input to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. We're going to summarize, and really, there's no way. It's an impossible task. But I want to say a couple things. We have Lindsay Parsons here. Lindsay, get your hand. Lindsay is the deer and elk administrator, manager, lead person for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. And I know she was taking notes. We're going to summarize a lot of this and send them to Lindsay, to Hank. Deb O'Neill's here. Deb was kind of I call her the policewoman with the Montana Citizens Advisory Task Group that was put together, the 12 people that came up with recommendations for changes. They've submitted recommendations. They're going to be melded together with what PLPW comes up with and what the scoping sessions come up with. And then what's going to happen is the department will vet it with their attorneys and put it out for public comment. And out of this, we hope to have some solutions. I'm going to make a couple other quick comments before we jump into kind of a summary. It's been about 3 years ago that MOGA asked me to give a presentation on access to one of their statewide meetings. And so I gave my presentation. And the one thing that struck me when I left was there's an outfitter by the name of Dusty Query. Some of you know Dusty. He's a real great conservationist up on the Rocky Mountain front. And what he said was this. He said, he said, I'm putting two kids through college, running a ranch, trying to make a living, supplementing my living by outfitting. He says, here comes this big truck, jacked up, great big tires, fancy rims, $70,000 truck, maybe 50,000, drives into my yard. Two guys get out. They're wearing at least $1,500 worth of the latest kind of camel clothing. These guys come in the day before hunting season and want to hunt for free. Well, you get the point. We have to listen to everybody, and that really struck me because Dusty he's pretty common, but he's also a landowner, he's an outfitter, he's a hunter, and he's a conservationist. We'll summarize a couple things. I'll make a couple comments first, Barb. One thing that came up today that really isn't all elk, it has to do with decoupling the deer and elk combination tags. That's a no-brainer. If you look at the other Western states, you don't get a combination tag anywhere. This is the only place. And the reason that those people in those other states, those managers, decouple them is because of the incidental take. If I've got a deer and elk tag together and I don't get an elk, I pop a 2-point buck on Thanksgiving Day or whatever. It would really level things out. And I think Eric has talked about it, and so on. Block is block management, and the department has referred to block management as block for a long time. It's not been defined as access. Now, with the changes, there's a new access coordinator under the Parks Department, Parks and Rec, and there's kind of a new program. And they're looking at block management. PLPW has been in existence for a long time. Like I said, I was on one almost 20 years ago. About 6 years ago, One Montana put together a problem-solving group called Common Ground. And that group it mirrored PLPW. It had legislators, it had outfitters, it had hunters, it had landowners. That group mirrored PLPW. And we studied access around the West for a whole year, almost 2 years. And we came up with a list of 10 recommendations for, I'll call it rebooting, modernizing, changing block management to modernize it. Some of you may remember the legislative audit of block management about 4 or 5 years ago. Got to go back and read it. But there's a lot of lessons there that can be learned. And the block management's been wonderful, but it's 25 years old and it can be improved. We can learn a lot if we go back and look at it. And the last thing I'll comment before I'll give some questions here for Barb. You get the pick. But the one size fits all doesn't work anymore. We talked about definitions. What is a definition of opportunity? I listened to Quentin Kujula talking about opportunity. This is an opportunity state. I think we've run out of opportunity. We've heard that all day. We've heard that in this last panel. We are at the cusp of change. And as I said earlier, we have to embrace that. We have to figure it out. There are a lot of ways we can do it. These other states do a lot of different things, breaking up the seasons and doing all these things. We can't have a 6-week season anymore, or 5-week. We have to change. We have to, I guess, manage on a smaller scale. Idaho has elk management units. You have to pick your unit and you have to pick your weapon. The A tag's archery, basically. B tag is rifle or muzzle. And so anyway, one size doesn't fit all anymore. So what have you got, Barb?
Well, you said it's impossible to summarize this, but we're going to do it anyway. So just a couple of highlights and key points that we picked up on. We have abundant elk in Montana now, so we need to remember that. That's important. This elk management is really complicated stuff, and you're all here because you understand that, and it's not going to get easier probably. Private property rights are a given, and so that's something that we work with as we look towards the future and solutions. We need a toolbox with lots of tools, Kathy pointed out, wherever you are still. And we need tools that can be available to problem solvers at the local level. There are no magic bullets. Communication, we kept coming back to learning about how important it is to continue the conversations and talking with each other. And this is a conversation that the coalition hopes will continue. Science can and should inform, but science is not going to make the decisions. Those are things done by folks with the benefit of science. Other states have mechanisms to address the cost to landowners for having elk that are similar to ours. Hunts, payments, materials, landowner tags. The big difference there was Nevada with the resaleable licenses. And then this last panel. This came up several times. Relationships between landowners, hunters, and outfitters are symbiotic, and we all need each other. And things have changed in Montana. You just have to walk out the door here, and that'll become apparent. So I think those were some of the main messages.
Okay,
I covered them all.
Well, that's good.
So the last thing.
Oh, the last one.
Symposium is going to be available online. Report out in next month or two. Thank you again to the Wildlife Federation, because this would not have been possible. All the planning, all the staff today, all kinds of you running around doing everything, and Marcus making sure everything was taken care of. Our Valley County Fish and Wildlife Association and moderators and panelists. And so a plea to attend the social hour. There were a handful of questions we did not get to. If you had one of those and you can't find who might answer it for you, let me know, or one of the Wildlife Federation folks, or George, and we'll get an answer for you. We're at time. So thank you everyone for coming. Hope you stick around.
What time is?
It's 3:05. The social hour starts at 6 in here. So we need to ask you to, if you want to stick around and visit in between, you can go upstairs, right? Or wander the streets, do a little walkabout for a few minutes, come back, but we need you to move out of this space down here so it can be set up for the social hour. So thank you, George.
Well, thanks for coming.